Today is day 2 of the Lindsay Clancy trial, and we will be continuing with the direct examination of Patrick Clancy today. Let's get to it. Hey guys, I'm Cameron. I'm Bob and Allie's daughter. I'm going to be hosting you guys today. I was also here on day 1 of the Clancy trial, and I can't start without thanking all of you. First of all, for how welcoming you were. You all were so sweet and gave me very high praise, and it made me feel very comfortable to come back and continue this with you guys while my parents are on vacation. And I also wanted to thank you for your generosity, because my dad threw up my Venmo and told you guys that I was a student in college, which I'm going to reintroduce myself. But, and you guys were so generous. So thank you so much for that. That being said, for those who don't know me, again, I'm Bob and Allie's daughter. I'm 20 years old. I'm a junior in college. I go to Columbia College in Chicago, and I am I'm studying writing and producing for film and TV, and I plan on doing documentary work in the areas of social justice. So that's a little bit about me. And I'm also going to throw here we go. I'm going to throw this up because, okay, I think we're good. But while we wait for them to start, which I'm assuming they're going to be a little bit more put together today. They had some tech wizardry going on Monday. So, yeah. So I wanted to give you guys a little bit of an overview for any of you who may have missed day 1 of the trial, or any of you who just want a refresher. So we started with the Commonwealth's opening, and I have like 4 notes from their opening to give you a good idea of the kind of case the Commonwealth is sticking with here. So they're trying to establish that Lindsay Clancy was a control freak, and that is they're trying to establish that that's a reason that she wouldn't want to leave the children with anyone, so she took their lives because she didn't trust anyone to raise them, and she wanted a way out, and that was her way. So that's one of the things they're trying to establish. They're also trying to establish that sending Lindsay, or Lindsay sending Patrick, to the restaurant, and her looking up how far the restaurant was. They're trying to establish that that is means of calculation, and it shows that she was in a mental state that she could calculate this supposed crime. They're also going with the fact that the suicide was faked. You know, that's something that they were trying to push, which Kevin Reddington shut down pretty quick. And then the other note I have is that they mentioned they were trying to establish that she was manipulating her doctors. So that's kind of the Commonwealth's case. We saw most of that come out in their opening. And then getting into Kevin Reddington's opening, he pretty much started off with refuting the claims for the fake suicide. He wanted to shut that down right away, and he did that by showing photos from the day of the incident, and it was pretty compelling. And I think that as a juror looking at that, they would have come to the conclusion themselves that it wasn't a fake suicide. And then he also refuted the claims that she was manipulating doctors, because the way that the Commonwealth went about it was saying that Lindsay went about getting mental health help in all the wrong ways. And Reddington responded with putting up a timeline of every time she tried to get help. It looks like we got some movement in the courtroom. But then they started the direct on Patrick, and where we're going to continue the direct on Patrick is actually we're at today, the day of the incident, the day the children passed. So we should be getting to the nitty gritty, and you know, it's got to be tough for Patrick, seeing that he's coming back another day. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he's going to have to come back and also testify as a witness for the defense. So, you know, this is a tough trial for the both of them, Patrick and Lindsay, and, you know, the rest of the family. So we'll see how she goes about questioning in terms of the day that the children passed. She started off a little bit, and, you know, she was asking things like, oh, Cora was eating chicken nuggets that day. You know, was she eating it from a plate or a bowl? You know, asking things, you know, this is the worst day of his life. And, you know, it's got to be hard to relive that. Oh, also, I did want to mention that, as a lot of you saw, because I think I'm up to like 500 subscribers, but after Monday, my mom convinced me into starting a channel. So I started a channel, and on there I'm going to be posting my student films and any of the work that I do in college, kind of as a little portfolio for, you know, whatever I move on to do after college, and, you know, for internships in the coming years. So it's pretty cool. Thank you guys for that. Which I think at some point we'll link it to this so you guys can find it. But the channel name is Camcorder Studios, and I think it might come up if you look up CAMRYN MOTTA, but I don't know how to share links or anything, which I think I told you guys last time that I have the same sort of tech wizardry as my dad, apparently, when it comes to YouTube, at least. Other things I'm pretty good at. I handled, you know, I was doing shorts for Defense Diaries for a while. So I'm pretty good at like CapCut and TikTok and such, but YouTube I'm pretty new to. But I looked, and I was looking at my channel, and when I made the channel, I had just kind of renamed one of my old channels, and I was looking back at the videos, and it's videos of me and my little sister Scout when we were like 13 and I think 6 or something like that. And those were super cute. So yeah, I saw a couple of you guys mentioning I did dye my hair. I was like, that's probably going to be a little bit. I was assuming that some of you guys might notice, because I meant to go a little bit, you know, not super. This is basically black. I meant to go for a chocolate brown, and that's not what happened. But, you know, I've been dark a lot before, and like some of you guys are saying, it makes me look more like my mom, which is great. So, and it was actually funny that you guys were telling me I looked like my mom, because I usually only ever get told that I look like her when my hair's dark. But because you guys see my mom so much and knew her before you knew me, it makes sense that no matter what color I hair, I still look like her, because I do. Well, as we wait, I'll continue to talk a little bit about where we left off on Monday. So with the direct examination of Patrick, the Commonwealth started off, me and my dad were talking a little bit on Monday. If you caught the end of the stream, we were talking about that we think that they're gonna, start soft pedaling back away from the fake suicide because, I think, and a lot of us agree that that's a reach. A lot of the Commonwealth's case is a reach, but that's, I don't know who that's a hard sell. But they started off laying groundwork again for the control freak side of things. The Commonwealth was saying things like, oh, was it true that after your first child you were decluttering the garage? Just laying the groundwork for establishing the control freak side of things was something they continue to do. And then a majority of what we saw with the direct on Monday was talking about her medications. And the Commonwealth was trying to establish that Lindsay was not responsible with her medications. They pulled out a bag of like 15 medications and asked Patrick for a decent amount of them. Hey, did you know that Lindsay only took 2 of these, and 2 of these, and 2 of these? And at this point, the jury, we haven't had a medical expert come on, so the jury, we should assume, probably doesn't have a super good grasp of what these medications are. So, the Commonwealth is kind of just throwing stuff out there and seeing what sticks, is what it seems like to me. So we'll see if they kind of try to pivot today and what they're going to do. And I think that Reddington's cross is going to be good. And I'm interested to hear that. When it was clarified that one of the meds was an antihistamine, I about lost it. I actually said this exact thing to my dad yesterday because I was like, how do you feel about them, throwing the names of all these medications out before the jury knows what they are? Because, when Patrick was talking about one of the medications and he was like, I don't recall what that is. And what is it? And she was like, oh, it's basically a Benadryl. Like, and then I'm assuming the jury at that point was like, oh, okay. So some of these medications are just ones you take at will. And, it was a misrepresentation of her responsibility when it came to the medications. But yeah, that's one of the exact points that I was making was, me as someone that I have, when they're throwing out, I've heard of, I know Zoloft and a couple of the medications they were talking about, but if I'm in the eyes of the jury, and I'm me who knows nothing about medications, it didn't do anything for me because I was like, I don't know what we're talking about here. Which that's one thing I'm interested for in this case is for the medical professionals to come on and really, I'm sure will kind of change the course of the case, because when you have a medical professional laying the groundwork for here's what she was actually going through and here's how she was mistreated, and here's how it could have led to psychosis and the events that occurred. And I think that laying that out will show a lot, because it's important. Also, I was going to ask you guys, I probably should have done my research, but I still don't know the Commonwealth's name. So if one of you guys want to tell me that, if you know it, so I can stop referring to them as just the Commonwealth. I know there's 2 of them. And at one point I saw a name somewhere and then I lost it. I didn't write it down.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Hi, good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right, before we get started, can I see counsel at sidebar briefly?
Oh, I saw some of you guys say it, and I also just heard them say Jennifer Sprague. I think that's how they just pronounce it. I don't know if it's Sprague or Sprague or Sprague. I really don't know. We'll just go with Jennifer. Oh, it is pronounced Sprague. Okay. That's the district attorney. Thank you for that. I'm hoping that the Commonwealth isn't too relentless when it comes to direct today, because they're going straight into if they're finishing with their line of questioning that they started on Monday, they're getting into the day that the kids passed today. So I don't know how mentally prepared you can get to talk about something like that, you know. the worst time in your life, but hopefully he's as mentally prepared as he possibly could be to talk about something like that. How long do you think the rest of the direct with Patrick will be? That's my dad. I would assume not as long as it went on my, I assume they through the bulk of it, because they're getting to, you know, they went through like a year of backstory, so they're getting to the actual day right now, so I would assume it wouldn't go too long. Also, I didn't know you were in here, so hi, Dad.
So, counsel, we're ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, also, family hugs to new members. I literally wrote it down and still forgot, but glad you're here. Hope you stay. Thanks for becoming a member.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, you shall be heard.
Yesterday, the gavel actually made me jump.
This court is now in session.
Or
Please
Monday.
be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present, and she is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone again. So what I want to do is just kind of go through first. I'm going to ask you those couple of questions, make sure that everybody was able to follow my instructions. Then I'm going to go over today's schedule and maybe discuss a little bit about the week's schedule, so you kind of have an idea where we're going with this. So the first, let me ask those questions. Excuse me. The first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard anything about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror in this case? The next question: is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? All right, again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, the schedule that we're going to follow today is we're going to continue with the case with the Commonwealth's witness who was on the stand Monday. And then we're going to take today be a little bit, might be broken up a little bit. There may be a couple of breaks that we have to take during the course of that, but we'll try and keep those to a minimum. But we'll take a break at 1 o'clock, and then we'll come back this afternoon, and we'll probably go to sometime between 3 and 4. All right. Hopefully, I think tomorrow will be pretty much the same schedule. Tomorrow's Thursday. And then Friday, we are planning to go on that view. All right. And as a judge, I can control a lot of things, but I can't control the weather. All right. And so we've checked. It looks like the weather should be fine in regards to do this, but we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. But that's just in case I forget about that. That's what we're going to do. So on Friday, you may want to make sure you have a jacket with your comfortable shoes. But we'll go into that a little bit more. So that's the schedule that we anticipate for the rest of the week. So on Friday, when we do the view, we'll come back. We usually generally do that in the morning. And then we'll come back and we'll probably go to, again, probably around 3 or 4 if we can. All right. And then on Friday, I'll discuss with you the next week's schedule and kind of where we are in the timeline of this case. All right, so I'll try and keep you up to date as best I can in regards to the case. But like I said, there may be some unanticipated breaks here and there that we're going to have to take. So with that, we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case. The Commonwealth had a witness on the stand at that time. I'm going to ask Ms. Sprague if you could recall that witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recall Patrick Clancy.
I want you to watch your steps. We're getting a jury.
Please raise your right hand. Please tell me swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant of the shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right, good morning, sir. Hi, Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on Monday, I had asked you some questions about the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site for suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I had also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he'd be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
We could have this photo marked as the next to
All right, any objection?
No question.
That may be admitted.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77. lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
You have the map. Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map. And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
Okay. And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video. I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She entered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
I was muted. Sorry. Tech wizardry. Really quick, I wanted to say this is the call that my mom tweeted about and we were talking about earlier, the 14-second call. So I'm wondering how they're going to establish that since he just went to CVS, you know, probably has only been out of the house for 5 minutes. I'm wondering how they're going to establish that the call took place after the children passed. But we'll see. Sorry about that, by the way.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialyx at CVS?
Yes.
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
We could have the CVS receipt marked as the next exhibit, please.
All right. That may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
You 27 and 28.
We have the original mark is 27, and the timeline is 28, please.
It's 26, 27, and 28 is the mark.
All right. Thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit. And then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen. This green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
All right. That may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right. Thank you.
You could pull up the 3V video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on the screen. At 5:54, 15 p.m., is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
I don't. It could be work related, could be anything.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Show you a receipt here from 3V Restaurant for Mediterranean Parboil and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately. Is that correct?
Correct.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted. Yeah. Can I see counsel just very briefly?
I saw a couple of you saying in chat, and I was thinking it too, you know, if this was calculated in the way that the Commonwealth claims it is, why not, you know, have Patrick go out snowboarding? He mentioned earlier in direct that he snowboarded. Like, if this was a calculated event, I would imagine that it wouldn't be calculated to the point where she would only have 30 minutes. You know, to me, that it more makes sense that she's in the midst of this psychosis. And, you know, it makes more sense to me that way. But again, like,
I think I have the receipt marked as the next exhibit.
All right. And subject to the court's order, that may be admitted.
Sir, after picking up the order at 3V, where did you go next?
Home.
And do you recall the route you took home?
Probably the same route, one exit on the highway, and then went home.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get home?
I would guess 10 to 12 minutes.
Okay. When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home, front and back, marked sequentially as exhibits.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
It's 32 through 37, no, 38, so high.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yeah.
Showing you Exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left. There's a fence there, is that correct? And Exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 37, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And Exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Austin's, okay. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these two photos marked with the next exhibit, please.
It may be minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you Exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house is really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out.
And who did you call out to?
Everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 41.
Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay, was that a phone call?
Yeah,
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
yeah,
And did she answer?
no.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and I started unlocking the knob.
Okay. And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
You could have this photo marked as the next
That
one.
may be admitted.
Exhibit 42.
And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark this the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 43.
Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose. And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these three photos marked as the next three exhibits.
It may be admitted.
So they're showing you what's been marked exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to exhibit 42, there's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls in the bedding, correct.
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
Yeah.
They're showing you this phone with this light brown case. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 47.
Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard.
And where in the backyard was she?
At the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, at the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing straight below the bottom right window by the window well.
He already said that she was directly under the window.
I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as an exit, please.
That may be admitted.
To the 48. Showing you exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
Okay. And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
I just don't think it's necessary to, they're obviously not completely backpedaling from the fake suicide line of questioning, because she's trying to prove the wounds were superficial by saying you didn't feel the need to put pressure on the wounds, or she wasn't actively bleeding. But we look over, and in that moment laying on the ground, she has broke her neck and is paralyzed. So it feels unnecessary to me.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
for the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
And then, how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was.
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room. And then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night.
Really quick, I also wanted to say that I think that trying to prove a fake suicide by using the husband who came home to see his wife in that state and reliving that, and him knowing that this line of questioning is her attempting to prove that she faked the suicide, is just, it's really heartbreaking from his perspective.
Which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No.
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to, in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah.
And where was Callan?
To her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch. And then I went to the other side of the basement and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
So we may approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
This is just brutal. Just the way she's going about it. And I'm, you know, I'm sure the jury feels the same way that we feel. It's tough.
Now, after finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I think I was back and forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me upstairs.
Okay. And at this point, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
Wow.
That may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
So we're not going to hear the 911 call. No, I don't think we're going to hear the call. Seems that way.
Cora, Dawson, and Callan removed from the home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All
I
right.
just have exhibits
All right.
after.
Counsel, can I see just briefly, sidebar?
Yeah. I agree with what I see you guys saying in the chat, and I saw my dad say something as well about the Commonwealth not having any tact. I feel like, you know, if I'm a juror, I think that there's things that the jury needs to know from Patrick's perspective, but it's been pretty relentless over the past couple days. So and she was going on to say that
The witness could be
All right.
excused.
So you can be excused, subject to recall at a later point today. Thank you, sir. All right. Commonwealth?
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to submit some evidence. First, would be the clothing Cora Clancy was wearing the night of January 24th, 2023. First, the pajama pants. Pajama shirt. And then the pink robe. We could have these.
to me, showing what the children were wearing to the jury in a case where we're talking about criminal responsibility and not what actually happened is kind of unnecessary. I would understand if it were Lindsay Clancy's clothes to see the blood and all of that, but you know, in a case where we're not arguing what the actual event was, but rather criminal responsibility, it seems like they're not making much movement towards that side of things.
Marked as one exhibit.
They may be admitted.
The 51.
Thank you.
And then Dawson's clothing. We have dinosaur underwear for the record. And a gray t-shirt or shirt, long sleeve shirt. Have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 2.
And then Callan's pajamas. As the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Yellow exercise band found with Dawson. Now this is the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Black exercise band found with Cora. Could I have this as the next exhibit, please?
That may,
And then the blue exercise band found with Callan. We could have this as the next exhibit, please.
that may be admitted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the 911 call be played.
All right. All right. Members of the jury, I just kind of wanted to give you, all right. Sometimes in a trial, evidence that is introduced that produces in jurors an emotional response. For example, it's understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear or see certain evidence. And so, but as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of some of the evidence, including testimony, including exhibits.
I'm wondering
and so
what
you
the
must find the facts in
informational
this case
evidence
based
from
only on the evidence.
this evidence
So,
is, though.
you can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice or pity for or against either side. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence that is introduced in this case and my instructions and any other limiting instructions. And I'll go into that, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that as we go through this. All right, at this point, we're going to play the exhibit, which is, I believe, the 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. I want to remind everyone that there is a order entered by the court regarding this matter. It's not to be recorded. It's not to be broadcast. And it's not to be reproduced in any way, subject to any sanctions that would go along with the violation of that court order. So I just kind of remind everybody that order applies to the media and applies to the public. So I just kind of wanted to remind everybody in regards to that. So with that, Commonwealth?
I saw some of you mentioning. I'm wondering if Reddington's going to keep it short on Krause and then direct examine him for the defense today. I saw some of you saying that might happen. But yeah, I feel like I haven't seen any evidence so far that is outside the realm of just emotion based. And even if you compare the openings, out the gate, the Commonwealth went by emotion. And when you look at things, Reddington could be doing the same exact thing. You know, he could be pulling at heartstrings in favor of Lindsay, but instead he came out the gate with his opening saying, this is the facts of what happened that night. And this is why she's not criminally responsible, which I think as a juror at the end of the day is more compelling, because when, you know, you're sitting through the trial, you're having these emotions, but you go back to deliberate and you're looking at the evidence that's in front of you. And from what I've seen so far, there's nothing that they have done to prove that she's criminally responsible, you know. And the tactics that they're taking, I don't see, you know, I think the fake suicide method is not going to cut it. And from what I've seen so far, you know, they're more focused on relying on emotions rather than accruing some sort of strong evidence to show that she was criminally responsible, because that's what matters in this case. And that's true. There's only been one witness, so I can't fully judge what their case is going to be and what evidence they're going to put forth. So that's true. We'll have to wait and see. Today's definitely very heavy, as I assume all of the trial will be. Also, I saw Spitfire earlier in the chat. She had talked about how a lot of the evidence that the Commonwealth is using as evidence of Lindsay being a control freak can actually go towards the fact, as Reddington said, that she could have been in a manic episode in terms of the decluttering and I think it was a marathon 4 days after giving birth, and the intense working out, the losing weight, the lack of sleep. And after the fact, I think 2024, someone mentioned in the chat, she was officially diagnosed with bipolar. And as Kevin was saying, and a couple of you informed me yesterday, the meds that she was put on were not meant to be given to someone that, if she was properly diagnosed at the time, she was fighting to get help, you know. You can see the state that Lindsay's in today. I mean, it's just, this whole trial is just, it's really crushing. From what I've seen so far, and like a couple of you guys have said, there's only been one witness and not all the facts are out there. But even from the opening and the case that I feel like they're going to make, you know, I see a woman who brought these children into this world and loved them dearly, and what led to them being taken out of this world was her being failed. And that's a really destroying thing.
Jurors, close your notebooks, place them on the chairs. Follow me, please. Follow me, please.
Sorry, that was me.
My drugs go.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. The court's in session. Please be seated.
We'll be in recess at this time.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Court is in recess. Please exit the courtroom. Clear out the courtroom, please. Thank you.
Today's a hard day. It's hard for Lindsay, and I can't imagine, you know, regardless of what you feel about this case, this family, and it's crushing to see, you know, a tragedy occurred, and reliving it in this ruthless of a manner is really hard to watch, and I imagine a million times more hard to go through. And I think that what's so important about this case is that, you know, it brings awareness in the way that I don't need to be a mother, and you shouldn't need to be a mother that's went through postpartum to try to have understanding, especially in terms of mental health. A lot of people say you have to go through it to understand it, but I feel we should get to a place where, you know, you can have understanding and you can try to learn and understand what's happening in people's minds without actually being there, you know, having a form of empathy. And I think that's what's so strong and important about this case. And I'm sure that the Commonwealth, seeing the state that they led Lindsay to being in, you know, they're gonna have to try to be mindful of the jury is real people and they're processing emotions as well. They see Lindsay, they're in the courtroom with her, and they see Patrick and what he's going through. And, you know, you have to be a certain type of person to be able to handle this case properly as the district attorney. And I, you know, I don't know if I agree with the way that everything has went down. I think some things are necessary, but, you know, it's hard. I saw someone asking how long the recess is. I'm not sure. I don't know if it was planned or if they were giving Lindsay a moment to compose herself, and probably the jury as well. They probably all need a minute, but I assume it wouldn't go too long. And I assume they're going to bring Patrick back in for cross-examination. And as heavy as this case is, it's important because it's easy to live in a world like we were saying yesterday or on Monday. It's easy to live in a world where everything's black and white. And I'm sure, and I've already seen a couple of you in the chat, people who come into this thinking 3 children are gone and someone needs to be punished for that, were a lot of people's first thoughts about it. And what's important about this case is actually seeing, you know, the turmoil that mental health crisis can leave people in, and seeing that firsthand, as hard as it is, it's important. You know, being empathetic and having understanding for things that you haven't gone through is something we could never have enough of in society. And I would argue that regardless of your opinion on the case, it should still make you want to advocate for mental health help, because at the end of the day, this was a woman who was clearly struggling. And I don't think there's much of a debate surrounding that, you know? And I would argue that if she had a choice, and if the Lindsay that was there for every moment except when she was in active psychosis would never have harmed her children, as Patrick said, would never have harmed herself. And if she didn't want to fight for her life with everything she had, she wouldn't have tried to get the help as relentlessly as she did, you know? I think we saw a little bit in the opening of how many times and how many different doctors she went to try to get help through. And to me, that's indicative of fighting for your life, of knowing I'm in trouble and I need someone to help me. I also find it interesting that Commonwealth actually addressed the call while Patrick was at CVS in the opening, and then didn't actually address it at all in direct. I mean, she stated, "Is it true you called Lindsay at CVS?" But didn't actually go into what was spoken on that call, which I find interesting. I don't know if they backtracked on that, or if what happened on the call, you know, maybe they argued that it wasn't relevant, but that's interesting to me as well. air quotes for emphasis, says, how to talk with a group of friends about this shows the importance of this case opening doors to mental health discussions and expanding viewpoints. That's absolutely true. That's why this case goes so far beyond just Lindsay and the Clancys. Because especially, and I think our society's gotten a lot better about advocating for mental health, but as we talked a little bit about on Monday, what good does it do advocating for mental health if this is how someone who goes through a mental health crisis is treated? You know, you can do all the right things. You can try to get help relentlessly. You can talk to doctors and go to inpatients. And then, as you see the Commonwealth do immediately in their opening, they said verbatim, she got mental help in the worst way possible. So, you know, what do you do in a case? Exactly. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I can't find the comment now, but someone asked if in Chicago over here we have more education surrounding mental health. And from what I remember from high school, I don't think we, you know, it's not something that's explicitly covered. I think, well, you would have nowadays in schools, they'll usually do mental health days, or you'll also have an assembly, and they talk about, if you need help, here's what you should do. But no, I feel like it's something that could be taught in much more depth, because the main way I learned about mental health was I took a psychology class in high school and then also in college. And so most of what I know about mental health is from those. But as my dad was talking about yesterday, we're still not at a place where we consider mental health and a mental health diagnosis in the same way that we would a diagnosis of a physical abnormality. You know, you break the leg and you can see that and people can understand that. But a lot of people, it's hard to understand something that they haven't gone through. You know, they don't believe what they don't see. They don't believe what doesn't happen to them. And that's the hard thing about advocating for cases like this, is that some people just can't wrap their head around the fact that there are situations in which someone's mind is taken over and you are doing things that you genuinely don't have any control of. And for some people, they just don't believe it. And that's kind of like, that's a situation where you're not really going to change someone's mind about it, because they just, you know, don't allow for it to be changed in that way. And that's what we were talking about with seeing life as everything's black and white, and it's not. I think we're gonna have my dad popping in.
Hey.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
Did you get to watch
Oh, yeah.
most of today.
I watched all of you. Devastating.
Yeah.
So I think the way that this thing's going to play out, so they can't call Clancy. Hold on, I've got you running on a. All right. Hold
Oh,
on.
you've got some
All right,
echoing.
there we go. There we go. Yeah, it was heartbreaking. I mean, that Court TV's just got no empathy. Like having her like just sobbing.
Yeah.
Like
For
that
like
was the
10
most like
minutes.
dude, I'm never going to forget that image of her just destroyed with Kevin sitting next to her, like while they're listening to the 911 call. Oh God. So much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, with
Patrick.
I think the state is going to have to recall Patrick because they're not going to allow Kevin. And I think what he's going to end up doing is just when it's the defense's case in chief, they're going to recall him. But it was unusual because Judge Sullivan said that he was going to potentially he'd be called back to the stand today. He said later today.
Yeah.
Which was unusual. So I don't know if the state is planning on recalling him today, and that was just a break
Yeah.
in order to play the 911 call. But the way she said, I have no further questions, but I didn't catch if she said it this time.
No, I think she said I
I
have no
don't
further questions. I only have more evidence to show.
They might let the defense go out of order, not during their case in chief, which is very rare, but in order to spare Patrick from having to come back in 2 weeks or whenever the
Yeah.
defense's case in chief is going to start. So, yeah, it's, yeah. So here's my backdrop. We're up in the Pocono
Yeah.
Mountains.
You've got some, like, there's like a beam of light that's crossing over your right shoulder.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know if it's just like feedback from the camera, but it kind of looks pretty sick.
Is it better?
No, now it's right in your face.
It's right in my, oh, that thing. Yeah. What is that thing?
I don't know. It looks like light being reflected, but it's weird.
It's weird.
Yeah, because your face, like when your face goes in front of it, it's still there.
Huh.
It's pretty weird. I don't.
It is weird. Hold on. Let me, I'm trying to think of what that could be.
Try wiping off your camera. It might be a.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to try. It looks like it's a streak on the camera. All right. I'll be right back.
I think someone in the chat called that out. I noticed it at first. I thought it was some. Looked like he had a. Thought it was playing some pool, like a pool stick, on his right shoulder. I saw some motion on the camera, so I'm assuming they're getting back in from recess right about now. But yeah, I totally agree with him that, you know, just having the camera face at Lindsay when she was having that emotional response it was really hard to watch. I was kind of struggling with it as well. I feel like there are little ways that you can still find to be empathetic even in a courtroom setting, and hopefully they can start to figure that out. But thank you to all of you who are sticking it through. It's so tough to watch something like this unfold, but that's exactly why it's so important, because you need to see how tough it is to really, unfortunately, it's things like this that can actually be a way for society to pivot and create change. And it's so terrible that someone has to go through something so excruciating to get to that point. But sadly, when we look at history, that's how things go. There's a tragedy, and then that's when people get fed up and say, we have to make a change. You know, we have to advocate for mental health help. We have to put pressure on our doctors and our healthcare to be making the proper decisions. And it's just it's so painful that someone has to go through something so terrible for more people to be aware of it and for more people to advocate for it. As a nurse, she should have known not to take all those meds together, and she manipulated to get out of the hospital before stable. For me, no pass on mental illness. I respect your opinion, but I have a disagreement in the way that what's important about the meds is the fact that she was actually undiagnosed bipolar. So even as a nurse, she was not diagnosed with bipolar. She did not know she was bipolar, and she was prescribed medications that could have caused a bipolar person to have psychosis. And to me, you know, because I have seen a couple people make that claim of she was a nurse, so she knew exactly what she was doing. But again, if as Reddington said, even a nurse who knows about medication can't help herself when she's undiagnosed, you know? So something to think about. And as a couple of you are saying, you know, she was a labor and delivery nurse. She wasn't a psychiatrist, you know? So it's like, we shouldn't set that precedent where if you have any sort of medical medical training, you are not allowed to have a mental health crisis because you should know how to help yourself. That's just not reality, you know? There's so many facets in the medical world, and um she might know what the medications are, but she's, you know, she's, as a lot of you are saying, she wasn't a psychiatrist. Yeah. This is a good point as well. Even psychologists go to the psychologist. I actually had a teacher. She was my intro to psych teacher sophomore year of college. And she was a psychologist, and she was like, yeah, of course I have a therapist. I've had a ton of therapists, you know? So people closest uh, to psychology and to mental health still get help, you know, even though they're trained. I was just getting us up to date, so we don't have to wait extra long. I think it was only a couple minutes just from me pausing and other buffer time. I don't know where my dad went. Seems like he just dipped on us. Oh.
All right, there. I fixed it.
I was just talking crap about you.
I heard I was
thought you
here.
dipped on us.
No, I obviously flipped because the backlight, I think it was too much. Yeah, I fixed it.
Yeah.
So I have a long picnic table outside, and I'm on the other side, and I'm under this canopy. So it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day.
Looks like
because it rained all day yesterday.
It did here as well.
Yeah. There's about to be people in the pool, so I'll stay on mute. So how long of a break were they taking? I missed that.
They actually didn't say. They just said we're going to take a recess. And a couple people tweeted that the jury needed a moment, that a couple of the jurors were crying.
Destroyed?
And then obviously, we saw Lindsay. So I think as long as it takes for them to compose themselves.
God, what an unbelievably hard case.
Yeah.
It's just devastating. She's been amazing. She's been amazing. She's I'm talking about you, obviously. And I want to echo what Cam said when she first started the stream. You guys have been so just flooded her Venmo with just incredible generosity. It's you guys made my daughter's day, and you built up her confidence when you do that kind of stuff. You know, it's like
more than my day.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. So we love you. We love you. Our community is amazing. You guys are just incredible people, and thank you for all the kind words. About Cam. I mean, obviously I knew, but it's another thing to be able to share her with the world and let her stretch her legs out. Like when she was getting on today, I was going to get on earlier, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to let her have her time. Like I wasn't even going to come and chat because I just wanted her to be on her own and just run things. And she crushes it. You're just amazing. You're an amazing human being. So proud of you. I love you.
Yeah,
I love you so much.
I love you too. I knew that you had an amazing community, but I was just worried more in terms of, I'm young, and I was worried that might affect people wanting to hear my opinion on the case. But the fact that you guys do gives me a lot of hope, and it makes me very happy. So thank you guys again.
And you are being 20. You're not a mother, but as you said earlier, your generation is far more in tune with mental health and mental health issues than older generations. It's like, how hard it is to get, like you were saying, it's like you just nail shit every time you talk. The concept of some people are just never going to think that mental illness is a real thing, and I say it all the time on the channel. I'm like, if you've never experienced it firsthand, if you're older, because, if you historically speaking, and Cameron's real big on remembering our history so we don't make the same mistakes. And I also am a big proponent of that as well. But if you look historically, mental health, I mean, when women probably were going through postpartum depression,
they were called witches.
yeah, they were witches. They were hysterical. Like hysterical to me is the most misogynistic word ever. It's like it was the catch-all word for women that were feeling a kind of way that the public or that men in particular didn't deem to be acceptable. So oh, she's hysterical. It's like that is I hate that word. Like I really, in terms of, because you can use it like that was hysterical, funny,
Yeah.
but the hysterical when it's used in terms of describing a woman, like, do you ever hear a man being described as being hysterical?
I never have,
Yeah.
actually, now that you mention it.
Yeah, right. Like Brooklyn saying hysteria was the norm in the early 1900s. It's like, I mean, so my point being, your generation is far more in tune with and recognizes the importance of mental health, mental illness, and the awareness of it, so like I'm talking back and forth with Reddington, and I'm like, because he had happened to watch Cameron, and he's like, your daughter was exceptional. And I sent the email to Cam. I'm like, well, Lindsay's lawyer's watching our show, and he thought, and I hadn't prompted him at all in terms of like, oh yeah, my daughter covered the thing, and so I knew that he was genuine, that he had watched our coverage, and he used the word exceptional, and then I responded to him like, I'm like, Cameron is 20. She's your model juror in terms of like who you really need to connect with on the jury. If you've got people in their 20s, those are the people that you're not going to have to get over that major hump in terms of trying to convince something exists to somebody who in their entire life has just always felt like it was bullshit. You know what I mean? It's like, so yeah, you're doing a wonderful, wonderful job.
Thank you. And I think with this case, as you were saying, it's one thing to convince a juror that already believes mental health is true, has some sort of awareness for what's going on in terms of the mental health world. But even convincing someone who does believe that a mental health crisis could be something that's real and in the cards is hard. And convincing someone who doesn't believe that mental health is real or affects your life in that manner that can lead to you doing something like that is probably near impossible.
Yeah. I mean, 100%. It's, every single time that I walk into a courtroom throughout my entire career, and I talk about this all the time, there's never a time where I haven't felt that even though the burden is completely and totally on the government, that we don't have to prove our client is innocent. Now, this is a different type of circumstance because you've got, this mental health aspect of it, and it's just so challenging because when people are predisposed and have a predisposition and think a certain way, it's very difficult. That's why that thing, and another thing that I don't want to forget, so many of you have reached out on my call to action for people that are willing to share their stories of their personal experiences with either mental illness personally or with someone they love. And what the plan is on the next off day for the court, and some people want to be remain anonymous, and I'll read their stories. I think some people are willing to come on. So we're going to do a day, a full day of people telling us their stories so that we can have a greater understanding of what mental illness is and how it impacts people in a way that is going to be so profound. I mean, like these emails that I'm getting and direct messages is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Like for people, number one, to trust Allie and I and Cameron with sharing their most private, personal health issues is incredible. I'm so grateful for people being willing to share. And
I saw a couple people in the chat asking where they can actually do that.
so I think the the easiest way, because my challenge is that I'm getting the stories in so many different places that it's like I don't want to leave anybody out. Like the best way to do it is a true crime podcast or a true crime pod. We'll drop the email and the link. That's the best place, because that way they're all in one place. And I'm going to leave it to people if they'd like to join us on the show. We would love that. Even if you don't have your camera on and you just want to be a voice, or if you just want me to read your story anonymously. It's going to be an important day. Psychosaurus Rex says, I worry about these stories, Bob, because it's important. We aren't also over pathologizing in normal human experience as various labels of disorders. Yeah, I think a vast majority of the stories that I've had come through have all been diagnosed, and people are just telling me about their struggles in terms of what it was like going through it. I think it's important. You know, and I'm no doctor. I'm no psychiatrist. I'm no psychologist. And I don't pretend to be one. I'm really just going to be acting as a sounding board, you know, because it's impactful. It's impactful. And I think it's important. And I think that it moves the needle on awareness. So I think it's going to be, an exceptional day.
I actually didn't know that you were doing that, but I agree that it is very important. It's a really good idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, kind of it was born out of the fact that the defense was trying to bring on witnesses like lay people that suffered from mental illness. And he wanted them to be, you know, because I think that there's power in hearing real people's story. Not that experts aren't real people, obviously they are, but they're also hired. You know, I mean, people often view experts as hired guns, whether, you know, it's a state doctor who works for the state or it's the defense has hired their expert. People tend to think that, oh, well, this doctor's just saying what the lawyer needs him to say, and they don't give it the weight that this case requires in terms of, because the big question for people to really kind of come to grips with in terms of these moments of clarity, you know, it's where the entire Commonwealth's case lives, you know, these moments of clarity, like when she's called, like after she's done the deeds and she calls Patrick for that 14 seconds, you know, or like I have to get him out of the house for a bit so that I can do this because it's my only opportunity to do it. And that's where we're going to need the experts to come on and explain to people that psychosis isn't a 24/7 scenario. And the other part of it is that when you have lost control of your mind and you cannot walk yourself back out of whatever you're thinking because you've lost control of your mind, if you've got a auditory hallucination that's directing you to do things, you're in no position to be able to rebut or refute what the voice in your head is telling you. You know what I mean? It's like
Right. There's not a sort of rationale where you're like, well, that's not rational and I don't want to do that, so I'm not going to do that. That's not happening in your mind.
Right. Like, oh, these are my children. I would never do that.
Right.
That's insane. You're not thinking, like you're not challenging your own mind when you have no control over it, which has to be the absolute most terrifying situation to be. I cannot imagine being in a mental state wherein you've lost control of your mind, where you cannot distinguish reality from what's going on in your brain. Like you don't know what's real. You know what I mean? It's like this disassociation where you can't tell heads from tails. You don't know what's real and what's not.
I think what's really crushing to me is the fact that she, because a lot of people have said, you know, if she was having these thoughts, why didn't she do something? And that's like, she literally tried everything in her power, because when you see the fact that she was talking to Patrick about, I'm having these disturbing thoughts and I'm very scared that something is going to happen. And it's like she took so many measures of telling people she trusted, going to medical professionals. And then when you see like that fear that she had, and you see that her worst nightmare came true, like that's just terrifying, that she couldn't find help, and she tried so hard.
100%. I thought it was incredibly impactful when the state asked Patrick about the psychosis, and he said, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened. You know, I mean, that's it right there. Like that says everything. You know, and the other part of this case that I think is going to become clear as the evidence is introduced, especially from the defense, that when she was misdiagnosed and mistreated in terms of the scripts that they were giving her, because they completely whiffed on the fact that she had a manic episode after her second child. And when they gave her the Zoloft, she spun out. Like this Dr. Joseph, like everybody in the chat for the past week has been like, oh, you got to watch Dr. Joseph. I 100% watched it. It's 18 minutes and some change. And he just breaks it down. He's a psychiatrist, I believe. And he nails it, and he puts it in terms that you can understand in terms of what happened with her. And it's, I'm trying to get him on the show. I keep trying to find like a good contact for him. Somebody sent me his work email because he runs a tapering clinic to taper people off of scripts. And I didn't know if that was the spot. I just got to get him on the phone. It's always, I just have to get people on the phone, then I'll get them on the show.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at that. But I'm seeing, if you're in the healthcare industry, we would love to hear from you as well. I mean, anybody that can help shed light on the realities of mental illness is welcome to come on. You know, I consider, and we have an amazing community. I know how many nurses we have in our community. I know how many doctors we have. Like our chat cam, and I'll die on this hill. I'll absolutely die on this hill. I always say we have the best chat in the land. We do. And you can see it. Like if you were to go on to, say, for instance, Court TV's chat, and compare and contrast and I hate saying it like this, but the intelligence level, kind of the emotional IQ that our chat has is off the charts.
Yeah.
Off
I
the
saw a couple
charts.
people saying that they came from, I think Court TV, and they were like, yeah, we couldn't do it over there with the people in that chat.
Yeah, it's you know, those are those folks that we're talking about that are, you know, they feel a certain way. Nobody's going to change their mind, and that's it.
It's like they don't even probably want to change your mind. They just want to shame you for having an opinion that differs.
100%. Oh yeah. I mean, that's my fight on Twitter every day.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's this
The
case
trolls.
and yeah, total trolls. You know, and it's like I have these, you know, people that take exception to the fact that I firmly believe with all my heart that Richard Allen is factually innocent. And people don't seem to understand that from a business perspective, it's way easier and probably way more profitable for an attorney that's got a LawTube channel to be a fence rider, to not take a hardline position on anything, because the risk is you're going to lose audience if people are so upset by the concept that you're saying that somebody who's accused and convicted of killing two beautiful little girls is factually innocent.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like people are like, oh, you're you know, you're grifting and you're doing it for clicks. I'm like, if I was doing it for clicks, I'd be a fence rider.
Right. Yeah.
It's that simple. You know, it's like that, like taking a position on things is hard,
It is.
you know, and it's just one of those things where if I've taken a position on something, I'll back it up. Like I'll debate anybody, anywhere, anytime. You know, it's just like the Koberger thing. Ugh. You heard that Koberger's like trying to.
Yeah. I saw your, I think, tweet or retweet about his statement of trying to back out of his plea or whatever.
Yeah.
That's insane. There was something it came to mind because I saw someone commenting. I'm thinking back to, I think it was Monday, and there was a portion of the direct of Patrick, and she's the Commonwealth is talking about, on this day around the holidays, Lindsay got a text from her sister saying, you seem like you're doing so much better, and that's so amazing. And I can't remember what the comment said that made me think of this, but I think that that's actually like what they were trying to establish is, look, she was happy here, she was fine here. They were trying to establish that, you know, she couldn't have been in the state that she was because look how she was here. But I think that actually kind of like tosses a lob to the defense, because that in itself is so indicative of bipolar, you know, where it's like, whoa, you are literally so much better than yesterday. It's insane. So it's like, to me, that's setting it up perfectly to say, the reason she was doing so much better that day, which thankfully you brought up to Patrick, was because she was undiagnosed bipolar and she was in a state of mania. So when you look at the decluttering, when you look at you're going to this family party and everyone's saying you seem so much better, it actually makes a lot of sense. And I think that like lays the groundwork to say, okay, now that we can establish, even when the Commonwealth is doing the direct questioning, we can establish that she had moments of mania. And then, as Patrick would say, the next week, she was the worst she's ever been. So I'm like, that to me perfectly sets the defense up to say, now that we can establish that multiple people around her and doctors have said that she was bipolar, now we can see a literal medical reasoning for why she would go into psychosis, being the medications that she was prescribed. So
Nailed it.
That's going to be important.
It's going to be the whole case, you know, so that's what they have to lay out. And then the challenge is for the doctors, the experts, and Kevin Reddington to be able to get the people that are inclined not to buy in that mental health and psychosis is real, and that it doesn't mean that you're frothing at the mouth and acting like a lunatic and smashing your ear. Like, that's part of it, but it's not 24/7.
Exactly.
You know, there's moments of clarity. So, I mean, that's going to be Kevin's challenge. Like, this case is probably the most ripe case that I can think of. And I'm always one to, like, I don't know, you know, like hung jury, but this thing, like, if you get those folks that you just can't convince them that, or you can't get them over the acts,
Yeah.
You know, you just, they're like, she did it. I don't
Right.
care what caused her to do it. She has to be punished. You know what I mean? And there's people like that. And those people are allowed to feel that way. You know, I mean, they're wrong. But the fact of the matter is that they're allowed to have their opinion, you know, and
Yeah.
sometimes you just can't change an opinion.
It's hard.
You know, it's like we were talking about it Monday. It's like
Mhm.
the concept of changing somebody's mind online is impossible. Changing somebody's mind in real life is typically impossible. But in terms of being in the trappings of the courtroom, it's an X factor. Like being in that
Yeah.
jury box and the weight of what you're doing when it kind of dawns on you.
Yeah.
And somebody had made a really interesting comment. I can't remember who it was. Because when we did our primer, we had read through the jury instruction for lack of criminal responsibility. And in the instruction, what the jury will be read, bless you, what the jury will be read is that what happens as a result of a not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. And so it tells them, you know, that she'll be committed to a state hospital, that the prosecution has the right to come in and ask that she be recommitted, and it'll be revisited over and over and over. I can't remember if it's every 6 months or every 12 months, but it'll always be in front of the judge, and it's the judge who makes the decision.
Right.
And I love this judge. I think he is, for all those that have lost faith, all of our mass viewers, you know, that you're concerned that there's not a one good judge in the entire batch. Judge Sullivan is one hell of a judge.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just tell he gets it. He gets the humanity of what's going on, you know, because like the reason we all watch cases is because we're watching and absorbing the human condition, and life is hard for everybody. I don't give a shit. Like money ain't it. That's not what makes life easy. Like people with wealth have mental illness. They have probably, you know, we all have, life is brutal. It just is, you know, and he understands that. He's a very seasoned judge, and he's a very thoughtful judge. Like it was incredibly important that he gave that limiting instruction right before they played the 911 call, you know, like again, reinforcing you can't allow your feelings, your emotions about the act
To sway
cloud your ability to be able to apply the law in the case.
Yeah.
You know, so
Even though that's the prosecution's goal, is for your emotions to.
I mean, it's the shortcut.
Yeah.
You know, I don't blame them. You know, if you
No, I
have the,
expected it, yeah.
I mean, it's shitty. It's not supposed to be done. But if you've got that ability to be able to just focus on the emotional side of it, knowing that we're emotional creatures.
But I mean, Kevin Reddington could be up there doing the same thing, you know, bartering sympathy for Lindsay and the situation she's in. But it's like when I think it's a stronger argument when he's coming at it with like, even, I mean, out in his opening is the only time we've seen the way he's going to come at the case, but he's saying, you know, he's laying out the facts of, okay, they just tried to play on your emotions, and we're going to skip to telling you the facts of, they were telling you it's a fake suicide. Here's the photos from the suicide attempt. They were telling you she got help in the worst ways. Here's all the time she tried to get help, you know, where he could have went up there and said, you know, don't punish this poor woman who is now paraplegic. But no, he came and laid out the facts.
100%. And you know what's going to be the most evident in terms of when we see Kevin either cross or direct Patrick is the difference between the job of prosecutor and defense attorney in terms of the humanity of it all. Because for prosecutors, they don't know the defendants. You know what I mean? Like when I represent a client, I know that person. I get to know that person. If it's a crime like this, I get to know that person's family. I have a deeper understanding of who this person is, which the state has no idea, none. And you saw that with this prosecutor. And,
Yeah.
you know, like you stated, I had said she has a lack of tact. The first thing Kevin Reddington is going to say to Patrick is, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
This woman didn't even acknowledge that this
No,
man's
not
life
once.
was destroyed. It was disgusting.
Yeah. There was no.
I mean, how do you do that? Like, where is this woman's humanity?
I don't know. It's almost like she forgot that he was the father of those children.
If you were just popping in and knew nothing about the case, you would have no idea based on the way she
I would
was
think that was
handling
someone's
him.
neighbor
Exactly.
or a passerby on the street. Like that's how
Exactly.
she treated him.
Exactly.
Well,
It was.
Let's have you recount the worst day of your entire life, but you know, we're just gonna get straight to the point here. You know.
Yeah. It's crazy. It was so, but that's going to be one of those things that, you know, because there's differences, massive differences between being a defense attorney and being a prosecutor. And, you know, I've always told people I'm not built to be a prosecutor. You know, I'm an advocate of people. And it's a different thing when you're working for the government, you know. It's odd because the captions always say the people of the state of whichever state it is, or the Commonwealth, you know, as if they're representing the people, but the reality is that they're representing the government, you know. So, what did they say they were taking the break for?
It was just because of the emotional state of the jurors and Lindsay. They actually didn't address it, but from I think a couple people have tweeted from inside the courtroom saying everyone was basically in shambles. So
yeah, Milo's, we're gonna have a lot of people on. I mean, I've had I'm talking about people that are in the profession as well that had their own personal experiences. Like I was telling you that these emails are unbelievable. Like the amount of personal tragedy that people are willing to share is next level. It just is. So we're going to spend an entire day until I run out of people, educating people on what the realities of mental illness are. And you're going to walk away from that live being educated in a profound way.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar, please?
that was a pretty long recess.
I mean, it's as brutal as you can get, you know, talking about the kids.
Yeah.
It's you know, parent or not, just the concept of it is so incredibly difficult to watch and listen to. It's like,
yeah, that's actually, I mentioned earlier in the live, I hope that it gives some people hope that me not being a mother, not having kids, you know, that people that aren't in that scenario and have no idea about it can still empathize and try to have some understanding of what's going on for other people.
so how loud is the music for you? I keep muting my mic. We've got 20 people in the house.
I would probably stay on mute when they come back.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, but
sure.
I mean, right now it's not bothering. It's not crazy.
There's your mom.
There. It's
Your
definitely
mom's singing AO Apollo in the pool.
That's on brand. It's very on
Hey,
brand.
you know, it's yeah, but only one is right, and it's me. I'll die on the hill. I will die on the hill. I mean, pop in the chats and you decide. jump around. I mean, in terms of emotional IQ, intelligence level in general, and humor, we're the best. We're the best. Like, it's an incredible community. It's unbelievable. I'm so proud of it.
Well, I'm proud of them for having a community as good as you guys. And kind of like he was saying, like he knew how brilliant I was, but he didn't know. That was how I felt about you guys, because I knew him and my mom had created such a great community, but you don't really know until, I'm sitting here talking to you guys and seeing how great you really are.
Yeah, that was the thing that I just didn't anticipate. Like when I was going to start the channel and start putting content on it, because I started it when I started the podcast, but I didn't put any content on it until 2023. So I think 2021 is when I created the YouTube channel, and I think we dropped, like Darren put 2 episodes of the Gacy tapes where he had dropped, like turned them into videos, so there were photographs and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. That was all that was on the channel. So when I decided really to promote the podcast, because I want people to listen to Buried, it's important to me that people listen to Buried, because it's one of the best podcasts ever made. And that's a hill I'll die on as well. And I don't give a shit if it sounds braggadocious. Objectively speaking, it's an incredible podcast. It's like, there's nothing like it out there. I got my father, your grandfather, to read his opening statement. I got the lead prosecutor. We sat in his house. He was 80, and Bill Kunkel read from the transcript he performed his entire closing argument. And that's how we end the pod, with Gacy getting convicted and then executed. And it's like so many people came forward with their own Gacy experiences, and just all the old cops.
We'll come back out and I'll address the scheduling with counsel. All right, so about a 5-minute recess.
Court, all right.
Wow, there's some shit going on. I wonder what they're going to do.
What did he say?
So they're going to take a 5-minute recess, and they're going to come back and talk about scheduling.
Oh. So could that be like a juror saying, like, I'm out of here? I can't do it? Or what would that be about?
Could be multiple things. It could be that the weight of that testimony, I don't know if they're planning on if the Commonwealth is planning on calling Patrick back today. And if the weight of that testimony was just too much for him, and the Commonwealth doesn't have other witnesses lined up, I mean, theoretically, they could call it for the day. In theory, you would think that the Commonwealth would have some first responders lined up to call, but it depends. It's their case to try. And if they were able, they're like, we have to power through with Patrick. I don't want to do it out of order. It changes the entire vibe of our case, which sucks anyway.
Yeah,
they need a vibe change.
Yeah, it could be Patrick related, because a couple people were in the chat pretty positive that Reddington was planning on doing direct on Patrick as well today, as you were saying, to not make him come in later in the trial. So, if he can't do it, then it would make sense that that's what's causing the.
Yeah, so we'll find out in short order exactly what's going on. So, how have you been enjoying this? So tell me from day one, and I know that you had done the ASAP Rocky, but that was different because you were familiar with the case coming in. This one kind of just dropped it on you. Hey, what do you think about covering the case for us while we're gone? And you were like, and then you agreed to do it. And then you did your research, and then, it's weird talking.
Yeah.
It's easier when it's you and I, right? I mean, because you have somebody to chat back and forth with.
It's not as awkward as I thought it was going to be. not that I thought it was going to be awkward, but more so just, you know, keeping a fluid kind of conversation going with thousands of people, but also nobody, it feels like. So, you know, but actually when I started, I'm going to try to pull up this this comment I sent you, because it was like a perfect description of how I was feeling Monday morning. But I kind of hopped in the chat before the live on Monday, and I saw what you guys were saying in the chat, and I'm scrolling up to find it now. Oh, I think it's in me and mom's, you, mom and I's group chat. But I was super nervous waking up that morning, and Ed Gian, I think it is, says, the trial of the century and CAMRYN is handling day one. The pressure is so thick it weighs on the air like an August Florida day. So that if you want to get into my headspace that morning, that was basically it.
Yeah, it's Ed Gein. Ed Gein was a horrific serial killer.
Oh.
But yeah, I had read that same comment. Was that in our chat, or like, because I remember
it was in the live chat before like in the buffer time, like how people can wait before the live starts. So it was like right before I hopped on, and I'm just like reading through and trying to get my head together, and I'm like, well, at least, oh, there he is. But yeah, I don't know who Ed Gein is. So
Ed Gein was I
serial
think it was
killer,
I don't know if it was like in the 30s or 40s, but he was just another one of those weirdos. Lived with his mother. His father was deceased. Like they did, I forget what his name is, Ryan Murphy, who had done like the Dahmer thing on Netflix. And then he did the Menendez brothers, like a limited series. And then he just did one on Ed Gein like last year. It's like Mom and I started, it was so weird. It was weird. Like I ended up not finishing it. And it's like, I loved the main actor who was playing Ed Gein. It was, I forget what his name is, but he played Jax Teller on Sons of Anarchy, like the biker show. And he's great. I think he's like Australian or English. He's not an American actor, but he's a really good actor. And he's like a creep. Like, I think that the movie Psycho by Alfred Hitchcock was loosely based on Ed Gein, because like Ed Gein had stuffed his mother like after she passed, you know, and it was like, that was kind of the same thing. And she had just like browbeat the shit out of that guy, like as a child and as an adult, and he's still living with her. And so he, you know, obviously that was the impetus probably for him as to why he turned into a total psychopath. But yeah, so that's yeah, in terms of, it's one of my favorite lines for sure. I've got a few that I lean into pretty heavily. I'll tell her.
The opening statement, those were horrendous, much more horrendous than I thought they would be. They look horrible. And then she threw herself out of a window. She's paralyzed. You know, every single time I hear the court say, all rise, I think about the fact she cannot.
Yeah.
She cannot. She wasn't.
What are we listening to?
Saying I wanted to kill myself. She almost killed herself, and now she's permanently disabled. So, I mean, I mentioned this before we went back in.
Harold muted.
But
it sounds like they mixed up their feeds, because they have like a talking head feed.
Yeah, I think that's what, because I of like I saw something going on and then it went away, but the audio stayed up. So
Yeah, like on their talking head feed, they'll always like cut to the talking heads. It's like what I do when I go on with them,
yeah,
you know, and they'll cut away, and then there's just the straight trial feed.
yeah.
So Mom and I got approved as media in Massachusetts.
There it is again.
Yeah, it's weird. Let me see if there's another
Live or another feed.
Yeah, on Court TV. Let me see if there's.
I mean, maybe they're just throwing it up because of how long the recess has been, but I mean, they kept the live up for the whole lunch on Monday.
You know what? Switch it over to
Long crime.
Long crime.
Okay. Oh, let me just turn off my thingy.
You guys hear the party in the background? So we're here because two of our friends are celebrating their birthdays. So we've got a whole crew. There's 20 of us in a big mountain chalet. So it's did you guys didn't see Aaron, did you? You were not on screen. Everybody's in their bathing suits. Yeah.
Okay. I think I got it now. Oh, I gotta get rid of that.
I don't know where Josh is sitting on this case. I don't know where he's at. Josh is a really nice guy, but he's a prosecutor at heart. All right, there we go.
Yep. I think I gotta unmute it. I think I heard a pin drop, literally.
Oh, jeez.
Well, now they're laughing.
Hit that 2 times down there if you didn't boost it.
Yeah, it is. It is.
You ready to call your next witness?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Well, that was good timing.
Which ones do you want? All the exhibits are in that box. The prescription bottles are right here. Do you need those?
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Oh,
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor,
Tracy's
for the purpose of the record,
backstage.
we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
Members of the juries, thank you for your patience with us. With that, Commonwealth, you would call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Angela
Oh.
Krause.
They're moving on.
Hi, Cam.
Hi, Mom.
So who's up?
Remember to change the banner, or I could change it.
I forgot that on Monday, actually.
Why don't you step right here, please?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are
I'm
you?
going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, please.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Angela Krause. It's ANGELA KRAUSE.
And your date of birth, please.
5/19/77.
Where do you work?
CVS Pharmacy,
And at which location?
Kingston.
And do you know the address of that location?
189 Summer Street.
And how long have you worked there?
4 years at that location.
And what is your role there?
General manager
How long have you been the general manager?
for CVS.
For CVS, yes.
9 years.
And so the entire time you've worked at that location, those 4 years, you've been the general manager at the Kingston store?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what shift were you working?
Closing.
Which is what hours?
Say roughly 3 to 11.
So that would be 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention further to 4:48 p.m. Did you receive a phone call while you were working?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the CVS line?
Yes.
And do you know that number?
No.
And where were you when you received that call?
I was in the office
And what were you doing?
preparing to do cash for the night.
And what does that entail?
I'm closing out the registers.
And the call that you received, was that from a male or a female?
Female.
And what, if anything, did she say?
She was inquiring if I carried a product in stock.
And what product was that?
It was like a constipation medicine.
Was it Miralax?
Yes.
And did she specifically ask for something to do with children's Miralax?
Well, I asked for clarification because depending on if she wanted children's or adults, it would be in a different part of the store.
And when you asked for clarification, was she able to provide clarification?
Yes. She
And what-
said it was for children's.
And what was your response?
It's located in 2 different places in the store.
And did you give her any specific brand names or anything like that?
I just said that we carried Pedialax, and that was 13 and 20.
And approximately how long was this conversation?
A few minutes.
During that conversation, did you have any difficulty understanding the woman?
No, ma'am.
Did she appear to have any difficulty understanding you or the questions that you were asking her?
No, ma'am.
And did her voice, did it seem slurred or impaired in any way?
Not at all. It's a very normal interaction.
I was just going to ask, was there anything out of the ordinary about the conversation?
No.
Later that evening, did the police come to the store?
Yes.
And did they request that you pull some surveillance footage for them?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And if I could just have Exhibit 28, the footage up for a moment. If you could look at the screen here, do you recognize the store? And is this part of the footage that you provided to police that night?
Yes.
And directing your attention over here to the right, the aisle where the gentleman is standing, all the way to the right of the store. Are you familiar with what was in that aisle in January of 2023?
Yeah, that's our children's aisle.
So that would have things like children's Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any interaction with that gentleman while he was in the store?
No, ma'am.
And did the police also ask you to provide a copy of a receipt for that gentleman's transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
And just showing you Exhibit 26. Is this the receipt that you provided to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
And on here, it says Skittles Wildberry. Would that be Skittles?
Yes.
It also says FLT PDLX LQD GLY for the second item. What does that stand for in CVS?
It's Fleet brand, but then it's going to be Pedialax and then a glycerin suppository.
Okay, so the FLT is for Fleet?
Yes.
And the PDLX is for Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further for the witness. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
I have no questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Me sit
Yes.
down. Thank you. Please.
So
I'm not going to be surprised if
Saria
Reddington
Sweeny.
doesn't cross anybody on the state's, on this portion of the state's case.
Yeah.
Like they were.
I mean, what
they
are you
were-
gonna ask about that? You know,
Right,
there's
they
no
yeah.
clarification needed. Like,
And plus, just, I mean, even the first responders, like none of it, like they were willing to stipulate to the homicides, like wherein they didn't have to put this case on, this portion of the case on, get right to what matters in this case. But the state insisted, like, oh, you just want to gloss over the fact that this woman killed her 3 children? Yeah. That's what it is.
You stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly
Who's
swear
this?
that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter not coming between the Commonwealth
She'll
and the
state her
Commonwealth
name when she gets on the stand.
Yeah.
So help you God.
They're running through them now.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak
Sure.
into that microphone. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Yes.
Thank you,
Tree
Your Honor.
Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Saria, Saria. My last name is Sweeney or Shelgren, depending on what year we're in.
So in 2023 was
It
your
was
last,
Sweeney, Sweeny.
and now what is your last name?
Shelgren, Shelgren.
And what is your date of birth?
9/3/89.
And where do you work?
Currently have two jobs. I work at a doctor's office and I also work at ThreeV. It's a restaurant in Plymouth.
And how is 3V spelled?
It's spelled out the number 3, THREE with a V at the end.
And how long have you worked at 3V restaurant?
Since 2019
And where is it located?
in Cordage Park in Plymouth.
And in 2023, in January of 2023, what was your role at 3V restaurant?
I was a hostess then.
And directing your attention further to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that night?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working?
I work an evening shift. Usually I would arrive between 4:45 and 5 o'clock,
And when would your shift end?
typically between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And what was your role as a hostess?
Greet patrons, take takeout orders, give takeout orders, seat people, generally help with the running of the restaurant front end.
And directing your attention to 5:10 p.m., did you receive a call for a takeout order?
Yes,
And was that a male or a female?
as a female.
And did that person place an order?
Yes,
And do you recall what she ordered?
yes.
What was that?
It was order of risotto and a Mediterranean power bowl.
And the power bowl, is that considered a type of salad at 3V?
Yes,
Did you ask any follow-up questions about the order of the salad?
yes.
What did you ask?
We ask if it doesn't automatically come with protein. It's something that we always ask, do you want to add a protein?
Does the Mediterranean power bowl automatically come with protein?
No, it does not.
So did you ask the woman if she wanted protein?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No, thank you.
And did she also give you the name and phone number of the person who would be picking up the order?
Yes.
And is that something that you enter into the system as you're entering the order?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired in any way?
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
Directing your attention to 5:54 p.m., was the order picked up?
Yes.
And was it picked up by a male or a female?
A male.
If we could pull up Exhibit 30 footage. And are you depicted in the video here?
Yes.
And where are you?
I'm standing behind the host stand.
And so for the record, the hostess stand or the host stand is in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah,
of the
it's
video.
that black stand that has a wooden frame around the top.
So am I pointing to the right area?
Yes.
In the upper left corner.
Yes.
You could play that for a moment.
If I'm not mistaken, we actually saw this exact video during Patrick's.
You see the
Correct.
individual who picked up the order.
Yes.
And which individual is that?
The man in the dark jacket that entered last.
And is he the person behind the couple at the host stand?
Yes.
Thanks, Crafty Chris.
And showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 31. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is one of our printouts that comes with orders. We attach those to the bags for takeout and have a copy for ourselves as well.
And displaying it. Okay. Here, here in the line where it says Patrick and then a phone number, is that where you would enter in what the person calling gives you for the information of the person picking up the order?
Yes.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about your interaction with that gentleman?
No.
I have no further questions.
Attorney Reddington.
No questions, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you. All right, Counsel, could I see you at this time? Thanks, scheduling.
So, really quick, what I want to say about that is, what is the Commonwealth going to do when you have a medical professional come on and say, you can act normal while in psychosis? Because we're putting up, you know, the people that that Lindsay talked to that day, the ThreeV worker and the CVS worker, to try to establish that there was some sort of normalness, that she was speaking normal. But, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a medical professional that comes on and says, you can actually be normal and act normal and seem normal while in active psychosis. And I feel like when that happens, up to this point, what I've seen from the Commonwealth, that's when their case starts to dissipate, because it's like, okay, you're trying to prove some sense of normalness, but again, it still doesn't prove criminal responsibility.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, you know, that's what I'm saying. The defense had made the offer to stipulate to this portion of the case because they have to prove, even though it's a lack of ability trial, that's the defense. Like, so there's basically two burdens that the Commonwealth is going to have to meet. So first, obviously, it's a no-brainer because there's no resistance to the fact that Lindsay did this, you know, did these acts. So that's in stone. So the defense had said, look, we'll stipulate to it so we can get right to the meat of the matter. And, you know, the state's like, no way. Commonwealth is like, no way. You know, it's like, you just want to gloss over the horror of this case and jury needs to hear it. And so they have to prove each and every element up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
No, yeah, for sure. I understand. It's definitely not out of the realm to bring them on, because, you know, they did have interactions with Lindsay that day. But I'm saying, you know, okay, you're trying to show that she had these seemingly normal conversations with these people, I would assume, in a way to, again, with what they're going with, you know, she's acting so normal. Same with, like, you know, they're showing videos of her at the water park, but then someone's going to come on and say you can still seem normal while in psychosis. So it's like,
we're going to resume, I believe, with the Commonwealth's case. So we're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. All right.
Court, all right. Good. Close the notebooks, place them on your chairs, please.
oh, so they're taking a 2-hour.
Call them out.
You're muted. Are you trying to talk?
yeah, bloop it back. Yeah, because people got me all paranoid that the music's going to get me a copyright strike, which could absolutely happen. Bloop it back so we can hear what the judge was saying.
This is going to be one of those stops. Everybody said today was going to be full of a couple of starts and stops. This is going to be one of those stops. All right. So we're going to do, I'm going to excuse you till 2 o'clock. All right. Then we're going to come back. We're going to resume, I believe, with the Commonwealth's case. So we're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. All right.
Court, all right. Good. Close the
Yeah, so they're
notebooks,
taking a
place
recess
them on your chairs,
until 2. So 2 hours from now.
please. Call them out.
Yeah. So what we're going to do, Cam, I think what we should do is we should put on our primer. So if you haven't seen the primer, it's excellent. We go through, like I said, the jury instruction, which explains very clearly what the burdens are for the state, what they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt with respect to proving that she should, in fact, be found to be criminally responsible. But then we also go through Rosemary Scapicchio's civil suit, which lays out what the defense is going to be in this case.
Media order regarding not videotaping or broadcasting from the courtroom or inside the courthouse. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate that. All right. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay. I'm gonna turn that off and I'm gonna throw the primer on.
Yeah, and then you can go eat, do what you need to do. And then when the court comes back, we'll come back.
Okay.
So we're definitely not going to end the live and restart it in 2 hours. We'll just, because the primer is very good.
Is it the one from 5 days ago? The 2 hour and some change? He's chatting it up, this guy.
Sorry, I had somebody walk by. She's got a podcast.
Is
You
it
want to hear what the name of her podcast is?
I do.
Guys We Fucked. Sounds like it's a funny comedy one.
There's the promo.
Yeah, there you go.
Is it the 2 hour and some change one? Is it the 12 days ago or the 5 days ago?
12.
Okay.
12 days, yeah. It should say primer on it.
It says Lindsay Clancy begged for help 10 times. The system's failed. I don't know if is that the one? Wait,
Yeah, that's the correct one.
what's going on
So-
right now?
What do you mean?
Are you controlling my screen? Oh, okay. My screen just
Tech.
started like,
Tech wizardry.
that was crazy. Okay.
So you can kill yourself. You gotta start at the beginning. Me being dramatic. That is a direct quote from a court. You missed that cold openings. Pretty good. This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. That's not me being dramatic. That is a direct quote from a court filing describing the voice inside Lindsay Clancy's head on the afternoon of January 24th of 2023. A loud, demanding, repetitive male voice. And according to her doctor's own records, it had been screaming at her for weeks. You will never be the same. The only option is to die. She told her providers about the voices. She told her husband. She told her mother. She went to emergency rooms. She called a suicide hotline and was told there was no emergency. because she didn't have a plan. She admitted herself to the #1 psychiatric hospital in America and didn't see a doctor for 3 days. 12 medications in 4 months, 4 prescribers who never spoke to one another, 2 textbook red flag reactions to antidepressants that, according to the civil suit that her lawyer just filed in January, should have told any competent psychiatrist exactly what they were dealing with: bipolar, postpartum onset. Nobody caught it. And on January 24th, while her husband was out picking up dinner, that voice gave Lindsay Clancy her final command. She strangled Cora. She strangled Dawson. She strangled Callan. Then she tried to follow them. She survived, paralyzed for life. Now she's charged with 3 counts of murder, and her defense will ask 12 ordinary people to do the hardest thing the law ever asks: separate what she did from whether she was legally there when she did it. Tonight, we're breaking down the 29-page civil suit. Let's dig in.
I was gonna say a little goodbye so I can go make some breakfast or something.
Yeah. All right. Perfect.
All right. Well, it was a good morning, and we'll see what's to come.
Yeah. Hang with us. Like I said, this is the Lindsay Clancy primer. If you're familiar with the case, this will be helpful in addition to what you already know, because we get into the jury instructions and really the blueprint for the defense in this case, which is outlined in Rosemary Scapicchio's civil suit that she filed on behalf of Lindsay Clancy against the medical providers that did her dirty. So check that out when court starts. We will be back. So chat amongst yourselves, be kind to one another, and we'll see you in a bit. Good afternoon and welcome to Defense Diaries. I am Bob Motta, and as always, I'm joined by my beautiful and brilliant co-host, still not in her normal place, Allie. What's up, girl?
Hey, babe. Hey, all. And today is Thursday, July 16th, and I think you can tell from the cold opening that this is a going to be a hard episode to listen to, so these are your trigger warnings.
Yeah, consider yourself warned. If harm befalling children of the worst kind is something you cannot handle, this is not the live for you. It is not the live for you. This is an incredibly difficult case to talk about. It's going to be an incredibly difficult trial to watch. Any parent, any human being that's out there is going to struggle with it. But it's such an important case. This isn't, you know, from listening to Allison, mental health is incredibly important to us and how it's viewed in the legal system or not viewed or treated within the legal system. This case is so incredibly important that I hope that everybody watches it. There's no case in America that's going on right now that's more important than this case. It is starting with jury selection on the 20th next week. They have no idea how long it's going to take them to pick a jury. The judge is allowing for 18 jurors to be selected, 6 of those being alternates. They're going to get increased amounts of challenges because they anticipate it's going to be a very, very difficult jury to select. So how long that's going to last, who knows?
And just to flesh that out a little, when he says they're going to get additional challenges, both sides jointly requested and the judge agreed that they should have more preemptory challenges, meaning they can strike a juror for whatever reason, which will of course, make it even take more jurors to go through possibly to find a jury pool. But as Bob said, that goes to show that everybody realizes this is going to be a challenging jury to seat, and the possible issues and biases that the lawyers are going to be looking for run the spectrum more than your average. So they're giving them those extra preemptory challenges.
Yeah. And so this is our game plan for the day and how we're going to handle this. We consider this to be a primer. We're going to start with the affidavit. Okay. And I'm talking about the probable cause affidavit or affidavit for a warrant. That's going to give you a pretty good background of what the state has in terms of their case. And as we kind of dig into that, it's going to become clear to you that the state's position, if we're going to bottom line it, is that because she was able to plan, because she sent her husband to the furthest restaurant that she could think of that would allow for her to have the time to do this, that clearly she's in her right mind, legally. And we'll talk about it when we get to it in terms of the difference between a clinical or medical diagnosis of insanity and the legal one. They're very different things. So after we get through the affidavit, we're then going to shift over to the jury instruction for the defense that they're going to be employing. There's no better source than to go to that to show exactly what the state's burden is here in terms of what they have to prove in order to get a conviction on this thing. And then we are going to slip into Rosemary Scapiccio's lawsuit that was filed in January of this year, suing all the doctors, all the medical providers that completely abandoned this woman.
No pharmaceutical companies?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, that's a different lawsuit. That's a different lawsuit. You have 4 doctors that weren't talking to one another that were all prescribing her shit. The lawsuit is a fabulous way to understand exactly what this defense is going to be and why it matters. This isn't your normal case. I can't remember a case like this. These insanity defense cases, and they don't call it that in Massachusetts, which we'll get to when we go through the jury instruction, are, to me, just so confounding because of people's inability to appreciate mental illness in this country. People don't, I think people have a misconception that if you're psychotic, that you're psychotic 24/7.
Right, that you're just running around talking to the walls and screaming at the floor. And that's the only type of psychosis that exists. That is what the law wants to see in order for psychosis to mean something in the law. And maybe this is a case that's going to help reshape. And I know you said they don't call it insanity, but just the insanity defense law, things of that nature, because, in almost all states, compulsion is not, an insanity defense based on compulsion, that you could not control yourself to the law, that you had no ability to control your conduct, doesn't exist. And if you think back, all right, to Gacy, to all the other serial killers, they very likely have a type of compulsion, but that's not this type of compulsion. That's not, medication and failed doctors and the end result being hearing voices in your head compelling you to do something. That is you've been wired wrong, and it feels good. So you've got this internal compulsion, right? Yeah. And the law needs to find a difference in that. And look, I have to say, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, it is not alone in this issue. This is an issue that all people with mental illness suffer, but where it does differ is the thinking, especially of men, and I'm sure some women as well. that you say postpartum depression. It's like, oh, come on. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, sounds like the Twinkie defense. That is where this case is even more difficult than just your, people understanding that when you have emotional instability in your life and you're having, that's having an extreme impact on your life, that once they start to prescribe you medication, that can shift for the extreme way worse. And that's something that men, women, children have been suffering with since all these medications have been about. I mean, Bob and I, 20 years ago, probably the first year we're practicing law, I filed a lawsuit for someone who, suffered a psychotic break after being prescribed these types of medications. So, and it wasn't a woman and it wasn't postpartum depression, but this, I just think makes it so much harder for the judge, for this young ass prosecutor. I mean, I want to slap her in the face already. It's like, can't anyone speak up and be like, yo, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? But I'm getting ahead of myself. So get us started, babe.
Yeah. All right. So I've optioned in this particular circumstance. We're not going to pull up the document. We're just going to read it, because when we're trying to clip for shorts, I don't want to have the document blocking us from being able to do that anymore. Occasionally we'll pull up documents, but you're just going to have to stare at Allison's beautiful face and, and
no bright light up here. I look disgusting.
Look gorgeous. Oh God, dude.
Where's my bright light?
Oh,
I need my bright light.
She says stuff like that, and I wonder if she's fishing. Are you fishing?
God, no. All right, just move on.
I mean, you're gorgeous. I don't know what the hell you're talking.
Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have said anything.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so the first thing we're going to start off with is the affidavit to establish a probable cause. That a murder, a violation of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1, assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, and a strangulation, which subsequently they have dropped because it was redundant in terms of the charges. So this is the affidavit that was filed, and it's going to give us a pretty good idea of the background of the case if you're not familiar with it. So at approximately
from the state's perspective,
from the cop's perspective, more from the state. So it's an affidavit for a probable cause. So at 18:11 hours on Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, a person of interest being identified as Lindsay Clancy, and the victims being identified as Cora, Dawson, and Callan. This affidavit does not contain all information known to investigators and is being used for the limited purposes for showing probable cause that evidence related to the crimes of murder, assault and battery, and with a dangerous weapon and strangulation with the victims, again identified as Cora, Dawson, and Callan, can be found at 47 Summer Street, Duxbury, Mass. I believe the following facts will establish probable cause for a court to issue a warrant authorizing the search of 47 Summer Street. All right, so I'm going to skip around. We're not going to read the whole thing because it's lengthy. So this is the investigation history. So on Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, at approximately 18:11 hours, Duxbury Police, am I pronouncing that right? Is it Dukes or Duxbury? Let me know, babe, if I'm saying it right, because I'm not looking at the chat. Dispatch radio called all cruisers to respond to 47 Summer Street in the town of Duxbury for an attempted suicide where the wife, who was positively identified as Lindsay Clancy, had cut her wrist and neck and jumped out of the window from the second floor. Police responded to 47 Summer Street and located Miss Clancy on the ground on the left side of the house. Located with Miss Clancy was her husband and the 911 caller, Patrick Clancy. So as police officers were assessing Miss Clancy's children, police dispatched, then radioed to officers that the husband, Mr. Clancy, was in the basement and something was wrong because his children would not wake up. Officers then heard extremely loud yelling and entered the home responding to the basement. In the basement, police officers located Mr. Clancy and the family's 3 children, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and an 8-month-old infant. The 3 children who were positively identified as Cora, Dawson, and Callan were all located in different areas of the basement on the floor, not breathing and unresponsive. All 3 children were transported by EMS to Beth Israel, Plymouth Hospital, where Cora and Dawson were both pronounced deceased. Miss Clancy was transported by EMS to South Shore Hospital in Weymouth. Callan was med-flighted to Children's Hospital in Boston. Police then secured the residence of 47 Summer Street. So also on Tuesday, January 24th of 2023 at 1929 hours, Trooper Rabbit arrived at the emergency department of Beth Israel, and Trooper Rabbit met with police department officer Joseph Polini. Cora Clancy was located in exam room 3, and Dawson was located in trauma 1. Callan was located in trauma 2. However, he was med-flighted again to Boston Children's Hospital shortly after Trooper Rabbit's arrival. So on Tuesday, the 24th at 1948, Rabbit spoke with emergency department Dr. Mark Tenorwitz. Tenorwitz stated that he tended to Dawson Clancy upon his arrival at the emergency department, and upon arrival, Dawson Clancy was in cardiac arrest. Tenorwitz stated that he had been told that Dawson Clancy had an exercise band tied around his neck prior to being transported to Byeeeee Plymouth. Dr. Tenorwitz stated that Dawson Clancy had signs of strangulation, particularly on the side of his face. What is that medical phrase? Petechie, Petechie, P-E-T-E-C-H-I-A-E. I'm sure our nurses and doctors in the chat will let us know what the proper pronunciation of that is. So he had that on the side of his face. Tenorwitz stated that Dawson had a bruise on his right knee and an old bruise on his right shin. Tenorwitz declared Dawson dead at approximately 1928 hours on the same date. On same date, at 2002 hours, Rabbit and Trooper Ashley Fiala of the Mass State Police Crime Services Scene Services Section observed Cora in Emergency Department Room 3. Cora was located on the hospital bed. She was covered in a white blanket and had medical devices protruding from her mouth and left ankle. Cora also had an AED, pads on her chest, defibrillator, and a neck collar around her neck. Cora also had gray and orange pajamas partially on her body, which had been partially cut off. Cora also had what appeared to be a bruise on the inside of her right bicep. Cora's hands were bagged by Fiala. Cora Clancy was digitally photographed by Fiala. Cora was later moved to Byeeeee Plymouth morgue to be picked up by members of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for a post-mortem examination. So same date, 2010 hours, Rabbit spoke with Dr. Benjamin Kaufman. Kaufman tended to Callan upon his arrival at Byeeeee Plymouth. Kaufman stated that he noted no specific injuries beside Callan being in cardiac arrest, as he was in critical condition prior to being med-flighted. So then at 2025 hours, Rabbit spoke with Dr. Michael Snyder. Snyder tended to Cora. Upon her arrival, he stated that Cora was in cardiac arrest upon arrival. Snyder stated that Cora had ecchymosis, bruising, popped blood vessels around her head, eyes, and neck. And Snyder stated that Cora had bruising to her chest, and he stated that most likely due to medical staff performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation on her. So at 2031, Lieutenant Lance Mello, Trooper Rabbit, and Trooper Fiala observed Dawson in Trauma 1. He too was located on a hospital bed. Dawson was located beneath a white blanket with a green hospital Johnny draped across his midsection. Dawson had medical devices on his chest, leg, AED pads on his chest, back, and tubes protruding from his mouth. Dawson's hands were bagged by Mello and Fiala. Dawson was digitally photographed by Fiala. Dawson was later moved to the BID Plymouth morgue to be picked up by members of the OCME for postmortem examination. So at 20:05 hours, I interviewed Duxbury police officer Brian Josephine at the police station. Josephine stated he works as a school resource officer during the day and was on an overtime shift from 1,600 to 2,000 hours, or 20. Well, how do they pronounce that again? I can never do it with military time. 2,000, 20, 2,000.
2120.
No, 20. It's just 2020.
2000.
2000. That seems wrong.
I don't know, but a lot of people do want to read with us. If you get into a rant, I'll pull it down. I've been trying to do that.
You want me to put it up?
Yeah, just it's easier. It's easier for people who are, there are a lot of people saying they're visual learners, but if you pause for a rant, I'm going to pull it down. I've been trying to do that.
I'm not going to be ranting during the affidavit anyway. So, all right.
And we're going to need it up for the complaint because that people are going to need to see to follow.
Yeah. Okay. I'll pull it up.
You've been heard, people. Your voices have been heard.
You've been heard. I mean, they don't care that we're trying to, like, maybe if you guys helped us get over 70K, I wouldn't be so worried about making, it's like we're 300 away.
I bet all 700 people here are subscribed already. But if you're not, go do it. It's free.
I'm like done being nice about it. It's guilt time. Guilt time. All right. Let's see.
How are you going to guilt the new people?
Huh?
All the existing people have subscribed. The new people just be like, this guy's weird.
I don't know that they're all like, people watch channels all the time that aren't subscribed to them. That's not true. You're inaccurate with that, my love.
Well, they can't be chatting. So,
well, yeah, I guess that's true. I should make it for days. You can't chat unless you're subscribed for days. It's
and
free.
people will move on.
So
They'll be like, I
free.
can't chat for days. I'm out.
That sounds like a them problem. I mean, go watch some other shit. I think we're the best out there. So, but that's just me.
2,000 hours.
2,000. Thank you.
It's the time 2000.
Okay. All right. Right.
I don't know why I said that.
I don't know either.
Gosh.
Right.
I'll just blame perimenopause brain.
This is no laughing matter.
But that's what some people think of when they hear, postpartum depression. Oh, that's just somebody like, I'll blame postpartum depression. And that's what needs to get changed.
Well, I don't ever want to hear a man, like I was talking to you offline about it. Like I have no interest in hearing any man ever talk about postpartum depression, ever, at any point. They have no frame of reference. They have no experience with it. They have no business talking about it, ever. They couldn't possibly know what it is. They couldn't possibly know what it feels like. So shut the fuck up.
To tell you the truth,
leave it to the women.
There's several women who have an experience that, I mean, I couldn't tell you. I can appreciate that women suffer it, but thank God, luckily, I've never had to experience it. So I really, it's almost as bad as a man. But all right, getting back to the
you menstruate, like you do things that I could never explain or understand. I mean, like you can speak on it. I can't.
Not often anymore.
Let's leave it at that. Let me handle the button push.
Okay. But I'm going to remove it when you start to rant, and then I'll let you put it back up. Okay. Deal.
Okay. So Officer Josephine, plus you can help me read. So Officer Josephine stated as he was going to the left side of the home, Mr. Clancy was on the left side of the home and walked past him and entered the home. Josephine stated that he was assessing Mrs. Clancy. Oops. Am I pronouncing Duxbury right? Is that right?
They said Dux.
Okay, good. Okay, so Duxbury Police Dispatch radioed something about the home's basement before he heard the extremely loud screaming. I wish I would have gone through and highlighted this because shit's redundant. Okay. Okay. So this is where we start getting into some of the facts. Okay, so Josephine stated he entered the home through the rear sliding door, which was already open. Officer Josephine stated that he entered into the kitchen and then took a left to get to the staircase to the basement. Josephine stated that Mr. Clancy was still screaming. Officer Josephine stated that he went down to the basement stairs and turned right. Josephine stated that the basement was divided into a left side and a right side. Josephine stated that Mr. Clancy came out from the far room and stated, quote, she killed the kids. So Josephine stated that he entered the rear room and believed he observed the 2-year-old laying on his back unresponsive and was blue and purple in the face. Josephine stated that he believed he saw bruising on the child's neck. Josephine stated there was a blue resistance band next to the child's head. Josephine stated that he grabbed the child and ran him up the stairs and out the front door and into an arriving ambulance. Josephine stated that he then returned to the basement and turned left this time. He stated that he observed the family's 2 other children on the ground unresponsive, both having life-saving measures performed by Duxbury EMS. Officer Josephine stated that the rooms to the right in the basement appeared to be a weight room style room and an office. And the area to the left in the basement appeared to be a living room area with couches. Josephine was unsure of the layout of the basement because he was focused on the children. So at 20:23 hours, I interviewed police officer Stephen Hull at the Duxbury police station. Hall stated that he was working his scheduled shift from 1600 to 0000 hours. Officer Hall stated that he received a radio transmission from Duxbury police stating that all cruisers responded to 47 Summer Street for a female that possibly attempted to unalive herself and had lacerations to her wrist and neck and also jumped from a second floor window. So Hall stated that he arrived at 47 Summer Street at the same time as Josephine. Hall stated that when he was approaching the house, he heard someone say, "Over here, over here." Hall stated that he ran to the left side of the house and saw Mr. Clancy standing by Miss Clancy, who was laying on the ground. Hall stated Miss Clancy was laying on her back with her head towards the house and had lacerations on her wrist and neck. Hall stated the lacerations were not currently bleeding. Hall stated that Miss Clancy was breathing but was semi-conscious. Hall stated that Mr. Clancy then ran into the house, and then he heard Duxbury dispatch radio something about Mr. Clancy saying there was something wrong in the basement and that they won't wake up.
I think you can jump to when they start, because they kind of, like you said, repeat it. Go to 17, maybe.
But wait, I don't want to miss the things where it's
Okay,
like
you're
things
right.
that were stated.
I'm sorry.
So Hall stated that he entered the home through the rear door and entered the kitchen. Hall stated that he took his second left and proceeded down the basement stairs. Hall stated that he turned right and he saw the husband coming out of the room stating, "Oh my God, and was breathing heavily. Hall stated they went into the back room and located what he believed was the oldest child. He then ran up with the child and put her in a waiting ambulance. He stated in the basement left was the couches. Okay, so he observes all the children were blue in the face. Say the first child on the right of the basement had no shirt on, their face and chest were blue. He stated when he exited the house the last time, he observed the window on the second floor on the rear left of the home. The window frame had blood on it when looking from the ground. God, just an unbelievable nightmarish scene.
I'll take over because I'll start here. Officer Cahill stated he went down the basement. Oh wait, sorry. Officer Cahill stated when he arrived on scene, the Duxbury police officer and EMS were on the scene. He stated that he opened the front door of the home for EMS to access the front of the home. Officer Cahill stated he then went downstairs to the basement and observed Mr. Clancy pacing back and forth. I feel like we can maybe skip this, like the stuff again.
And if you're gonna start skipping shit,
no, but like where the kids are laying and they're and how they look.
I agree with that, but like
I can't
want to get the bulk of it.
Right. But now they're going to talk about it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, the kids were in horrible condition, so let's go past that.
Okay.
Thanks. We'll look for anything where she says anything. So here we go. This part's important. Officer Cahill stated that he had observed indents of trauma. No. Okay. Officer Cahill stated he was able to talk to Mr. Clancy, who stated he had gone out to pick up food and make another stop before returning home. Officer Cahill stated Mr. Clancy returned home and realized the home was quiet prior to locating Mrs. Clancy.
The other stop was CVS to pick up a script.
So they go on about, they're in the hospital. And then there's a summary of an interview. So that is, I think you can read 20 safely now.
Okay. Patrick Clancy stated that he had been married to his wife, Lindsay Clancy, for 6 years and that they have 3 children together. Patrick Clancy stated that at the end of September of 2022, Lindsay Clancy stated that she was beginning to get anxious prior to her return to work at Mass Gen Hospital as a labor and delivery nurse. Patrick stated that Lindsay went to a psychiatrist who he later identified as Jennifer Tufts and was prescribed Zoloft. Patrick stated that Lindsay also saw another psychiatrist who he identified as Rebecca Gelada. Patrick stated that Lindsay was also prescribed multiple other medications, including Valium, Trazodone, Ativan, Klonopin, Prozac, and Seroquel. Patrick stated that Lindsay would take as many as 4 medications a day. However, she would take them as prescribed. Patrick stated that Lindsay called the restaurant 3V in Plymouth at approximately 17:15 hours and the same date for takeout food. And Patrick Clancy went to pick up the food. Clancy stated that he also stopped at the CVS in Kingston near the Duxbury line and purchased laxative for his daughter, Cora. Also, it was laxative, not a script. Patrick stated that he arrived back home at his residence and noticed that the whole house was quiet.
I just wanted to chime in because it could have been a child specifically prescribed laxative too.
Yeah. Patrick stated that he went upstairs to his bedroom and his bedroom door was locked. Patrick stated that after he got into his bedroom, he saw blood on the window, or blood in the window was open. So he then ran downstairs and outside and located Lindsay on the ground. Patrick stated that when he located Lindsay on the ground outside, it appeared she had slit her wrists and possibly her neck. Patrick stated that he then called 911. Patrick stated that the police then arrived at the house, and he stated that he went to the basement where he located the kids in the main living room and Dawson in his office. Patrick stated that all 3 children had workout bands tied around their necks. Clancy stated that he was home all day, with the exception of when he left the residence to go to 3V and CVS. Patrick stated that Lindsay stated that she had been having suicidal thoughts as well as thoughts of hurting the children. He clarified that she had communicated that she was feeling that way at the end of December. Patrick stated that Lindsay had reached out to her psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts. Patrick also stated that Lindsay had self-admitted her to McLean Hospital from January 1st of 2023 through January 5th of 2023. Patrick stated that he and Lindsay had, quote, an amazing marriage and, quote, got along great. He further stated that they tell each other they love each other at least 10 times a day. And at the end of the interview, Mr. Clancy consented to have his face, clothing, and hands digitally photographed by Trooper Fiala.
I think we can skip this. They talked about the time for the travel.
Really? This is like, this is
I mean,
their
you could
evidence.
give the. All right, I was going to say
This is their primary evidence. This is this is what they're nailing her on in their estimation, because she did the planning.
Okay.
He was able to review Apple Maps and calculate the travel times for Mr. Clancy's travel. Chio stated it takes approximately 3 minutes to travel from 47 Summer to CVS. He stated it takes approximately 8 minutes to travel from CVS to 3V. So Chio stated that it takes approximately 9 minutes to travel from 3V to 47 Summer Street. So let's see. So on the 24th at 2109 hours, Chio visited the 3V located at 10 Cordage Park. During the course of the investigation, investigators learned that Patrick entered 3V to pick up the food after leaving his house on the evening of January 24th of 2023.
29.
Yeah, sorry. 20, wait, what?
Just go to
2023.
29.
Oh.
No, I was right.
Okay. Why?
Because
Like, this is
28
the kids I
provided
totally
us
get.
access to the video, so now 29 says.
All right. The video shows Patrick enter ThreeV through the front door at 17:54 and 14 seconds. Patrick glances at the takeout table, then waits in line behind a couple for a brief moment. While waiting, he looks at his cellular telephone. After the couple leaves, he approaches the hostess desk to pick up his order. He pays for his order at 17:55:01. Mr. Viscariello, sounds like a nice Italian guy, informed us the hostess was Saria Sweeny. Patrick paid with an American Express card. Viscariello printed a copy of the receipt for us, and the receipt showed the order for the two items was placed at 17:10.
So there's an important fact. So Lindsay places the order at 17:10, right? And he picks it up about 45 minutes later.
Yeah. What time did he get there? Yeah, 17:55. Okay. So, all right. So, okay, they go to CVS. So, Ferrioli and Chiachio go to CVS on the same day, 21:40 hours. And they learned that Patrick entered the CVS after leaving his house on the same date. And they spoke to the manager. She provided access to the surveillance. Video shows that Patrick entered the CVS through the front door at 17:32:32 and walked to aisle 20. Miss Krause informed us aisle 20 is where they keep children's medication.
So you're right. It wasn't a script. It was over the counter.
Patrick spends only a few minutes in the children's aisle before exiting the aisle and walking back towards the registers. As he does this, just prior to exiting the camera frame, Patrick appears to be utilizing his cellular phone. Patrick arrives at the register at 17:36:12, no longer utilizing his phone. Patrick exits the store through the front door at 17:37:08 and turns right. Ms. Krause informed us that there were no exterior cameras showing the side of the building. They downloaded it onto a USB, handed it over. They stuck it into evidence. So the conclusion, he's got personal knowledge based on his training and experience and the collective knowledge of the other investigators that oftentimes individuals involved in the commission of crimes of violence are in contact with their physical surroundings and oftentimes carry evidence or trace evidence from the scene to their place of residence that, if collected, will assist in the identification of perps or the nature of the crime. Also, in crimes of violence, there's often an attempt to alter, destroy, clean up, or remove evidence from the crime scene, of the crime from the scene. However, in each case, traces of evidence may be carried from the scene in many forms, including blood, skin, semen, saliva, hair, fibers, fingerprints, palm prints, and shoe prints. He's also, from his personal knowledge, training, experience, that evidence to assist in the identification of a perpetrator may also be carried from the scene and kept in their place or residence of a trusted person's place or residence. This evidence may be detected in the above mentioned trace evidence, as well as in the form of written or electronic records, writings, electronic message storage devices, including hard drives, zip drives, thumb drives, and CDs, computers, cell phones, video and audio tapes, audio, video surveillance systems, photographs, footwear, credit cards, and records, bank records, telephone and cellular telephone records, cutting instruments, sharp objects, prescription medication, and exercise and resistance bands. Okay. Okay, I have knowledge that it is common for perpetrators of violent crimes to not only possess trace evidence on their clothing, but to keep the clothing and footwear they wore at the time of the act. Furthermore, even if the clothing and footwear were washed, they could still contain microscopic trace evidence. Also, certain characteristics such as footwear impressions and clothing would still exist and be useful evidence. In my experience, the above evidence could be found at the scene. All right, so this is where he just lists everything that he's looking to get in the warrant. So computers, laptops, iPads, tablets, cell phones, and other such electronic devices to research certain aspects of their crimes, such as victim residences, routes of travel, means of concealing their crimes, etc.
So that's all their evidence of pre-planning that they're looking for.
Right.
Yep.
All right, so this is redundant. Okay, based on the foregoing and reliable information upon my personal knowledge and belief, I believe that further items of evidentiary value relative to the investigation of the murders of Cora, Dawson, and Callan, and the crimes of strangulation and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon may be found at 47 Summer Street, inside the residence, as well as the curtilage. Okay. The evidence for which I seek for the search warrant is as follows. Clothing, traces of evidence, which may be in the form of blood, saliva, skin, hair, fibers, fingerprints, palm prints, shoe prints, written or electronic records and or notes, handwritten notes, writings, electronic messages, storage devices, including zips, thumb drives, DVDs and CDs, cellular telephones, and specifically Lindsay Clancy's phone, video and or audio tapes, audio or video security surveillance systems, photographs, computers, laptops, iPads, electronic tablets, and other such electronic devices, footwear and cellular telephone records, cutting instruments, sharp objects, prescription medication, exercise and resistance bands, and any other type of ligature which may be found at the residence located at 47 Summer Street, Duxbury. Okay, so he describes the property, a two-story single-family home with a basement. The home has blue wood shingle and vinyl siding with white trim and a white front door. The home has a garage and a driveway to the right of the home. In the driveway is a 2020 white Chevy Silverado and a 2019 Kia Sorento. All right, so that's that. So then this is 200 plus pages. That's all we're going to go through in terms of the affidavit. You have multiple cops that drafted up affidavits. And as they were talking about with the collective knowledge doctrine, they're basically, that one cop basically said what all the other cops are saying in their particular affidavits as well.
Oh, but I did want you to go back to the one paragraph where
Which
they
one?
talk about that she talked, what she said to the one where her husband says he also checked him in, because he says that she, I think it's around 26.
26 of the first one. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Close your eyes. Okay.
Nope. Keep going.
Up.
Yeah. Where he says that how she's been feeling. Oh, here, there it is. 25.
Yep.
So I just want to note, Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy stated she had been having unaliving thoughts as well as thoughts of hurting her children. So, I mean, that's what has been fleshed out here. But when we get to the civil complaint, you can expect for that to be obviously much more detailed, to not only be focusing on the facts that the state wants to put forward. And that's why for our primer, we choose to cover that, because it's going to give you so much more information. But before we do that, what was our next step that you were?
All right. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the jury instruction.
So now this is the jury instruction dealing with the defense that they're employing here.
Yep.
Because it's not called insanity, but it's going to give you the elements of what they need, the burden that's on the defense, when the burden shifts, I'm assuming.
Yep. Because ultimately it's the state's burden on both.
Right. To disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt once the
prima facie case is established by the defense. All right. Let me see. Let me see if this
While you're doing that, I just want to go over the first four. They're not actually questions. So we've got Massachusetts C. Glass became a member. What does Massachusetts C. Glass get, babe?
Oh, family hug.
And Jade Zia Dax, member for 16 months. Thanks for your continued support.
Thank you.
Says happy to catch a live. Love and hugs to all the DD family. I think everybody needs it right now.
Everybody needs hugs today.
Yeah,
Everybody
this
needs
is
hugs.
so hard. Everything. Dog Grooming Danny gifted 20 Defense Diary podcast memberships. Very, very generous, as is MBW007, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you all. And then Amanda, member for 19 months. Thanks for your continued support. Glad last night fell through. Wanted to be here. And she's speaking of, we had this set for last night. We were having some internet instability, so we switched it to today. So thank you for that.
Yep. And make sure to like, share, and subscribe. It's all free. Don't forget. All right. So this is what they call a pattern jury instruction in Massachusetts. And this particular instruction is 9.200, lack of criminal responsibility. And we'll split this because it's a pretty lengthy instruction, babe. All right. So if the Commonwealth has proved the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, okay, so that is the red rums, okay,
Which are not at issue here. So
they're not at issue.
This is literally the only issue in the case because obviously both sides agree what mom did, etty did it, and
They're still going to put on the evidence, though.
They're still going to put on the evidence.
They're going to still put on the evidence. So if the Commonwealth has proved the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, the Commonwealth must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was criminally responsible at the time of the alleged offense. Under the law, a person is not guilty if they lacked criminal responsibility when they committed the offense. This is sometimes referred to as not guilty by reason of insanity. There is no burden on the defendant to prove that they lacked criminal responsibility. The Commonwealth may meet its burden of proving a defendant was criminally responsible for their conduct in either of two ways. The first way is for the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not suffer from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense.
So that's going to never happen. I think both sides agree that she did. It's going to be the second aspect. Wait, does it say or? Oh, right.
Yeah,
or,
a
right,
mental
because if
disease
he doesn't
or
have a
defect.
mental disease or defect. That's the first, right? So got it.
Right. So a mental disease or defect need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. It is a legal term, not a medical term. It does not, however, include an abnormality that presents itself only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial behavior. It is for you to determine, and remember, this is a jury instruction. It is for you to determine from the evidence whether the defendant had a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense. Okay. Do you want to read this case law that they have included in there? Or skip it?
I was just looking at it to see if it seemed like I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So the second way for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant was criminally responsible for their conduct is for the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that even if the defendant suffered from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense, the defendant nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct and to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law.
So, and if that was here in Illinois, that end wouldn't be there. That's it. You know the difference between right and wrong. That's what they mean when they say appreciate the wrongfulness of the criminality. So this end is pretty big here.
It's pretty big. So it's to establish that the defendant had the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant appreciated, that is, that the defendant knew or understood in some way that their conduct was either illegal or wrong. To establish that, the defendant has the substantial capacity to conform their conduct to the law's requirements. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any mental disease or defect that may have existed at the time of the alleged offense did not deprive the defendant of their ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law.
Now, this one we do. Let's read that little bracketed. If there is evidence that a defendant had a mental disease or defect and consumed drugs or alcohol, continue with supplement 1. If not, continue here. Now, because that would be a difference. Once somebody's like, all right, you knew you had a mental disease or defect, and then you consumed some sort of illegal drug or alcohol, that's going to bring in a different factor. That is not at play here. But I just want to point that out because you also have, I heard her lawyer mention involuntary intoxication, meaning she's taking medicine as prescribed, but it is intoxicating her in a way that she did not anticipate, she was not aware of, and was completely involuntary, which is kind of, it's a different sort of spin on the law because typically it's like, did you drink it or didn't you? Now, obviously, if you drank apple juice and someone spiked it with something, that would be different. But if under the law, most of the times, if you intentionally consume alcohol or some other substance, then that's intentional intoxication and there is no defense. So we might, be seeing some nuances with that as well, not to get us too sidetracked. I'm sorry.
All right. So to summarize, if the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not have a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense, the Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that the defendant was criminally responsible. Alternatively, if the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt that even if the defendant did suffer from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense, the defendant nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct and to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law, the Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving the defendant was criminally responsible. Remember that there is no burden on the defendant to prove that they lacked criminal responsibility at the time of the offense. Rather, the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt both that the defendant committed the offense and that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time that they committed the offense. If you have a reasonable doubt whether the defendant committed any one of the required elements of the alleged offense, you must find the defendant not guilty. If you have a reasonable doubt whether the defendant was criminally responsible at the time of the offense, you must find the defendant not guilty by reason of a lack of criminal responsibility.
And then I do think the couple of these are important. If you blow them up, I'll read them.
Yeah, like McCool is like the main case that they use.
Right. So they're saying that they adopt that definition of insanity from the model penal code, but a defense of lack of criminal responsibility may be raised by, quote, any evidence which, if believed, might create a reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's criminal responsibility at the time of the crime. So that's where they're just saying, like, if there's no lack of criminal responsibility, even like referenced by the defense or by the evidence, then the state doesn't have to go separately proving this, but it can be raised by anything. Expert testimony is not always required to raise such a doubt. The defendant may rely on the facts of the case, the Commonwealth's witnesses, the testimony of lay witnesses, or any combination. It goes on to quote other cases that stand for the proposition that defendants' psychiatric records, observations by lay witnesses, nature of the crime, all of that counts. This court's view has consistently been that, quote, where the appropriateness of an insanity instruction is marginal, the better choice would seem to err on the side of giving it. So once the issue of insanity has been raised, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was sane at the time of the crime. The Commonwealth must prove both the defendant's substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness, and again, that's just knowing the difference between right and wrong, and his substantial capacity to conform his conduct to the requirements of law. The judge may not limit an instruction on lack of criminal responsibility to the specific medical diagnosis raised by the defense psychiatric expert, since the burden of proving sanity remains on the Commonwealth and the jury is not bound by any particular definition of mental disease or defect. So I don't think that we have this supplement needs to be because she didn't take any drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, when we're saying drugs, it's obviously not including prescription medication. Okay. Let's see. I don't think that one is going to apply as well.
And it's if that changes, and it's possible that we'll raise that one. But basically, we could go to this to summarize in order for the Commonwealth to meet its burden of proving the defendant was criminally responsible at the time of the alleged offense was committed. That is, the defendant did not lack criminal responsibility at the time. The Commonwealth must prove at least one of the 3 or 4 facts beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that the defendant did not suffer a mental disease or defect at the time of the offense. 2, that even if the defendant did suffer from a mental disease or defect at the time of the offense, the defendant nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to both appreciate the wrongfulness of their conduct and to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. Or 3, that if the defendant lacks substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their conduct or to confirm their conduct to legal requirements, the defendant's lack of such capacity was solely the result of voluntary intoxication or by alcohol or other drugs. So again, and then they have where there is evidence that the defendant's knowledge of that consumption, drugs or alcohol, would trigger the intensity of a mental disease or defect. So that's when this 4 would come in, which doesn't come into play. Again, that would be like he knew he had an illness that taking alcohol or drugs would like spur out of him and took it anyway. So.
All right, and then they just get into when the jurors must find her if they don't meet both of those burdens in terms of, obviously, the crimes in and of themselves are, as Allison said, those are a foregone conclusion. This case is going to rest entirely in the second thing that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, so at this point, I think it'll be well, this is interesting. Pop it back up.
Okay.
So this is what can happen. So this is the consequences. Okay. So your decision must be based solely on the evidence in the law of this case, without regard to the possible consequences of your verdict. You may not consider sentence or punishment in reaching your verdict. You are, however, entitled to know what happens to a defendant if found not guilty by reason of a lack of criminal responsibility. A judge may order the defendant to be hospitalized at a mental health facility for a period of observation and examination. During that period, or within 60 days of the verdict, the district attorney or other appropriate authorities may petition the court to commit the defendant to a mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital, initially for a period of 6 months. At the end of 6 months and every year thereafter, the court reviews the order of commitment. If the defendant is still suffering from a mental disease or defect and is still dangerous, then the court will order the defendant to continue to be committed to the mental facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital. There is no limit to the number of such renewed orders of commitments as long as the defendant continues to be mentally ill and dangerous. If these conditions do continue, the defendant may remain committed for the duration of his or her life. If at some point the court determines the defendant is no longer mentally ill and dangerous, the defendant will be discharged. The district attorney may be notified of any hearing, and the district attorney may be heard at any such hearing. However, the final decision on whether to recommit or release the defendant is always made by the court. All right, so that's an important thing to note. All right, so let's go to.
While you're pulling that up, I just want to say welcome to Shauna Parker. Thank you, welcome. Family hug.
Yeah.
So what we're going to pull up now is Rosemary Scapiccio's civil complaint in this case.
Exactly.
On behalf of Lindsay.
And the reason that we want to do that is because it really goes to the heart of what the defense is, and it breaks it down.
And it tells you all the way more of the background than what we just got.
Yes. And we're going to skip, obviously, some of the stuff like jurisdiction. We'll go through briefly the parties. So it's Lindsay Clancy v. Jennifer Tufts, MD, Aaliyah Goodhart, MD, Diaz, MD, Gelada, CMP, Astor Mental Health, Inc., South Shore Health System, Inc., McLean Hospital, and Women and Infants Hospital of Rhode Island. They are all defendants in the case. And again, Rosemary is handling this. She's handling the civil side of it. This is an action for personal injury and loss of consortium brought by Lindsay Clancy.
That would be her losing the affection and love and life of her children.
Yeah. And potentially her husband, but her husband is standing by her. So this action arises from the catastrophic failure of multiple medical providers to properly diagnose, treat, and monitor Lindsay's severe postpartum psychiatric condition, despite her repeated, desperate pleas for help and her family's persistent efforts to obtain adequate care. Lindsay Clancy did everything a mother in her situation could do. She recognized that something was wrong with her. She sought medical treatment. She went to emergency rooms. She called crisis hotlines. She admitted herself to hospitals. She took the medications prescribed to her. She communicated her worsening symptoms to her providers. She told them the medications were making her worse. Her husband advocated for her. Her family drove out from out of state to help her care for the children. And still, the medical system failed her completely. The defendants, as I stated prior, each failed to properly diagnose Lindsay's bipolar disorder with postpartum onset, and instead subjected her to a disorganized, uncoordinated course of polypharmacy that exacerbated her condition and precipitated a severe psychotic break. Lindsay's clinical course was, quote, significantly complicated by polypharmacy and involvement of multiple prescribers, which in effect obscured an accurate diagnosis and appropriate intervention and treatment, even though Lindsay did all that she could to obtain the appropriate treatment. The psychotropic medications Lindsay received appeared to have paradoxically exacerbated her underlying psychiatric vulnerability, precipitating a state of manic psychosis characterized by compelling command hallucinations. The tragedy that followed was the direct and proximate result of the defendant's collective negligence in failing to recognize obvious warning signs, coordinate care, properly diagnose Lindsay's condition, and provide treatment that met. Sorry, I got lost. There was a floating.
The applicable standard of care.
Yeah, I thought it was a mosquito, and provide treatment that met the applicable standard of care. As a direct result of the defendant's negligence, Lindsay suffered catastrophic physical injuries, including permanent paralysis, and she lost her 3 beloved children, Cora Marie Clancy, Dawson William Clancy, and Callan Patrick Clancy. Lindsay now faces a lifetime of physical disability, psychological trauma, and the unbearable grief of waking up every day knowing that she killed her children, all of which could have been prevented had the defendants provided competent medical care. Some kind of floater, babe. All right, so the parties. So it talks about, obviously, Lindsay. She's a resident of Mass. And then she resides with her husband and formerly with her 3 children. She was a registered nurse who worked in the lab or labor and delivery department at Mass Gen. So Tufts is
I'm just going to take a little break there. You know, there's lots of different ways that you can be a nurse. Someone who chooses labor and delivery, that's someone who wants to work around children, loves children, cares about children. I mean, those nurses are the most amazing people that, you know, a woman giving birth, like, makes or breaks the whole delivery, the whole stay. You know, just the mere fact that that is the field that she has chosen to go into says something to her about a woman and caring for babies.
All right. Okay, so Tufts is a MD, a psychiatrist registered to practice medicine in the Commonwealth of Mass. Goodhart is a psychiatrist registered to practice medicine in the Commonwealth of Mass, and she usually works at McLean Hospital. Goodhart was the attending psychiatrist who authored and signed Lindsay's physician discharge summary on January 5th, 2023, following Lindsay's 5-day inpatient admission. Zobeda Diaz, MD, is a psychiatrist registered to practice medicine in the state of Rhode Island, and she works, her normal place of business is the Women and Infants Hospital, in Providence, Rhode Island. She was the attending physician who evaluated Lindsay at the Woman and Infants Day Hospital program on December 20th of 2022. Defendant Gelada CNP is a certified nurse practitioner, and she is also licensed to practice in the Commonwealth of Mass with the usual place of business in Weymouth County. Defendant Astor Mental Health is a Mass professional corporation with a principal place of business in Braintree, Norfolk County. Astor also employed Dr. Tufts and is vicariously liable for her negligent acts and omissions. Defendant South Shore Health Systems is a Mass nonprofit corporation with a principal place of business in Weymouth, Norfolk County. And they employed Nurse Gelada and operated the perinatal behavioral health program through which Lindsay received treatment. South Shore is vicariously liable for the negligent acts and omissions of its employee. Defendant McLean Hospital is a psychiatric hospital located in Belmont, Middlesex County. McLean provided inpatient psychiatric treatment to Lindsay from January 1 through 5, 2023. McLean employed Dr. Goodhart and is vicariously liable for her negligent acts and omissions. And then Defendant Woman and Infants Hospital of Rhode Island is a hospital located in Providence, and they operated a partial hospitalization day program for patients with postpartum depression, where Lindsay sought treatment in late December 2022. So Women's and Infants employed Dr. Diaz and is vicariously liable for her negligent acts and omissions. Jurisdiction is proper because the injuries took place in Massachusetts, so obviously the suit is in Massachusetts. And this just establishes that they have jurisdiction over all the defendants. All right, so let's get to the facts here. Okay, so Lindsay Marie Clancy, born August 11th of 1990, was raised in Wallingford, Connecticut. Her formative years were characterized by consistent academic excellence, culminating in a distinguished record throughout college and a rigorous accelerated nursing program at Mass Gen Hospital. Lindsay's 9-year tenure as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass Gen demonstrated notable professional competence and personal fulfillment. She was passionate about nursing and dedicated to her patients. Lindsay married Patrick Clancy in December of 2016, and they established their family home in Duxbury, Mass. Lindsay and Patrick had 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. As described by Patrick Clancy, before Lindsay became ill, she was dedicated to being a mom, even over-dedicated, worked twice as hard as most. She rarely took a break to rest. Lindsay, quote, loved our children and, quote, never took her frustrations out on the kids. She remained as affectionate with the kids as always. Lindsay's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy, testified in grand jury proceedings that she, quote, loved everything about Lindsay. She was a fun-loving, doting wife and mother. She loved her kids, and she was a nurturing mother who smiled all the time. Lindsay's sister, Allison Olga, described Lindsay as, quote, the kind of person who cares deeply for the people she loves. She shows up for the celebrations and writes handwritten notes to show her love and appreciation. She's also there in times of need and finds just the right words to provide comfort and support. Lindsay consistently conveyed profound affection for her children and husband. She had never previously engaged in any form of physical harm towards her children. B, Lindsay's postpartum history. During Lindsay's first pregnancy with Cora, she experienced anxiety due to an abnormal ultrasound finding that later resolved. She experienced some anxiety during the postpartum period, but returned to part-time work and breastfed for 1 year without incident. During the postpartum period following her second child, Dawson, Lindsay was initially elated with the increased energy. Patrick described that, quote, she had manic behavior for multiple days. In October of 2020, she had an episode of decluttering to, quote, simplify her life, obsessively cleaning and discarding items. She said she felt, quote, amazingly on top of things, end quote. Her thoughts raced and she constantly felt pressure to be active. After her second pregnancy, anxiety emerged at approximately 2 months postpartum. Although Lindsay was offered Zoloft by a psychiatrist, she declined due to concerns about breastfeeding. Her symptoms resolved through exercise, healthy diet, meditation, and several therapy sessions. These prior postpartum episodes, including the hypomanic symptoms following Dawson's birth, were critical indicators that should have alerted competent psychiatric providers to the risk of bipolar disorder and the potential for more severe postpartum psychiatric complications following subsequent pregnancies. The third pregnancy and initial postpartum period. Lindsay gave birth to Callan on May 26 of 2022. Both Callan and Lindsay took parental leave following Callan's birth. Lindsay demonstrated significant activation and hypomanic behavior, including an extensive program of exercise beginning only 1 week after delivery. She woke every day before the children at 4 a.m., ran 3 miles, did spinning for 30 minutes on the Peloton, and then 30 minutes of aerobics. On July 4th of 2022, only 5 weeks after delivery, she ran a 5-mile race. Lindsay's sister Allison observed that unlike her usual sensible self, Lindsay impulsively bought into a Beachbody multi-level marketing scheme, purchasing products to resell. She made videos of her exercise routines, posted them on Facebook, and encouraged friends to join the program. These early postpartum behaviors constituted a hypomanic episode that, combined with her history following Dawson's birth, should have immediately suggested bipolar disorder to any competent psychiatric provider who obtained an adequate history. Lindsay's desperate efforts to seek help. Sorry, put this thing on mute. At approximately 12 weeks postpartum, Lindsay's mood switched suddenly to anxiety and depression. She experienced debilitating anxiety, insomnia, sleeping only approximately 3 hours per night, and exhaustion during the day. She had no motivation and could not exercise. Everything about her body felt heavy and required effort. It was a chore to dress or shower. Her parents came from out of state to help care for the children. Recognized that something was seriously wrong, Lindsay took the initiative to seek psychiatric care. On September 12th of 2022, she found Dr. Jennifer Tufts online and scheduled an appointment. At her first appointment with Dr. Tufts, Lindsay's Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale (EPDS) score was 23, indicating severe depression. Dr. Tufts prescribed Zoloft despite Lindsay's hesitation about medication due to breastfeeding concerns. Lindsay awaited approximately 2 weeks before taking the medication, still concerned about its effects on breastfeeding, but ultimately began taking Zoloft in mid-October 2022 because she knew she needed help. After increasing the Zoloft dose from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams as prescribed, Lindsay experienced a severe adverse reaction. She did not sleep for 48 hours, had racing thoughts, worsening anxiety, and felt awful. This dramatic departure from her previous sleep patterns was an obvious warning sign of medication-induced activation consistent with bipolar disorder. Lindsay promptly reported these symptoms to Dr. Tufts on October 20th of 2022. Rather than recognize the significance of this reaction and conducting appropriate testing to determine why Lindsay had such an adverse response to a relatively low dose of medication, Dr. Tufts simply discontinued the Zoloft and prescribed Ativan and Benadryl for sleep. Even after carefully tapering these medications, Lindsay's profound insomnia persisted, accompanied by distressing cardiac palpitations. Her condition continued to deteriorate. On November 16th of 2022, Lindsay's insomnia had become so severe that she took herself to the emergency room at South Shore Hospital seeking help. She reported insomnia, anxiety, and palpitations. The ER doctor prescribed trazodone for sleep, but it was not effective. Patrick's mother, a nurse at South Shore Hospital, contacted the South Shore Prenatal Behavioral Health Program on November 20th of 2022, seeking additional help for Lindsay. Nurse practitioner Julie Paul reached out to Lindsay. Lindsay reported to Nurse Paul that she was, quote, very frustrated and scared, experiencing extreme insomnia, averaging only 3 hours per night and having racing thoughts. Nurse Paul prescribed Prozac on November 21st of 2022. After merely 4 days on Prozac, Lindsay reported that the medication intensified her insomnia. She immediately informed her providers and the Prozac was discontinued. This was the second antidepressant that had caused activation and worsening insomnia, a critical red flag for bipolar disorder that the providers failed to recognize. On November 25th of 2022, Nurse Paul prescribed 3 different medications, Ambien, Remeron, and Klonopin. And on November 26th of 2022, after taking them, Remeron, Lindsay experienced disassociation, perceiving the world around her as unreal, distorted, and distant. She was unable to determine what was real. She became disoriented, forgetful, confused, and disconnected from her body, from her own body. She was unable to drive and unable to be alone. Okay, Lindsay reported these alarming symptoms. What are you guys doing? Man, I'm on a live here, and I got kids in bathing suits running behind me. All right, pick it up where I'm at.
I'm gonna have her mom being like, "Hey, you guys, let my..."
Wow, you really had my kid on the internet there, naked, basically. Wow.
All right, you have to scroll. Lindsay reported these alarming symptoms to her provider on November 28th, 2022, noting she was struggling, sleeping only 3 to 4 hours, and feeling disoriented and forgetful. On November 29th, 2022, Lindsay began treating with Nurse Gelada. Lindsay reported that she was, quote, anxious and frightened about what was happening, and that she blamed herself. Nurse Gelada correctly considered a bipolar presentation and prescribed Seroquel, an antipsychotic and mood stabilizer. Now, I know those of you who have, well, never mind, I'm not going to talk about it. After starting Seroquel, Lindsay's condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. She developed suicidal ideation and began experiencing what she described as intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. The voice said, quote, "I will not be the same. I want to die." Lindsay openly communicated her escalating internal turmoil to her husband, her parents, and her providers. She described her emotional state as emotionless and like a zombie, attributing this profound, effective blunting to the Seroquel. I mean, this is a huge problem. This is what people start to suffer when you start to take, antipsychotics, things of this nature. This is the first thing that people say. Who wants to keep taking any medication? I feel like a zombie. They have no emotion. It's like they're just not there. And I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. So on December 2nd, 2022, Lindsay reported to Nurse Gelada that she had lost 15 pounds, had no appetite, was experiencing panic attacks and confusion, and had a lack of attention over the past 4 days. On December 4th of 2022, Lindsay was so frightened by hallucinations that she called the New Bedford suicide hotline seeking help. She was told there was no emergency because she said she had no specific plan as to how she would kill herself.
Jesus. You fucking kidding me?
I mean, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, because you don't want them forcibly admitting somebody for psychiatric help to a mental hospital when they're calling saying I have these suicidal thoughts. And so they've come up with a criteria for when it's the next sentence here. So but for a criteria of when someone needs to be like forcibly hospitalized. And that's one of the things they're trying to decide. Is it active or passive thoughts? But they're all things that all these doctors should be taking together to come up with the proper diagnosis. And I think that's a lot of the plan, of a lot of the point here in the allegations. So scroll up a tiny bit.
Down, like this?
Right there. On December 5th, 2022, Lindsay met virtually with an Aspire crisis support clinician, again seeking help. She was told she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment because she did not have a suicide plan. On December 6, 2022, Patrick attended an appointment with Lindsay and Nurse Gelada. Patrick connected Lindsay's suicidal thoughts to the Seroquel. He told Nurse Gelada that, quote, Lindsay is 10,000 times worse since she has taken medication. And he asked if they could, quote, get Lindsay off medication and start from scratch to see what is going on. He asked if there could be some mistake, like using the wrong medications. Nurse Gelada acknowledged, quote, it is possible. Despite this, Nurse Gelada continued to increase the Seroquel dosage towards 400 milligrams per day. Now, I'm see if they are going to get into this in the allegations, but typically you're also told, don't just stop. Don't, follow what I'm telling you to. Trust your doctors. You cannot just shut it all down and stop taking it. But let's see if that's something that was an issue here. On December 13, 2022, Lindsay remained deeply depressed, had no motivation, and still had suicidal ideation. She wanted, quote, this to be over. On December 15, 2022, Patrick called Nurse Gelado's office to report that, quote, Lindsay has had a devastating week and that, quote, it was the worst day for Lindsay. She had horrible thoughts all day. End quote. Lindsay had auditory hallucinations all day, every day. She felt debilitated, not interested in anything, exhausted, and could not get out of bed. The hallucinations were loud and continued all day, saying, I will never be the same. I will never be me again. And you are damaged. You will never be the same. The only option is to die.
Jesus.
Lindsay told her husband, Patrick, I have thoughts of harming the kids. She also told her mother about these thoughts because she was in a psychotic state. Lindsay also had paranoid delusions that people could hear her thoughts and she would be locked in a hospital and have her kids taken away. Lindsay's escalating suicidal thoughts prompted a visit to Massachusetts General Hospital emergency room on December 20th, 2022, where she sought help. The ER suggested either admission to McLean Hospital or the partial hospitalization day program at Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island. You want to take over E, or you want me to keep going?
I'll pick it up. So E, Women and Infants Hospital and Dr. Diaz's failure to properly treat Lindsay. Hold on, let me blow this up for me. Okay, on December 20th of 2020, Lindsay admitted herself to the partial hospitalization day program at Women and Infants Hospital in Providence, Rhode Island, a program intended for patients with postpartum depression. This was yet another step Lindsay took to seek her help for her worsening condition. Lindsay's chief complaint at Women and Infants was, I feel numb and crazy depressed. She reported feeling, quote, crazy depressed, numb to all emotion. I can't feel love. That her, quote, life is becoming a disaster and that she couldn't, quote, feel fear and that she was, quote, messed up beyond repair. She had lost 15 pounds in a month, had no motivation, and reported that it, quote, it takes all the effort in the world just to breathe. Lindsay's Edinburgh postnatal depression scale score at Women and Infants was 23, indicating severe depression. Her generalized anxiety disorder 7 item GAD-7 score was 21, higher than the threshold for the most severe category. Despite these severely elevated scores, Dr. Diaz, the attending psychiatrist at Women and Infants, concluded that when Lindsay had no postpartum depression and rejected a bipolar disorder diagnosis because of, quote, no history of hypomania or psychosis or family history. What the fuck? I don't understand that when it's a postpartum bipolar.
Like, I understand them being like, well, there's no family history of bipolar disorder, so this probably isn't. But postpartum depression, you can be the
This
first
woman
to
is
have
a
it.
quack.
Right.
Is that
right.
like real?
You've got all the symptoms.
What does
of
she
this
think she
disorder.
has? Does she think that she's malingering? Wow, that is insane. That is absolutely insane. This conclusion. What are you doing?
It wasn't allowing me to pull, so I had to change us back to this setting here.
Oh, did you have to switch places? Did you have to be?
No. It wouldn't allow me to pull the. Like, if you're going to go on a rant, I'm going to do that.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah. That was a short rant. So this conclusion was negligent because Dr. Diaz failed to obtain an adequate history. Dr. Diaz's own notes documented that Lindsay's sister had experienced postpartum anxiety, a relevant family psychiatric history that should have been explored. Had Dr. Diaz properly inquired about Lindsay's early postpartum period, she would have learned about the hypomanic episode that began immediately after delivery. Dr. Diaz also failed to recognize that Lindsay's providers had previously considered bipolar disorder, as documented in Lindsay's record, stating that she was started on Seroquel and a concern for bipolar. Wow, these doctors, man, are like unreal. Like, oh my God. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't, whatever. I'm not going to get into a long trope about doctors. Dr. Diaz accepted Lindsay and Patrick's belief that her symptoms were due to overmedication and recommended weaning Seroquel. The clinical team at Women and Infants posited that Lindsay's symptoms were, quote, more pharmacologically induced than purely depressive, end quote. Dr. Diaz's assessment plan documented that the WIH-DHP is not a suitable treatment facility for Lindsay, yet Dr. Diaz failed to recommend or arrange appropriate alternative treatment, and instead discharged Lindsay after only 1 day of treatment with inadequate follow-up care. Women and Infants Hospital determined that its day program was not appropriate for Lindsay and reached out to Nurse Cholada to discuss Lindsay's care. Nurse Cholada did not respond to them. Dr. Diaz and Women and Infants' negligent failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, and recognize the signs of bipolar disorder with postpartum onset resulted in a missed opportunity to provide appropriate treatment. Their recommendation to wean Seroquel without providing a proper alternative treatment plan or ensuring adequate follow-up care contributed to Lindsay's further deterioration.
So before we get into F, I just want to mention what Hildo44 says. As a depressed person, everything you guys just read about her, it's true. Getting treatment is hard. It took me 2 years to see a psychiatrist. I don't know what period of time that was that you suffered through this, Hildo, but I can tell you right now, the waiting list is extreme. It is extreme. People are having such a hard time getting mental health evaluations and treatment right now. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, F. McLean Hospital and Dr. Goodhart's failure to properly treat Lindsay. Do we know, do you have this on another screen where you can, or that a screen that you can duplicate? I'm wondering when the youngest was born. You look for that and I'll read
Okay.
it. But if you change it on our screen, yeah, you just changed it for us.
All right, hold on. I'll find it.
Okay.
But I won't be able to scroll as well.
All right. So while you're doing that, I'll just look and see if there's any other comments we'll talk about. Well, because I want to find the answer to that while we're going through all these dates.
The baby was 8 months old. That I know.
Okay. So, all right. We can keep going. Kate Coco, Zegtress 2. Welcome. Welcome. Family hug. All right. So that's all I needed to know, babe. Following the Seroquel reduction recommended by Women and Infants, Lindsay's suicidal ideation resurged. By December 29th, 2022, Lindsay told her husband, "I can't tough it out anymore. I need to go to McLean." On December 30th, 2022, Lindsay went to the Mass General Hospital emergency room, which suggested admission to McLean Hospital. On December 31st, Lindsay admitted herself to McLean Hospital, the nation's top-ranked psychiatric hospital, due to her severe depression and suicidal ideation. Lindsay's admitting symptoms included passive suicidal ideation, feeling detached, hopelessness, depression.
Callan was born May 26, 2022.
Okay. No appetite or energy to perform activities of daily living, no motivation, racing thoughts, inability to organize her thoughts, memory problems, anxiety, and insomnia. Her insight and judgment were documented as, quote, limited. McLean placed Lindsay on a locked unit with 15-minute suicide checks. However, the care she received was grossly inadequate. She was admitted on New Year's Eve, and there was a, quote, skeleton crew because of the holiday. Patients spent their evening doing puzzles and coloring. Nurses stayed behind a desk and glass. Lindsay did not see a doctor until January 3rd, 2023, 3 days after admission. On January 3rd, 2023, the doctor advised Lindsay to stop Seroquel and benzodiazepines and prescribed azodone for sleep. On January 4th, 2023, so that's just it, cold turkey, stop. On January 4th, 2023, Lindsay asked if she could go home for Cora's birthday. Because her thoughts had improved since the Seroquel decreased, she was approved for discharge. Lindsay was discharged from McLean Hospital on January 5th, 2023, after only a 5-day stay. Dr. Goodhart authored and signed the psychiatric discharge summary, approving Lindsay's release despite her documented, quote, limited insight, judgment, and suicidal ideation. Lindsay was returned to the care of the same outpatient providers who had been providing allegedly substandard care. After discharge, Dr. Goodhart from McLean called Lindsay and spoke to her for only 10 minutes, offering names of antidepressants. The staff at McLean suggested amitriptyline, yet another antidepressant, the very class of medications that had repeatedly caused Lindsay to have adverse reactions. When Lindsay was discharged from McLean, she thought, quote, I was just in the best hospital in the country, so there was not much hope. She decided she must appear like she was okay and, quote, had to do her best. Dr. Goodhart and McLean's hospital negligent failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, provide sufficient inpatient care during her brief admission, and ensure appropriate discharge planning and follow-up care directly contributed to the tragic events that followed. Dr. Goodhart, as the discharging physician, approved Lindsay's release after only 5 days, despite her documented limited insight and judgment and her ongoing severe symptoms. So G is continued deterioration under Dr. Tuff's care. Do you want to take over, babe?
Yeah, Lindsay returned to treatment with Dr. Tufts on January 6th of 2023, the day after her discharge from McLean. Tufts diagnosed Lindsay with, quote, chronic major depressive disorder, single episode, moderate. She recorded that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was deteriorating and that her medication was not effective. Despite her poor condition, Dr. Tufts met with Lindsay for only 17 minutes. At Cora's birthday party on January 7th of 2023, Lindsay was not herself. She smiled but could not converse. She avoided talking, could not make sense of what others were saying. Lindsay's hallucinations resumed within 1 week of her discharge from McLean. On January 10th, Lindsay returned to Dr. Tufts and switched to Valium for a benzodiazepine taper. Dr. Tufts indicated that at some point we will add an antidepressant. On January 16th, 2023, Lindsay was still experiencing debilitating depression and had to force herself to do anything. The hallucinations continued. You should harm the children. You should kill yourself. You will never be the same. The only option is to die. She felt like a zombie. Dr. Tufts prescribed amitriptyline, another antidepressant, at 10 milligrams per day. On January 20th, because Lindsay was having such awful thoughts and was so numb and emotionless, she researched what is a psychopath to see if she was one and whether there was a cure. On January 23rd of 2023, during another 17-minute appointment, Lindsay reported being, quote, a little more anxious with heart racing and more AM anxiety. Dr. Tufts recorded that Lindsay's mood is the same flat anxious and that she had no motivation and was numb and had to force herself up and out of the house. Her sleep and medication efficacy were poor and her insight was poor and her psychiatric condition generally was unchanged. Dr. Tufts increased the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams per day. That night, Lindsay did not sleep. January 24th of 2023. On January 24th, 2023, Lindsay woke up severely depressed with suicidal thoughts. She gave the children breakfast. She took Cora to the pediatrician because Cora complained of a stomach ache. Later, she went to the backyard with the children, built a snowman, and sent a picture to Patrick and her mother. The suicidal hallucinations continued all day nonstop. Later in the afternoon, the voice began saying, "You should harm the children." Lindsay thought about dinner and realized she had not prepared anything. She asked Patrick about takeout. She looked at a map to see how long it would take because she did not want to be alone and needed help. As soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. "This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." Lindsay felt a force come over her.
Okay, so just to pause right here, that's a very big difference than what the state is alleging.
Yeah.
The state is alleging Lindsay placed this order and sent her husband off to the forest, the furthest place on purpose. And the picture being painted by this is that the plan didn't come into effect until the voices started happening after that, saying now.
Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A, quote, demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming and irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported she had no choice but to follow these compelling directives. Lindsay described, quote, "I lost all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands, all action. The voice demanded action." Lindsay proceeded to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Following these acts, she undertook a severe suicide attempt, ingesting a substantial quantity of various medications, self-inflicting lacerations to her wrist and neck, and jumping from a second-floor window approximately 20 feet below to the ground. Lindsay suffered catastrophic injuries, including a thoracic spinal cord injury, resulting in permanent paralysis below the sternum. She also suffered multiple closed fractures of her cervical and thoracic vertebrae and multiple rib fractures. Cora and Dawson died on January 24, 2023. Callan succumbed to his injuries and died on January 27th of 2023. Lindsay consistently maintains her actions were compelled by a hallucinatory voice, not a conscious decision, and express a profound, endearing love for her children. Expert psychiatric opinions. Dr. Margaret Spinelli, clinical professor of psychiatry at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons and founder of the women's program in psychiatry at Columbia University Medical College, conducted a comprehensive forensic psychiatric evaluation of Lindsay. Dr. Spinelli met with Lindsay for 5 hours at Duxbury Psychiatric Hospital on June 11th of 2024 and subsequently spoke with her by telephone for 3 hours on September 6th of 2024. Dr. Spinelli also interviewed Patrick Clancy, Lindsay's sister, Allison Olga, and Lindsay's mother, Mrs. Musgrove, and Lindsay's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy. Dr. Spinelli diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar disorder 1, severe, with psychosis and anxious distress with postpartum onset. Dr. Spinelli concluded that Lindsay had a baseline bipolar disorder with minimal symptoms after her second childbirth and that her symptoms worsened after her third birth when she was prescribed an antidepressant. Dr. Spinelli noted that, quote, an antidepressant medication can create manic or hypomanic symptoms and mood instability in one who has bipolar illness. This is a well-known response for a person with underlying bipolar disorder. Dr. Spinelli opined that the providers never seemed to communicate with one another and that no one ever asked her to describe the content of her intrusive thoughts, which were in fact hallucinations, and that Lindsay was repeatedly given antidepressants, quote, instead of a mood stabilizer. Dr. Spinelli specifically commented on the failures of multiple providers regarding the initial Zoloft reaction. She noted that if practitioners had recognized the hypomanic activation after Zoloft, a second or third antidepressant would not have been tried. Regarding women and infants, she noted that Dr. Diaz, quote, did not review symptoms of last pregnancy in this postpartum period and did not review hypomanic episode immediately after delivery, which was the beginning of Miss Clancy's postpartum psychosis. Spinelli concluded she did all that she could to obtain the appropriate treatment. Dr. Paul Zeibel, a forensic psychologist, also conducted extensive clinical interviews with Lindsay and her parents. Dr. Zeisel was the initial forensic expert to engage Lindsay in the immediate aftermath of the incident. Dr. Zeisel concurred with the assessments of Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Philip Resnick. Dr. Zeisel opined to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty that Miss Clancy's clinical course was significantly complicated by polypharmacy and the involvement of multiple prescribers, which in effect obscured an accurate diagnosis and appropriate intervention and treatment. Furthermore, the psychotropic medications she received appeared to have paradoxically exacerbated her underlying psychiatric vulnerability, precipitating a state of manic psychosis characterized by compelling command hallucinations. Zeisel noted that Lindsay's parents conveyed profound shock and devastation at the depth of her psychological decompensation, indicating a prior lack of complete comprehension regarding the actual severity of her underlying illness. This underscores how the medical providers failed to adequately communicate the severity of Lindsay's conditions or take appropriate action. So the defendant's violations of the standard of care.
So before we get there, and how much longer is this complaint, by the way?
We've got not too much, like probably 4 more pages because it's 20.
All right, so let's actually finish this and then I'll make my comments. All right, defendant's violation of the standard of care. The standard of care requires defendants to obtain complete psychiatric history, including detailed inquiry into Lindsay's mood and symptoms during and after her prior pregnancies. Had any of the providers done so, they would have learned of the hypomanic episodes that followed her second and third deliveries, which were critical indicators of bipolar disorder postpartum onset. The standard of care required defendants to recognize that Lindsay's severe adverse reaction to Zoloft, characterized by activation, worsening insomnia, and racing thoughts, was a red flag for bipolar disorder. The standard of care further required that after a second antidepressant, Prozac, caused similar activation, defendants should have diagnosed bipolar disorder and prescribed a mood stabilizer rather than continuing to try antidepressants. The standard of care required defendants to conduct appropriate testing, including blood plasma levels of medication, to determine why Lindsay was having adverse reactions to relatively low doses of medication and why she was a slow metabolizer. All right, so that right there is something that they're saying a slow metabolizer is the medicine takes a long time to work. Okay, so for whatever reason. The standard of care required defendants to follow the, quote, start low and go slow principle, which when prescribing medications, particularly given Lindsay's demonstrated sensitivity to psychiatric medication. Instead, defendants added and accelerated medications in an ad hoc manner that radically increased the risks to Lindsay. The standard of care required defendants to inquire into the content of Lindsay's intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. So that's a big difference. One is like intrusive thoughts, which everybody has. You know, if you're paying attention to that annoying voice in your head, you're probably having some intrusive thoughts. That's different than hearing a voice telling you stuff that especially when you're hearing it in a man's voice, not your own voice. So had they done so, they would have recognized the psychotic nature of her symptoms and the danger she posed to herself and her children, including the danger of postpartum psychosis. The standard of care required the defendants to coordinate among themselves with other treating providers. Instead, the providers failed to communicate with one another, and Nurse Jolada did not even return women and infants' call to discuss Lindsay's care. The standard of care required defendants to seek collateral information from Lindsay's family members, who could have provided crucial information about the severity of her condition and her functioning at home. The standard of care required defendants to recognize that Lindsay, as a patient suffering from severe postpartum mental health disorders with suicidal ideation, posed a risk of harming not only herself, but also her children. The standard of care required Dr. Goodhart and McLean Hospital to provide adequate inpatient care during Lindsay's brief admission, properly evaluate her condition, and ensure appropriate discharge planning rather than discharging her after 5 days with, quote, limited insight, judgment, and suicidal ideations, back to the same providers who had been providing inadequate care. The standard of care required Dr. Diaz and Women and Infants to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, including inquiry into her early postpartum period, and recognizing the signs of bipolar disorder rather than dismissing her severe depression scores and recommending medication changes without proper follow-up. Defendants knew or should have known that Lindsay presented a real, clear, and present danger of harm to herself and her young children. Defendants' collective failures to comply with the standard of care, more likely than not, directly and proximately caused the injuries suffered by Lindsay, including Lindsay killing her children and attempt to kill herself. So you're saying there's like 3 more pages?
Yeah. It's
And
like,
I think we can kind of summarize these. So first you have negligent medical malpractice and personal injury. And they basically just say as a direct and proximate, result that this happened. They failed to exercise reasonable care in caring for her and violated the standards of medical practice.
yeah.
But some of these are actually important. Well, those are her injuries, right? Not that.
It's all of them. It's the loss of her 3 children.
Go ahead.
Development. So as a direct and proximate result of the negligence of the defendants, Lindsay suffered severe personal injuries, including but not limited to the loss of her 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan, the development of severe postpartum psychosis with command auditory hallucinations, a thoracic spinal cord injury resulting in permanent paralysis below the sternum, multiple closed fractures of the cervical and thoracic vertebrae, multiple rib fractures, neurogenic bowel and bladder dysfunction, impaired mobility, requiring the use of a wheelchair, and severe psychological trauma.
They just say that how their conduct was a gross negligence and reckless indifference to the health, safety, and welfare of Lindsay, showing a reckless disregard for the consequences that they knew or should have known would have resulted, and that she's entitled to
damages.
Damages. So that's count 1. Count 2 is loss of parental consortium. Now, again, this is the loss of her children. So they said as a direct and proximate result of the negligent, recklessness, and gross negligence of the defendants, Lindsay has suffered and will continue to suffer the complete and permanent loss of the companionship, consortium, services, society, comfort, guidance, counsel, and advice of her children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. As a result, she's entitled to damages determined at trial. So this is different?
Spousal consortium.
Oh, okay. So as a direct and proximate result of their negligence, recklessness, and gross negligence, Lindsay has suffered and will continue to suffer the loss of the normal marital relationship with her husband, including loss of companionship, consortium, society, comfort, guidance, counsel, advice, and conjugal fellowship as a result of the devastating impact of the events of January 24th, 2023 on her marriage. Count 4 is
vicarious liability.
Okay, so this is only against some of the defendants. So you've got this Astor Mental Health, the South Shore Health System, McLean Hospital, Women's and Children, and the allegations keep going. So you've got that Dr. Tuff was an employee or agent of the Astor Mental Health, acting within the scope of his employment. Nurse Joletta at South Shore, acting in the scope of her employment. Dr. Goodhart at McLean Hospital, acting in the scope of her employment, and Dr. Diaz at Women and Infants Hospital of Rhode Island, acting in the scope of her employment. And under the doctrine of respondent superior, they're holding, and then they just go through each of them. Astor Mental Health for Dr. Tuff, and each ones that they just mentioned are all vicariously liable. And that is the end.
Yep, that's it.
So here's what I wanted to say about this. Typically, you're like, oh my Lord, don't go to a civil lawyer and file some complaint like while your criminal case is pending, like God forbid. But I think that's why Rosemary is involved here. You need a criminal lawyer who knows that what you say here, sure as shit, better lay out a legally recognized criminal defense. So if we go back to, babe, and I'll put it back up, it's just a couple of paragraphs here, because she doesn't have to put every single fact in here, but I'm gonna keep going.
Where do you want me to go? One of the
Way up,
counts,
I'll tell you,
or the facts?
All right, slow down. You know what? Can you control F to I think she said like control her body.
What are you looking for?
Like, and I think it would be lower than this. We might have scrolled right past it, but I think she said words like control her body, all the things where she walks through how she felt, that she wasn't making her own decisions, that she had no control. You know what? Write male voice. If you can search control F.
Okay.
It might not be searchable.
Yeah.
Don't search it. Don't search. Just keep going down. I'll find it.
I'll never be the same. Okay.
Nope.
We're getting right here. There. So
No, I know, but
it
keep
starts
going.
here.
Right, but I want to get specifically to keep going. Keep going. I think it must be after all of this. Way down before you get to
No, it's coming. It's coming. So there's not much hope.
Oh.
All right, so it's coming. The only option. Okay.
Nope, I got it. Keep going.
Hallucinations continue. What is a psychopath?
Okay, I think it's this January 24th, 2023. That's where it is.
Oh, so January 23rd, she was.
No, I mean this H. This H. Okay, so here it's basically like these couple of paragraphs. 77. You've got that the hallucinations continued all day. You should hurt the children. You know, the thing about that she thought for dinner, about the fact that she hadn't prepared it. So that's covering that, right? She's basically getting a roadmap for the criminal defense attorney as well, because the criminal defense attorney is now boxed in. This is your story. These are your facts. This is what happened this day. This is what she felt this day. This is what she did this day. This is why she said words she said, or what, this is the roadmap. And nobody can go outside of this now. And having a, highly, intelligent woman and criminal defense attorney, make sure that this is all right and this is locked in stone. Thank God. Thank God. So then you have that as soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. Repeating that. And it says, Lindsay felt a force come over her. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A demanding male profile voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative, dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported she had no choice but to follow these compelling directives. Lindsay described, I lost control. My body started all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands, all action. This voice demanded action. So that's it right there. That is the entirety of her defense. And you can bet, I mean, look, maybe Rosemary didn't have to research a thing. Maybe she knows exactly what the law, what the law has said as far as when situations are compulsion. But I can tell you, if this was me, that's where I would have been starting with criminal cases, talking about the elements of compulsion, when the courts have said that it's been met, what has to be met to make sure that your allegations fit into that. And again, you don't need every allegation in here, but when you have a criminal lawyer drafting it and that we've seen it in what was the case that we just had where they're bringing in the civil lawyer, the boat accident.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And they're like, hey, you don't need to put every fact in here because I didn't say that doesn't mean that's not the case. You know what I mean? So she's sure to put everything in very, not everything, right? Like still don't need everything, but enough to capture the main elements here so that no one could ever come back to this document and say, you didn't say it there. This is some revisionist history. If that was true, why didn't you say it there? If that's what you felt, if that's what happened, why didn't you say it there? You didn't mention that this didn't happen until after he was on his way to dinner until, so that kind of thing. So this is like, because I'll tell you, if you sat here and said to me, oh, this woman who's got this case is about to file a civil suit, I'd be like, oh, Lord, no. Lord, no. What kind of civil attorney is doing what now? So,
yeah, but Kevin Reddington's definitely in communication with Rosemary. There's that's his trial lawyer. Yeah, this was done part and parcel. This was planned. And the thing about Lindsay's case is that we don't have to take her word for it. Like there's medical records. What she tried to do is established through medical records, through phone records.
And there's a statute of limitations.
Through her parents, through her husband, through everybody that knew her. Like this isn't something that she was keeping to herself, that we have to guess whether or not she's full of shit. This was happening. This did happen. And so what we want to get into last in terms of...
Well, and before we do that, I want to touch on some people's questions because look, people will look at this and be like, okay, I understand all of that, right?
Hey guys. I just lost our spot in the video, but that's okay because it's 2. So I'm gonna throw back on Law and Crime. If you give me a second here. Okay. All right. I think we're good. I'm not sure whether or not or how quick my dad is gonna hop back on, but we'll see. I'd imagine he'd be back soon. But while I was away, I was thinking a little bit, and before lunch, I saw someone ask, they said, and there's no way I would find the comment now. Oh, he's in the studio now, so we'll have him here in a second. But I saw someone ask, what would the benefit of for the Commonwealth be to act sort of cold towards Patrick? And I would say I don't think that they think that there's a benefit, but I wonder personally if there's a difference in how they're treating him because they know his stance on the case. And from what my dad told me, and from what I understand, Patrick is as understanding as you can be, and he does agree with the defense's case. And he does think that she was acted out of a state of psychosis. So I'm wondering if, because that's his stance on it, that's why we're seeing the Commonwealth be a little bit more cold towards Patrick. So I'll be interested to see how Reddington goes about talking to Patrick.
Yo.
Hey.
Hey. Can you still hear the music up there? I had to move from outside because they had like.
I mean, it's in and out. It's not like super distracting, but.
All right, when the court's on, I'll be muted anyway.
Yeah.
So Kevin Reddington filed a motion in Limine. Let me pull it up real quick. It's short.
Do you want me to take this down?
Yeah, for a second.
Okay.
It's a really short motion. All right, let me I'll throw it up here. Okay.
A couple of people were saying that the primer was amazing, by the way.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. All right, so this is a motion in limine for emergency relief instructing the jury to disregard portions of the opening in the direct. Now comes the defendant, Lindsay Clancy. The above captioned matter moves this court for emergency relief as follows. So the defendant moves to strike the government's argument in the opening to the effect that the children were, quote, executed in a particular order, inferring a particular focus on one child with more apparent anger, followed up by the remaining two children in a particular order. In fact, there is no factual or rational basis for this prejudicial argument. The government has indicated that the order of the killings is a reasonable inference from the physical evidence where the kids were found, their ages, and the fact that they could get Callan's pulse back. The jury should be instructed to disregard that argument. And then the second thing is the questioning of Patrick Clancy, inferring that they went to a Boston hotel and Lindsay had a massage and they stayed at a fancy hotel in December of 2022 when she was in the deep throes of mental illness was not based on evidence or even a good faith hypothesis. In fact, the government had texts and emails about the plan for the anniversary. There were no messages about canceling the plans. In fact, the government had no good faith basis to infer and stated, wait, let me see, what did this say? And stated to an obviously shocked and surprised Patrick Clancy that they did, in fact, have this romantic rendezvous in Boston, and they know they never did. A text exchange regarding discovery on these issues is annexed there too. So it's pretty interesting. All right, throw the court back up. So essentially, you know, in the openings, their argument about, because that all goes to calculation, right? Like that there was a particular order that she unalived the kids when,
Right.
frankly, they have no way to know that.
Yeah.
And then obviously them flat out lied when Patrick was on the stand about this romantic getaway, and they knew it. So
Yeah, I think I remember that. I don't know if you guys heard anything about that pre-trial, or if all that came out was during the rec side. I assume when he was saying like she had brought something up, and then Patrick responded like that didn't happen.
I'm here. I'm going to turn the camera off because people are walking around in here.
Yeah, that's fine. But I was saying that there was a certain time during Patrick's direct that he actually stopped her and was like, that didn't happen. We stayed in that year on our anniversary because of her mental state. So
Yeah.
that would be the same time they're referring to.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Yeah, so the judge's kind of instruction, at least in the first couple of days, has been that they'll go and stop sometime, like every day between 3 and 4, depending on witnesses and how they line up. So like Sullivan's not a judge that's going to torture the jurors to sit in there until, 4:30, 5 o'clock, because that's a very long day for jurors. It's like you start to get tired, like you get sleepy, which obviously you never want in a case like this. You want jurors' rapt attention.
Right.
Can't have them
And it's
start
like you can only put your full attention on something for so long, even like
Exactly.
no matter how hard you try. We actually talked about that in my psych class, how like physically the brain, like you can't choose whether or not you're drifting off at some point. And I think the peak times for like having trouble keeping attention is like late afternoon.
Yeah. I mean, it is
After
for
you've
me,
been up for a while.
but I'm an old man. I need a nap.
All parties are present, including the defendant. The jury is not present at this time.
All right. And counsel, can I just see you in regards to the scheduling this afternoon?
The clerk, I think it is, has like a wicked accent the first time she talked.
Classic Boston.
Yeah.
Classic Boston.
Motta.
I've always been fond of the Massachusetts / Boston accent. I've always liked it.
Yeah, I kind of like it.
Yeah. Car. Got to go park the car. Good shit. Well, you're not on when I'm butchering all the town names because they don't follow the rules of grammar.
In Massachusetts?
No, all the town names in Massachusetts, yeah, I'm always mispronouncing them because they don't pronounce them phonetically. So it's like always some kind of bastardized version.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah,
It's
I think I had the same issue with the DA's last name. They pronounce it Sprague, I think it is. Or Spade.
Sprague. Sprague.
I had it written down like how I was supposed to pronounce it, but then I flipped the page. Oh yeah, Sprague.
At least you didn't say Spragooey, because that's how it's spelled.
I think my first guess was like Sprague or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm no fan of the prosecutors thus far. Yeah, I mean, Chicago's pretty distinct too. What's up, Aspen? It's not quite as distinct as Boston, though. Like, immediately.
Yeah.
You can confuse Chicago for a lot of Midwestern states, and maybe even some like kind of North Midwest states as well. Because like Minnesotans have a very distinct. They have like a weird hybrid of Canadian speak and Midwestern, because Canadians have a different vibe, Oh, yeah, Yeah. So yeah, I think the interesting thing that's going to happen today is, like I was saying, in trial, you're lining up your witnesses. You know, you're trying to plan your days. You're guesstimating how long a direct will take. You're guesstimating how long a cross could take. And as we've seen thus far with the two witnesses in relation to the restaurant and the CVS, he didn't cross at all.
Yeah, those were quick.
Yeah, so they're going through them quick. So they might not have enough witnesses lined up. And I don't know if the intention was to call Patrick in terms of the state putting him back on. I don't see what else he'd have to testify to, honestly, from the state's perspective.
Yeah.
So I don't, but you know, who knows?
She did say, I recall her saying I don't think she said I'm done with the questions for now. I think she said, I'm done with the questions and I just have some more evidence relating to Patrick. That's
Right.
it.
Yep.
So, which was the close and the 911 call. So
Yeah. God, watching her sob.
Yeah.
With her lawyer sitting next to her was like.
Yeah, I thought about that again I was on the way to get lunch and I was thinking about it in the car.
I showed Mom.
Yeah, it sticks in your head, that image.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat. Water there.
Yeah, thanks.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. What we're now going to do at this point is we're going to return to the evidence. We have witness Patrick Clancy, who testified earlier, is now being recalled, as I said, for the purpose of cross-examination. Okay. All right, counsel.
Here we go.
Afternoon, Mr. Clancy. You and I have certainly met before, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that I went with you and your brothers, maybe some other people, into your home very shortly after the state police finished with searching and removing what they felt was evidence from the home?
Yes.
And you recall that went into different rooms and looked at different things, and I think I took some photographs and things of that nature. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So, if I may, you met Lindsay back when she was in school, or was she working as a nurse?
She was at the MGH Institute.
And the MGH Institute is like Mass General Hospital nursing program, correct?
Correct.
She had some kind of like an accelerated course or something?
Yeah.
Had a double major?
Yeah.
Was a very good student?
She was, yeah.
And she, at a relatively young age, got her RN and was a nurse at Mass General, correct?
Correct.
And at Mass General, she was a, they call it L&D, a labor and delivery nurse, is that it?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many years she worked in Mass General?
I think she started in 2014.
Do you remember when she graduated from nursing school?
6 months earlier.
And were you guys in a relationship then? Or
We were, yeah.
and had you started living together in Southie, or was that before that?
Not in Southie. We didn't live together in Southie. We lived together in
Good
Quincy.
view, by the way.
Tell us a little bit about, you know, Lindsay, obviously, the most. How did she like being a nurse?
She loved it. I think it was her dream.
Would you say that she enjoyed her work and helping people?
Definitely, yeah.
So there's been some commentary here from the government about that she was anxious because she had to go back to work, or she didn't want to go to work, she's lazy, or whatever the case may be.
Objection.
This is sustained, if you could rephrase that.
All right, so I'll strike lazy, that she didn't want to go back to work. But I believe you said in answer to the DA, there was a reason that you could see that she was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Correct.
Now, was she anxious about going back to work, to your knowledge, because she just didn't want to work?
No.
What was the reason?
She struggled to be away from our kids at a young age.
So when you guys ultimately moved to Duxbury, did you have children then?
Yeah.
And as the years went by, you obviously had more children. Ultimately, you got 3 children, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You told us about her birth with Cora, and
Yeah.
Cora, it was a bit of a rough birth. Is that right?
Yeah, she didn't have time to get an epidural, and she bled a lot.
Do you, in the years that you lived with Lindsay as boyfriend and girlfriend, fiancés, and then ultimately husband and wife, do you recognize her handwriting?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but so I'm not sure.
Okay. While counsel's looking at that, is it your understanding, would she take notes or lists and
Yeah,
for work and home and things of that nature?
she would, yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document and just ask if you can recognize the handwriting.
Yeah, that looks like her handwriting.
Looks like Lindsay's handwriting?
Yep.
So I'm going to run there after this.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right, if I could see counsel.
I don't know what the objection could be. He's certainly qualified to state that he
Verify his
recognize his wife's
wife's
handwriting.
handwriting. Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. Do you notice the demeanor change?
Yeah, that was in the first 2 seconds, probably.
Yeah.
He seems a lot more comfortable.
You can just, you can hear it, you can see it.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's really hard to watch. This is a really, really hard trial.
Yeah.
It's like people presuming to know what's going on with him. Like, oh, he got married so quickly. Well, you know what?
Yeah. I mean, when something catastrophic like that happens to you, there's no, you can't judge someone else's grief
100%.
and how they choose to move on with their life. You can tell that this is a man that loved those children. So, I mean, what he chooses to do with his life now is really no one else's business.
Notes of deliveries that she was involved
Damn
in?
Skippy.
Yeah.
To see the first one, what's the date if you can read it? I can't.
It says May 11th, 2015.
And does that indicate, would that, to your knowledge, be around when she started working as a labor delivery nurse?
I thought she started a little early, but I'm not sure.
You see the name of the little girl that was born on that date that was her first delivery?
Yeah.
reason you guys named Cora?
It was, yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, as a husband living with Lindsay over the years, what kind of a mother was she?
She was very dedicated. She did everything. She started reading them books at 3 months. And she made up songs for them. I remember she used to make green eggs and ham for Cora because she liked that book.
Is that one of the Dr. Seuss books?
Yeah. She brought them to music classes.
You're quite the musician yourself, isn't that right?
I play a few instruments, yeah.
You play guitar?
Yep.
In your home, one of the things that appears to be striking is that almost every room, other than maybe a bed, well, actually a bedroom, but was dedicated to children. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like you didn't have a fancy dining room, right?
We did not, no.
What did you have in the dining room?
We had the table that I grew up with.
How about stuff on the wall in the different rooms? Did she put things, wall hangings on the walls for the kids?
There was a lot of art projects, stickers, things like that.
And were they hanging from the wall?
Yeah.
One of the photographs that the government had was photograph that, excuse me, if you can identify first, is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
Yeah.
And what room would that be?
That's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 58.
Thank you.
If I may put exhibit 58 up so the jurors and his honor can see it. There's some kind of like, looks as though it's boxed out window. So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah.
And all those objects, obviously, that are in that room would be kids' toys and things of that nature, right?
Right.
Do you recognize this photograph as being just a sample or sampling of the kids' rooms?
Yeah.
You know which room that was?
I think it was Dawson's.
Okay, right off of this.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 59.
All right, thank you.
This one here has a bunch of stickers. It's got Bruce Lightyear or whatever his name is over to the right. And it's got an alphabet, A, B, C, D, things of that nature, correct?
It's Paw Patrol.
Okay. And again, following through on that same theme, you recognize this photograph as well being another portion of that wall?
Yeah.
And what are those, decals?
Yeah, they're just big stickers.
In the interest of time, Your Honor, I would just say, you also identify this as being one of the kids' walls. Would that be what you were telling us would be art projects?
Yeah,
And they were hanging on the wall?
correct.
Who hung them on the wall?
I think Lindsay did.
And would she also take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures of the kids?
Yeah.
Do you recall her putting together a little collage saying newborn, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and then hanging that on the wall?
Yeah, she did it for each kid.
And which child was that?
That one's Dawson.
Did you have occasion to see her interact with Dawson as a...
Ray, did you wish to introduce those photographs?
Thank you, I appreciate it. Used to it.
Exhibit 60 and 61.
Okay, thank you.
Can you describe for the jurors her relationship with Dawson? I know he was a little kid, but I mean, did she, to your observation, did she love Dawson?
She loved Dawson very much.
Did she resent him?
No.
You are familiar with, as her husband, Lindsay's, let's say, use of social media such as Facebook, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us, would you look at her Facebook a lot and took pictures that she would post?
To be honest, no, not really.
Okay. Were you able to identify any of her postings on Facebook?
Probably.
Representative, over the years, or the period of time, I'm going to ask if you can identify this particular Facebook.
Your Honor, if we may approach briefly.
Sure, yeah, Counsel.
Seems like he's just establishing Lindsay's connection with the kids and how much she loved them. Oh, it's Mom. Hey, you guys are muted, by the way, still. Oh.
Nick's singing.
Oh.
He's up there.
You guys having fun?
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, we're staying with a bunch of musicians, so there's been a lot of live performing. And Nick Casarino of the Nth Power is, I always tell him, like, I don't understand how you're not huge, because he's got a beautiful voice.
Beautiful.
And he's the best guitarist I've ever seen. And I've seen some great guitarists. He can do it all. He's amazing. The Nth Power, check him out.
Is this a
They're
lunch
amazing.
break? Is that what's happening?
No, they're on
No, it's a
right now.
sidebar.
So the cross of Patrick is happening now.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, has it started?
Yes.
What's happened?
He's just kind of, go ahead. Tell her, babe.
Yeah, he started off. I don't know if you saw, I think it was in his opening, but he addressed the fact that he's basically trying to establish a basis that not only how much Lindsay loved her kids, but also how she dedicated her whole life to children. She was a labor and delivery nurse. So he started off by talking about the child that they named Cora after, which was her first delivery. And then as a nurse, obviously. And then yeah, just talking about her relationship with the kids.
Oh, so it's going to get emotional, I'm sure.
It's heart-wrenching, the whole thing, from beginning to end. It's Aspen's comment here, I feel a very genuine care and emotion from Kevin to his client. So yeah, I mean, it's undeniable. I mean, I think that I think he views her like a daughter. You know, it's like I've seen him comfort her. Like we were talking about, Cam, like that, even though I kind of hated that they were showing it, you know, when they were listening to the 911 call, we didn't hear the audio, but you know what they're listening to. And you can see Kevin just kind of with a 1,000-yard stare. And then as they get to the awful shit in the call, you know, Lindsay's just sobbing.
Yeah, Dad showed me that on like during the lunch, and you could see like obviously Kevin's a professional, he's maintaining his decorum, but his face and his like cheeks were getting really red. Like you could just tell like the emotion of it even without hearing it.
Yeah.
And see it in his face, like Dad was saying, but a physical manifestation on his skin.
Yeah. I think that the 911 call was hard for everyone in the courtroom because they had I don't know if you saw, Mom, but they had a couple people in the courtroom tweeting that part of the reason they needed to take the recess was because a couple of the jurors were crying.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, how can't you? You know,
Yeah.
This is a devastating trial. Yeah.
I cried a little bit.
Yeah. You know, I'm a crier. You know me. We were talking about when you write me my birthday cards, you know, or Father's Day cards. So, because our thing in our family is, especially with my kids, like we don't buy Hallmark cards because it's like, I just want to have my kids write whatever they're feeling to me. And that's everything. And Cameron's such a wonderful writer. She melts me every time.
Yeah.
He's actually said to me verbatim, he said, the day that you stop writing me cards is the day that I know you don't love me anymore.
True. It's true. I hope that day never comes.
Obviously.
It won't.
Never.
I'll be drawing cards at the age of 40.
I love it. I'm here for it. Absolutely here for it. You're doing such an amazing job here, Cam. I know I keep saying it.
I know, I keep
and
kind of want Dad to let you fly on your own more.
I told her this morning that was like why I didn't hop on. So like Mom.
Yeah, I had a good couple hours, but I like chatting with Dad. It's easy. I think you guys froze.
We frozen.
Yeah.
Are we back?
Yeah, you're good now.
Good. Yeah, we got the Starlink out there. We're up in the mountains.
I had them pick you up some water.
Oh, thank you. It's very.
It looked like a nice view. You'll have to, maybe you could do a little members only live and you can tour the spot.
It's a good idea. Yeah, it's a beautiful house. It's huge.
You guys at one of their houses, or it's like an Airbnb situation?
It's an Airbnb situation. It's like a mountain chalet. So like this area in the winter is like skiing because it's in the Poconos. But like this, they've got the pool.
Is the sound on because they're back?
Yeah, I think they haven't.
Still?
Yeah, or just don't have the mics like tapped on. Reddington's been a little quiet though because he's been walking around.
That's how Mom would be. Mom, we were both wanderers.
Yeah, I'm a pacer even when I'm just like on a phone call. So
yeah, you got that from your mother.
Mr. Clancy, you know, and if I ask a question and it's difficult, or if you need a break, I'm sure that, you know, most knows I will certainly give you a break.
Yep.
Like, push too hard, just let me know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
what Reddington just did not happen from the DA once. Asking if he needed a break, asking if he was okay.
Lindsay would post as the mother of your children. This, for example, would be July of 2018.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors who that would be?
That's Cora.
Moving forward, say June of 2021. Can you tell us who that?
That's Cora and Dawson.
Okay. Again, the end of July 2021.
That's us with Cora and Dawson.
August 2021.
Dawson.
Okay. End of August 2021.
It's Cora and Dawson.
August again of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Number 1 of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Is that first day of preschool?
Yeah.
September of 21.
That's Lindsay and Cora.
And was that some kind of like a family fun day, if you recall, where there was like lots of things for kids to get in?
Yeah.
The end of September 21. Callan.
No, that's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. September 21. Callan was born when? I'm sorry.
May 2022.
Okay. And Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2021.
That's Cora's birthday.
Okay, and that's her birthday party that year?
Yeah.
Now, that's 2021, right?
Correct.
Fast forward 1 year, and that would be December, Christmas of 2022, right?
Right.
And was that when you guys had the birthday party for Cora at the trampolines?
No,
When was that?
I believe it was January 7th.
Okay, but that would have been for that particular birthday, right?
That was for the birthday with friends because most people weren't available on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, right?
Yep.
And then down. Again, September 1st of 22. Remember when that was taken?
Yeah, that's with Callan and Dawson.
Was that your yard?
That's in the backyard.
Backyard. Okay. This would have been September of 22, obviously right before 23, right?
Right.
And again, for this one here, July of 22, can you tell the jurors, you guys had a pretty good summer that year?
It was a good summer. Yeah, that was on Cape Cod.
This picture was on Cape Cod.
Yeah.
Couple of points that I wanted to raise, sir, with you. You have an email sent from your, is it Surface Pro? Is that what it's called?
That was my laptop.
Laptop?
Yeah.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if you can identify this as being an email that you sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Put off of that, Your Honor.
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of.
Purpose? I'll
Yes.
tell you the purpose.
No,
We could approach Sidebah.
sure, yeah.
Can you bring that back 10 seconds so we can figure out what they were all just, what this might be about, this
Yeah.
sidebar?
I'll tell you the purpose. I
Go
can't.
ahead.
I can't. I'm trying.
Oh, no, I thought you were going to tell me. I'm like,
Oh,
okay.
no, that's what Reddington said.
Oh, yeah.
You couldn't tell because of my terrible Boston accent. It's
Oh.
not letting me like.
What
flip
about
back.
if you use the arrow button on your on your keyboard?
That is what I'm doing.
Oh,
You have to make sure you click your cursor on the second
Yeah, it's like
screen.
right on the thing. I'm gonna just do this.
Of-
That might be.
Yes.
Oh, there it goes. Here,
No,
We could
one
approach
second.
Sidebah.
Sure.
Maybe like
no, that's
With you,
that's too much. Oh, here it is.
you have an email sent from your, is it Surface Pro? Is that what it's called?
Email from Patrick.
That was my laptop. Yeah.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if you can identify this as being an email that you sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Put off of that, Your Honor.
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of.
Purpose? I'll
Yes.
tell you the purpose.
No,
We could approach Sidebah.
sure, yeah.
all right. You can bring it live. I mean, I think.
Yesterday, the district attorney
Oh.
was asking you a question or
Whoops.
stated to you.
Sorry, I'm gonna try to get it. That might have like just happened. Here it goes.
Well, While we're waiting for the copy, let me just move on to something else. Do you recall yesterday the district attorney was asking you a question or stated to you that on December 2nd of 2022, that you and your wife went to a fancy hotel in Boston and she had a massage and you both had a big dinner? Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yeah.
And in fact, would you agree, sir, that you did not, in fact, go to a fancy hotel on December 2nd of 22, being a Saturday night before your anniversary, the 3rd? You stayed at home, didn't you?
We did. We stayed at home.
And when you were asked that question by the DA, she wanted the inference to be that Lindsay Clancy in December of 22 was so relaxed that she wanted to have a massage and have a big dinner in a hotel. In fact, she was in her bed, in her bedroom that night. wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustain, if you could rephrase that.
I'm approaching you with what appears to be
So this is exactly what we were talking about earlier.
from one of the photographs that the district attorney had showed you yesterday with her in a mask and I believe the Dawson in the mask. Right? And then now that photograph, sir, was actually preserved, if you will, on the Laptop Pro computer. Is that right? Did she send that to you?
She sent it to my computer.
Okay.
I don't know.
And where was she? Do you remember when that picture was taken? Let me
I
just show you.
didn't see it.
Yeah. That's what the photograph was.
It looks like they're at the doctor.
At the doctor's office. Okay. And can you tell me the date that that picture, right-hand corner top, what date was that picture taken? Sent to your computer?
It's December 2nd.
The same date that we're talking about, correct? And what
Correct.
time was the picture sent?
12:45 p.m.
Okay. So the jury. So when you're dealing with these things on the computers, it's a little hard sometimes to understand what they're depicting, and I'm having a hard time moving it. There it is. All right. Right there, you see that there? That's the date that we're talking about, right?
Right. Just to clarify, though, it looks like that was on an iPhone.
Oh, I'm sorry, iPhone. Okay, it was sent to you, though.
Correct.
And it was on December 2nd, the date that the DA was suggesting you were in Boston having massages and dinner, right?
Objection, that was December 3rd.
All right.
It's
Well,
the jury's memory, but.
yeah, if you can answer that.
Do you recall, sir, that she also had sent you the same day or taken a picture of what appears to be Cora's Christmas list, wish list? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look at the record on that, that was sent if you can read that.
It's December 2nd at 6:13 p.m.
6:13 p.m. And then finally, if you look at the metadata that is apparently buried in the photograph, it gives latitude and longitude of where the photograph was taken. Is that right? You're familiar with metadata, I would imagine. No way I can't do this.
Tech wizardry.
He's a man after my own
That's our
heart.
address.
Okay. And that would be the metadata with the latitude and the longitude, and shows you where these photos were taken, correct?
Correct.
About these, Ron?
So I think we had Exhibit 76. They're making a copy of that. Do you want to mark that? I don't know if we marked that yet. That was the earlier one. just so everybody can keep this straight. And this latest email would be Exhibit 77.
That would be the letter, the email? Yeah, the email right here. Yes.
76 and 77.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, sir, Exhibit 76 is an email from you to, and we will going to delete the people that are on the email, if I may, Your Honor, as we mark it as an exhibit. Let me approach you. Does it indicate the date and the time? At the very top, you sent that email to your staff members. So people that work with you.
It does. Yep.
Tell the jurors what the date was.
It's January 24th at 5:24.
And that was sent from your Surface Pro?
I don't know, actually. It could have been sent from my iPhone.
That would be Exhibit 76.
Now, when was Callan born?
May 26, 2022.
My memory serves that it was a good birth. It was not easy birth, but I mean, there were no complications.
There were no complications.
And were both of you very happy with Callan being born healthy? And
yeah, we felt very lucky.
And then in that summer of 22, you had one of the best summers that you've had, right?
Yeah.
What happened in September, October of 2022?
Lindsay's mental health started to deteriorate.
And when you say that, sir, what is it that you, as her husband, observed?
Just increased stress and anxiety.
And did she, as a result of that, go to see or reach out for help to see someone?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe it was Jennifer Tufts.
Now, Jennifer Tufts is a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And where is she located?
I never went to her office. Somewhere on the South Shore.
Do you remember when Lindsay went to see Jennifer Tufts?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was sometime in September. Oh, I wasn't really involved at the beginning of Jennifer Tufts.
Of course. Do you recall that the difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began towards the end of September into October of 22?
Yeah, it was pretty gradual.
Okay. But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22? Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
It just feels like it was yesterday, Kevin.
Remember your response?
Today.
Or I think he's referring to Monday.
No, honestly.
But mistakenly saying yesterday.
I don't
Oh,
think
yeah, I forgot. He was, yeah.
But I'm going to show you, sir, a web history of your computer. Have in mind that the question was asked of you as to whether or not in August of 22, you Googled suicide. You responded no, right?
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hall, I apologize. Who's Tom Hall?
He's a musical artist.
He's a what artist?
Like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar playing guy or singer?
Yeah, was.
When you say was, what happened to him?
He committed suicide.
And I'm going to show you, sir, your Surface Pro records back in August of 22. Do you recall Googling the name Tom Hall so you could access one of his new albums and new records?
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Now, you've never seen, you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this would be, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. When you get a phone dump or a computer records dump, you get a printout of all the sites that somebody would go on, Google, Wikipedia, things like that.
Right.
If you can look to the right.
Yep.
Down a little bit, and you see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Yeah.
What does it say on Tom Hall?
It says his Wikipedia page.
Yep. Let me see here. So here we've got so that shows you when somebody Googles, and then it goes Wikipedia. And you see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't, as you said to the DA, you didn't Google suicide methods, right?
I didn't Google suicide methods, no.
But in fact, sir, when you Googled Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine you
Yeah.
know hyperlink.
Yeah.
What is a hyperlink, just so I know?
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue and it goes to a website.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches that afternoon, that you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide, Tom Hall, Google search again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Right off of this.
Any objection?
Can I just see the packet?
Oh, yeah.
Again, Your Honor, I got that discovery from the DA, so it's.
Well, it's an email from his
We'll just
expert,
give,
not us.
just take a look at it and we'll kind of go from there. Hold on a second.
He's calling out the Commonwealth.
And I just want to note, Kevin Reddington is trying this case alone, which is incredibly hard to do. It's so hard to try a case by yourself. Trying to keep track of all your exhibits and things that you need to do, and he knows this
Well,
case
she's
like the
looking at
back
that.
of
I
his
just asked her,
hand.
what is a URL? What does that mean?
Hold on a second. Just, wait till she gets a chance to finish.
Yes, I would object.
If I could see Counsel.
Yeah, so he's calling the Commonwealth out on some of the shady stuff they've been doing in that direct with Patrick. He called out the anniversary facade, and he even said, you know, they were trying to paint a picture of Lindsay in some lounging lavish state, you know, a couple weeks before the incident, when obviously it just wasn't true. And then he called out that's super shady that they're inferencing that he looked up suicide methods when really he was looking up some guy, some random country artist that committed suicide, and it brought him to a link of suicide methods on Wikipedia. So it's pretty shady, not gonna lie.
It's massively shitty. Now, let me ask you, juror, when they get called out on that immediately, because I mean, there's no unringing that bell. They did what they did, and they were trying to pull a fast one on the jury.
Yeah.
And Reddington was able to outline very clearly that they literally lied. They literally put. So how does that affect you?
As a juror, and I saw someone say this in the comments, and I was like, that's true. They're basically undermining the jury's intelligence.
Well, that's being marked Exhibit E for ID. Basically,
that
would at least refresh your memory, sir, that in fact, inadvertently that you touched the Wikipedia thing for suicide, but it was for Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Sounds like that was the case.
Okay. Do you recall what medication Lindsay was put on by Dr. Tufts?
She started with Zoloft.
Now, counsel had asked you about whether or not Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And it was, you were at a wedding. Is that right? You were walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night. She basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
She always took them as instructed.
Do you remember, did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication, the date that she took the medication, and what, if any, reactions that she had to it? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was kept? Did she keep it in any particular place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house. Is this a fair and accurate picture? Depiction of your kitchen?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows a bunch of books that are in like a cabinet or something, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you this enlarged spine, if you will, of a book. I ask if you ever saw that before.
I don't recall seeing this.
Would you agree, sir, that this book is, in fact, the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in your kitchen?
Yeah.
And on this book, you see what the caption of the book is.
Yeah, it says, good moms have scary thoughts.
And I'm going to approach you with this document, sir, which would be a number of pages from the book, the cover of the book, and the inside of the book. Just, you've never seen that before, no?
Don't recall seeing this.
So with that understanding, Your Honor, I will not offer this at this time.
Hold on. Counsel Commonwealth, if you could, Mr. Reddington, if you could show
not.
what it is that you
I'm sorry, you said you're not offering it?
Well, don't let the foundation.
Okay.
All right. Any objection?
No.
Okay.
So can I put it in?
Yes, that's
Oh,
fine.
okay, great, thank you.
No objection to him not offering it.
All right.
If I could just look at it,
Yeah.
there may
Well,
not.
why don't we do this? Why doesn't everybody come over here with that? We can kind of figure out where we go.
God, I hate her.
Yeah.
She's just gross. She's just a gross person. Commonwealth should never brought this case.
Yeah.
I've heard enough.
I mean, if you're like, you're objecting on letting a book into the record when he caught you up like misrepresenting the truth or lying twice.
Like,
in one
Trying to
direct
trying to-
examination.
trying to cast her in the worst light. You know,
Yeah.
like they're trying to drive home this shit that she wasn't mentally ill, you know, and then they don't care. It's like,
Yeah.
what happened for the search for the truth?
Yeah.
You know, as hard as that truth might be, you know, like that's,
Yeah.
oh man.
And I made a note that listening to Kevin, it feels like we're actually getting a look into the couple and their family, and listening to the DA, it's like reading a police report.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about earlier with the humanizing, you know?
Yeah.
Who was the next doctor, if you recall, that Lindsay went to consult with?
Julie Paul.
And is this a doctor or a nurse practitioner?
I don't remember with Julie Paul. It was very brief.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that Julie Paul was at South Shore?
Yeah, correct.
And Julie Paul was a friend of your mother's, is that right?
Yeah, I think they were acquaintances. Yeah,
And your mother was a nurse also at South Shore Hospital.
in L&D. Yeah,
L&D Labor and Delivery, same thing. Okay. And your mother was good enough to refer Lindsay to this person to consult with, right?
yeah. I don't think it was a formal referral. I think she just said this is a specialist that you might want to talk with.
All right. And did she go to see the specialist?
Yeah.
And did you go with her, or was this a?
No, I never met
Should
Julie
back
Paul.
myself up. Were these like in-person meetings, or are they like what do you call them, Zoom meetings? And
Most of the meetings were Zoom. The only in-person that I'm aware of was with Rebecca Gelata.
Rebecca Gelata. Okay, and that was because you insisted on it, right?
I thought it was warranted at that time. Yeah.
Right, because you were pretty much at your wit's end with the 15-minute Zooms, and you wanted to sit down eyeball to eyeball and talk to this person, right?
I hadn't attended any prior to that. I just wanted to get clarification. I wanted to see if we could get on the same page.
All right. So now Lindsay's on Zoloft from Dr. Tufts, the psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And then that runs into when she goes to see Nurse Paul.
Can you clarify?
What was it?
Can you clarify what you're asking?
Yeah, what month? When was it that she saw Nurse Paul?
Maybe October, but I'm not sure.
Okay. When she saw Nurse Paul, do you remember where she saw Nurse Paul, or was it a video thing?
I don't know. I wasn't involved.
Okay. Did Nurse Paul prescribe medication to her?
A lot, if he knows.
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Do you recall whether or not, to your opinion, that she had any reactions to the Zoloft that she had been placed on by Dr. Tufts?
I don't know any observations that were made.
Right, so it's not guesswork, it's observations, anything you saw and observed.
Yeah, it seemed to align with her insomnia symptoms.
Now, the insomnia, inability to sleep, was that a significant problem from your observations with her?
Yeah, it was a huge problem.
And when you say huge problem, was there one point when she was on medication from Tufts that in fact she had gone 48 hours, I think, without sleep?
Yeah.
And that was disturbing to her?
Yeah, and it was just hard to function.
And how about you? Was it disturbing to you?
I just wanted her to get sleep and feel better.
Now, during that period of time, she then went and saw the next doctor, a nurse practitioner, which we talked about, which would be nurse practitioner Paul at South Shore, right?
Right.
Now, after seeing nurse practitioner Paul, if you remember, or no, did you observe, did she seem to get better or did she seem to get worse?
It would be hard to say. I think it was a week at most. So it's really hard to say in that short a time frame.
Sure. And when you say a week at most, you mean that's like she was seeing nurse practitioner Paul for about a week?
Yeah, and I mean, she may have only seen her once. It was very brief, and then she got reassigned somewhere. So.
And the reason, if you know, that she got reassigned somewhere would be nurse practitioner Gelata, right?
Right.
Same practice, right?
Right.
And the reason was because Paul moved on to another job, right?
Right.
So Lindsay wasn't out doctor hunting. She was referred by the nurse practitioner that was referred to you guys by your mom because Paul was leaving, right?
Yeah, she just switched doctors in the same practice.
All right. Now she sees Dr. Gelada, right?
Right.
Did Dr. Gelada, to your knowledge, put her on medication?
Yeah.
And what was the medication, if you know?
Mainly Seroquel and benzodiazepines, Ativan.
No, benzodiazepines, they're addictive, right?
Apparently.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And a benzo would be, for example, Ativan, correct?
Correct.
Now, Seroquel, she was placed on Seroquel as well. Is that correct?
Right.
And to your observation, again, you're not a doctor, what you saw of your wife, was she affected positively or negatively by the Seroquel that she was on?
It appeared that she was affected very negatively, and she's reporting that that she was getting worse on the Seroquel.
And do you know, did she report that to Dr. Gelada?
Yeah.
When she would consult with Dr. Gelada, prior to you actually going, do you know, were they all on video? If you know.
I believe, yeah, they were all on Zoom.
Okay. Do you have any opinion for the jury as to approximately how long these meetings on Zoom would be with the nurse practitioner?
Probably around 20 minutes.
At some point, do you recall that you went with Lindsay to see Dr. Gelada? Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, when that was?
Early December.
In early December of 2022, can you tell the jury from your observations, how did Lindsay appear? How was she acting? How was she faring?
She was extremely sleep deprived and just highly anxious.
Was there a number of occasions that you would actually see her on the sofa, rocking back and forth with her head under a pillow?
Yeah.
Did you report that and other symptoms to Dr. Gelada?
Lindsay did.
So when was it, if you recall, that you went and saw Dr. Gelada with your wife, person to person?
When was it?
Yep.
Early December. I think it was December 6th.
And do you remember, you have a pretty good memory about this, do you remember what medication she was prescribed by Gelada?
Coming out of that meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, she increased the Seroquel significantly. And then she prescribed her Valium to help taper off of the benzos.
Taper off the benzos?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did Lindsay go to doctors to seek out benzodiazepines or drugs just because she was a drug addict?
No. Lindsay, I think, wanted to, she definitely didn't want to take any more benzodiazepines and definitely didn't want to take any more Seroquel. I think that it wasn't really a matter of trying to get off the medication. It was just trying to get on the right medication.
Okay. Let's say mid-December, what observations, if any, heading up towards Christmas, did you guys endure?
She seemed to get worse. The Seroquel was increased to 400 milligrams.
400?
Yeah. And,
by Dr. Gelada?
Yeah. And the idea behind that was it would help with sleep, but she didn't get better. She got worse.
Do you recall that at one point she went to a place called Women's and Infants
Yeah.
in Rhode Island?
Right.
Women and Infants Center for Women's Behavioral Health. Do you recall that?
Right.
Do you remember when she actually went to Women's Behavioral Health?
Sometime in mid-December. I don't know the exact date.
All right. So if I suggest to you, sir, that I have certified copies of the Women and Infants medical records indicating that on December 20th of 2022, that was the day that you dropped her off at Women. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the certified copies of the Women and Infants hospital records.
would object. We don't have a copy of those.
All right.
You don't have these?
Could I see everybody here?
The Commonwealth doesn't have a copy of the medical records,
I don't think she realizes how she's coming off
but
to the jury.
how did they not have her medical records? They're trying to convict her.
Because they're ignoring the fact that she had mental health issues.
We're getting some subs, Cam. Aspen was sign of Satan 666 channel.
Thanks, guys.
What are you at? People.
A lot of people are saying they can't find it, which I think is what happens when you have like a small channel. It doesn't really like pop up when you search it. So I think maybe we'll just find a way to link it or something.
We've been dropping it in the chat. So under the Cameron's Venmo, which she's starting Columbia in what? Few weeks. Starving college student. Send her money. She will 100% be using it
Mr.
for
Clancy,
that.
do you remember that day, December 20th of 2022, that she went to that place? How did she get there?
I drove her.
And do you remember dropping her off?
Yeah.
Do you remember what her state of mind was to go there? Was she scared? Was she happy? Was she?
I think she was scared.
Do you remember what you did that day?
I took Dawson skiing.
And where did you go skiing?
Wachusett.
At some point in the afternoon, did you receive a phone call?
Yeah.
Was it from Lindsay?
Yeah.
And as a result of the phone call, what did you do?
She said that you need to come pick me up, and the doctors here want to talk to you, have you come in and talk for a bit.
Okay. Did you go and talk to him?
Yeah.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I don't remember their names.
Do you remember the conversation? Did you describe or indicate what her symptoms were at that point?
The captions
December
up.
20th of 2022?
Yeah, the conversation was they didn't.
Objection.
How do I do that?
Sustained at this time.
Float on the second screen and then
Did
just
the
click on them. You'll
people
be able
at
to drag them.
Women's and Infants
Oh, cool.
Facility in Rhode Island prescribe any medication to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
They provide any counseling or anything?
I think they tried to, but they felt that it wasn't the right fit for Lindsay.
Do you recall that in fact it was because of the drugs? They weren't sure what symptomology would be because of the drugs?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the people at Women and Infants in Rhode Island reached out to Dr. Gelada?
Objection.
I don't think so.
Well, if he knows.
I don't think they did, no.
And was it one day or half a day that she went to Women and Infants in Rhode Island?
It was a half a day.
Half a day. So after you pick her up, you bring her home, it's now you and the kids and Lindsay, and it's days before Christmas, right?
Yeah, and her parents were there.
Why were her parents there?
They were visiting, trying to help out, and I took Dawson to Wachusett, so they stayed home with Cora and Callan.
Now, during that time frame in December of 22, maybe a little bit before, maybe after Thanksgiving, did your mom and dad and Lindsay's parents come to your house and try to help out with the kids?
Yeah, I think it was separately though.
Yeah, of course it would be separate. I mean, what would they do?
Just be there, help out, play with them, to get takeout, play Scrabble.
Did Lindsay's mother and father actually stay there and sleep in the basement for?
They did, yeah.
Time? Were you aware personally, let me back up, you and Lindsay as husband and wife would in effect sleep in the same bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah.
There was an occasion though that she said to you about you go downstairs and then I think she ended up downstairs?
Yeah, for the purposes of her getting better sleep.
And for her purposes of getting better sleep, were you aware that on one occasion she used a gummy, a sleep aid gummy. Did you know that?
I don't recall that, but we did have them in the house.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, was Lindsay a person that liked to smoke the weed and use the CBDs oils and all that stuff? Or
Smoke the weed.
Imbibe in
I
that?
don't know. She didn't smoke.
So you had these gummies in the house, sleep aid, right?
I mean, some people might call them a sleep aid.
Okay. Heading into the holidays of 22, do you recall where you spent Christmas?
I think it was at our house. We celebrated Cora's birthday. And then I think we actually went down to Wallingford, Connecticut to be with her parents after.
Her parents?
Yeah.
Okay. And then heading into January of 23, who did she then see for doctors or nurse practitioners, if you know?
After she got back from McLean,
Yes.
she switched back to Jennifer Tufts.
Now, before she switches back to Tufts in January, on New Year's of 2022, 2023, you guys drive to Boston, go to MGH, and ultimately she turns herself into McLean Hospital, right?
Right.
Now, McLean Hospital is basically a locked ward facility, correct?
Correct.
Was she allowed to just wander around and leave the place whenever she wanted?
She couldn't leave, but inside she could go to different areas.
Can you tell the jury what her state of mind was as she went to McLean Hospital with her husband?
Uh-oh. Whoa.
Oh, Max
whoa,
Hedrick.
whoa. I don't know what's going on right now.
It's not on our end.
Whether or not she saw a doctor, psychiatrist, ultimately from McLean Hospital.
I was not aware of that. The only one I was aware of was the doctor on the second to last or final day.
And what was that, Dr. Goodhart?
Yeah.
And did you speak to Dr. Goodhart?
I ended up calling her.
Really quick, I wanted to add,
I
for anyone
wanted
who
to see
doesn't know,
what her evaluation was. So I gave her a call and we spoke, and she said, you know, she's clearly depressed.
Sustained.
Okay.
weed is
so
fully
you-
legal in
you
Massachusetts.
spoke to Dr. Goodhart.
so-
Did Dr. Goodhart, to your knowledge, prescribe any medication?
I think she recommended medication, and then
How many medications did she recommend?
I don't know if she recommended multiple. I want to say it was Cymbalta, but she said, you know, check with your doctor and make a decision.
So when Lindsay left, it was because she wanted to leave one day early because of Cora's birthday. Is that right?
I didn't think it was. I don't think it was one day early. I think she had a 5-day stay, which at the time was my understanding was that was pretty standard. And yeah, she did want to attend Cora's birthday.
So there's no doubt, sir, in your mind that when she was discharged from McLean, that you got these, right? McLean?
Yes.
Yeah. That when she was discharged from McLean Hospital, it was not against medical advice. The doctors gave her bill of health and let her go with you, right?
Right.
And off of the McLean records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, they may be admitted.
Now, you know when you go to the hospital and you get out of the hospital, they give you a bag and you've got medications and a little card and it says, thank you for being here, stuff like that. Did you guys get anything from McLean at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get any recommendations other than the doctor suggesting that you might want to try Cymbalta? Did they give you a script?
I don't think so.
You know what Cymbalta was?
No.
You remember Dr. Goodhart telling Lindsay to Google it?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, she Googled hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Medication, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys go home, and now it's January, obviously, you had the party for Cora, correct?
Yeah.
You guys had friends over or friends that you guys knew?
Friends came to the party, which was at a place in Plymouth.
Would you agree with me that Lindsay had a number of friends from actually grammar school through high school through college that she stayed in touch with over the years?
Yeah.
And you as well?
Yep.
And they're good friends. Like you still would see them and you guys would do dinner and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Actually, one of your friends, I think it was one of your friends, it might have been one of her friends, actually named her in January or around that time frame to be godmother or take care of their child if anything bad happened to them and they were dead, right? Remember that?
My brain has been foggy for the last couple of years, but
I understand.
yeah.
Okay. In January, as time went by, do you recall that she would actually continue to take notes of her medications that she was taking, right?
That sounds like something Lindsay would do.
Kept a diary or a little log, right?
Yep.
I'm approaching you, sir, with this and asking if you can identify this.
Yes.
And when you say yes, and I'll put it on the little screen, what is it?
It's the dosage of medication that she took and how she's feeling.
So this is kind of like a little medical diary that she was keeping.
Yeah.
For example, here you see on that 5 milligrams Valium, 200 Seroquel, slept well, horrible thoughts in the morning, right?
Yeah.
And did she at some point, I think the DA had asked you, I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, if I may.
Any objection?
No.
That may be admitted.
Thank you. There was an occasion where she told you in the presence of her mother that she was having horrible thoughts, right?
Right.
And you told us about that yesterday. And that it was quite an emotional thing for her to do that, right?
Right.
After that time frame, you continued on. You were working in the basement, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say basement. It was a finished place, right?
Finished basement, yeah.
And that was where you worked on a regular basis. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would that be a 40-hour week or longer?
It varied, but yeah, roughly 40 hours.
And I know it was maybe COVID, tail end of COVID, but one of the other reasons that you did that was so you could be home and help out. Is that right?
Yeah, I worked from home since 2018.
Okay.
But yeah, I built an office down there.
So you were always there?
Yeah.
Not always, but you were down there when you would work?
When I wasn't traveling, yeah, I was there.
Okay. So when would you travel? Tell us about that.
I really didn't travel actually much during COVID, just towards the end and once in November.
November of what year?
2022.
November of 2022.
But before that, I traveled extensively.
Let's look at November of 2022. November of 2022 is a month before she's telling you and her mother that she was having thoughts about hurting the children, right?
Right.
It's November of 2022, and you traveled. Where did you travel to?
New York.
And how long were you there, sir?
2 nights.
And who took care of the kids?
Lindsay.
Sorry?
Lindsay took care of the kids.
Lindsay. So for 2 days, 2 nights, a month and a week or so before she killed the children, she was home with the kids for 2 days. Is that right?
Right.
Fair to say that you also had your friends
That's
that
a
you
great
would
thing
do
to point
brunch
out.
with on occasion, Sundays or weeknights or whenever, guys night type thing?
Yep.
And you'd be out with your friends. If she wanted to kill the kids, she certainly could have done it that time when you're out, right?
In theory.
As opposed to sending you on a 3-minute trip to CVS and a 9-minute trip to a restaurant, you were away for 2 days in November and on a number of occasions for brunch as well as skiing, right? You're a pretty active guy.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to approach you, sir, and one of the books that was in the kitchen cabinet, I believe. You remember? If you ever saw this one.
I don't think so.
But is it fair to say that she had a number of books, you know, about parenting and things like that? And this one here was pregnancy and postpartum anxiety workbook. Did she have workbooks that you were aware of? Or work diagrams and things like that?
She had books of different sorts.
So you can't identify this as being in the kitchen, right?
I don't recall seeing that book. No.
That might
Yeah.
be anxiety.
Sure.
Thank you. By the way, I'll withdraw that. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document. Excuse me. And ask if you can identify it.
It says postpartum depression and anxiety patient information sheet.
And if you go towards the end there, does it appear to be her writing in it?
Yeah.
Okay. That off of this one?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Yeah, understand.
Shira and Nick are up there singing "Lean on Me." Apropos.
Now, sir, looking at this item, it's got a bunch of flowers on the front. Appears to be a notebook. So your understanding that the state police went in your house and they seized all sorts of items such as this?
Yeah.
So we don't have originals that the police do, but these
Right.
are copies. Fair and accurate?
Yeah.
Is that the caption that you were referring to?
Yes.
Postpartum depression and anxiety.
Yes.
And at the end of this particular document, you would agree, sir, that it has writing?
Yeah.
And whose writing is that?
Lindsay's.
And is this like a book or notes that she would take documenting on a daily basis any effect that she had from postpartum?
It appears to be the case.
Yeah. Your Honor, I would offer the records of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, ASTA mental health records.
No
Oh,
objection.
all right, that may be, they may be admitted.
I'm going to have to, I think, maybe talk to the DA about this because I do have a lot of tabs and notes in this one. I know we have clean copies, right?
We have a clean copy we were planning to admit,
All right,
so that's
good,
not a problem.
okay.
So we'll enter that and then before, we can then substitute it with a clean copy.
Thank you. The date for identification.
John, can I see the exhibit for the? One of the things that you had identified yesterday was the document that you obtained from CVS, is that correct?
Yes.
It sets forth all of the medications that were purchased by Lindsay by prescription from the physicians that she had seen during that period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated yesterday that the police had seized a number of pill bottles, and then you also had a number of pill bottles, is that right?
Right.
And the pill bottles that you had, do you recall, what are the circumstances that you had them in a bag in your car?
The reason I had them in a bag is because sometimes a provider would adjust medications. So, for example, I do remember Lindsay had a prescription of Ativan, and then a few days later, they wanted to increase the dosage because it wasn't effective. So what they would do is they would say, give that old prescription to your husband, he'll discard it, and then continue taking from the new prescription.
When the DA yesterday went through that there were scripts and there were pills with a 30 count, but then there's 27 and 3 were gone, but that's because she wasn't taking her medication. That's not the case. It's what you were told to do, right?
Correct. Yeah. Without that context, it paints a different picture.
Exhibit 2 would be the pills that you had turned in, I believe. Is that correct? That were in your bag, in your car?
Right.
I know you can't tell from looking at the bag.
I remembered it's Exhibit 2, though.
Okay. Wednesday, January 24th, one of the troopers located 4 medication bottles, and at some point on the 26th at about 2:30 in the afternoon, bottles were then documented by the police. When was it, if you know, that you turned these items in to the police?
I believe it was after the event. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember I told them I do have other prescriptions in my truck still, and I gave them to him.
Okay. So the police already went in with a search warrant. They already seized all the drugs that they could find in the house, in the kitchen, in the bedroom. Were there drugs in the kitchen, by the way?
Yeah.
They're all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And they seized that, right?
Yeah.
And then you, to be cooperative, told the police that you also had pills in your car, and you went to the DA's office and gave them to Attorney Sprague and the state police, right?
Right. But to be clear, those were discontinued prescriptions.
These are the ones like that she stopped.
Correct.
All right. And then you had new prescriptions, so there were new prescriptions that were prescribed to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when I met with you in the house, long after the state police had gone and finished their search, you recall that we went up to the bedroom and I removed this from the nightstand right next to the bed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is? What is this? Is it a drawer, obviously?
That's the drawer that goes into the nightstand.
And inside the drawer, sir, do you recall that there were a number of items that, let's see, Trazodone, Lindsay Clancy, prescribed on January 5, 23. Creatinine, January. Creatinine, 100 milligrams, prescribed for Lindsay Clancy, December 21st. Lorazepam, you're all empty too, right?
Yeah.
Because these are what she shot down with that lemonade or water or whatever was in the cup that she ground up these pills, right? Lamotrigine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, December 16th, 22. Mirtazapine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, January 23. Those are in this drawer, and they were all empty, right?
Right.
You observed that, right? There's something else that was in the drawer. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's her Apple Watch.
Her Apple Watch. This is the Apple Watch that apparently the police used.
What happened? You're muted.
I keep doing that. Sorry, guys. I was
Hey,
saying that
like father, like
there you go. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And you're actually glitching right now. So it's really just all working out. But really quick, I wanted to say, basically I was saying that the groundwork that the Commonwealth laid for the entire direct literally just got wiped out. And I have a list that I'm gonna go through when he's done. But it's like, yeah.
get him, Cam. Get him.
the stairs, downstairs, heart rate, things of that nature, right?
Yep,
They never even seized it, did they? They left it in the drawer, right?
apparently.
I am not seeing that at all.
What is this item, sir?
Reddington's killing this.
I think he's skipping around because he's going,
It's a
he's
face mask
disproving
for sleeping.
point by point
Yeah.
the
Right.
You had
Commonwealth's.
mentioned something, I think.
So he's following the Commonwealth's order, really.
Pillow spray?
She bought some pillow spray. It's apparently helps you sleep.
And did you see her using that on a regular basis?
Yeah,
Yes?
yeah, she did.
Your Honor, I would offer. Rob?
I could just see,
Yeah,
I think you.
I think there's a watch on the side there.
I know it was-
No objection.
Okay. Do you want to, you want to put that in as one exhibit?
Sure.
Okay.
Now, in reference to the Apple Watch, sir, how many Apple Watches did she have? If you
Just
know?
one.
Just one. It's the only one she had. Police never seized it, right?
Correct.
And the drugs that were in the drawer, the empty drugs and the pill bottles from January, December, 22, 23, the police never seized it, did they?
No.
I'm showing you an item, sir. It's like a little green vase. Have you ever seen that before?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
Objection. We could go to side.
Yeah, can I see Council Sidebah, please?
Seems like there was a little bit of shoddy police work going
What
on
is
as
that
well.
thing?
I actually don't. I couldn't. It looked like an apple.
That's what I said. Maybe it's
I don't know.
It could be a pill bottle, like a pill holder or a candle. I don't know.
Like
I think he's just trying to
mortar
say,
pestle?
like, yeah, I think he's just trying to say the cops didn't do their due diligence when they were collecting evidence.
Well, that's for
And then-
sure. But this apple
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah, I don't know what that is though. We
Yeah.
might not even find out.
Well, I'm sure Kevin will.
circle back one way or another.
Well, yeah, and I mean, he'll argue to the judge what the relevance is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was powerful when he was just kind of slamming the pill bottles on the bench on the witness stand.
Because that, I mean, that's some real shady shit, you know, to find out after the fact that the pills in that baggie were actually just discontinued pills that she, I mean, which I assumed because they were not finished, only 7 of these, 2 of these, just to find out that that was just purely what Patrick gave up, and there was much more collected by the cops. Like, just so that's really shady.
It's super shady. Like
Like,
you're
if I'm a
being
juror, I'm
way-
sitting there and
way
I'm like,
more democratic
okay.
than I would be.
But she
about it.
didn't take her antihistamine.
She didn't take that Benadryl though.
Right.
She ate a weed gummy.
Yeah, what about that weed gummy?
Ooh.
She might be high right
Ooh.
now. But weed's fully legal in Massachusetts, by the way. So
And
remember that
prescribed for
glass
anxiety.
of wine she had back in 21?
Yeah. It's
Did she turn the knobs at the museum?
she manipulated the knobs at the museum, so you know she
You,
can't be
you
psychotic.
understood her on the phone, right? She made words.
She spoke in a full sentence. She can't be psychotic.
I think I have like 8 points written down of shady shit that the DA did, and then how Kevin disproved it. I mean, they like everything that could have made the jurors be like, well, like it was all fabricated or a misrepresentation. So, I mean, the jury's got to see that now.
So as a juror, like what is that like? Do you feel like that's insulting your intelligence, or do
Yeah.
you feel betrayed
Yeah,
by the
100%.
Commonwealth? Yeah.
And I think that like in a case like this, and I think in cases in general, like the what the Commonwealth has or what the state has is we're going to tell you the truth because we're the government. And if you start straying away from that to where it's like now there's a distrust between the jury and the DA, and now he's more trusting of, or the jury's more trusting of Kevin, you have an issue on your hands, you know?
Oh, yeah. And, you know, in a tough case, I don't know if that'll hold true here. Like, I fear that this thing is going to be a hung jury. I don't
Yeah.
know that they could ever convict her, you know?
Yeah.
No matter how many times they tried, it's a case that shouldn't be tried. Like,
Right.
it's
And yeah.
devastating and it's a nightmare scenario.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll tell you what, Judge Sullivan's a hell of a judge.
To your knowledge, sir,
Yeah.
was she
I like
advised by nurse practitioner Tufts to keep a nighttime dump diary of all of her thoughts and write them down so that she had something that she could refer to?
Not that I'm aware of.
Ever see her writing notes in a diary or like a thing with dates on it, November 23rd, for example, things of that nature?
I knew she kept notes, but I didn't see her doing it.
I'm going to show you this document. I asked, that appears to be her handwriting.
Yeah.
And does that contain indication as to her state of mind, particular date or dates thereafter?
Yeah.
Just take a look at the other pages just to make sure that you all understand, right?
Yeah.
You want to write it out for this?
Como?
Can I see it, please?
Yeah.
And I got it from the state police, so let's assume you guys have it.
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Page 3.
I'm going to show you another document, sir. It appears to be a document. Do you recognize her handwriting? That document with dates, September 29th, for example, 22.
Yes.
And does that appear to, can you tell us what that appears to be, sir, if you know?
Looks like a schedule for Callan.
And the schedule for Callan, that would be, what, like when he's eating or sleeping or something like that?
Yeah, naps. Yeah.
So for example, where it says September 29th, there it is, 22, and then it makes reference to Callan, last fed with the time frame, and then there's a bunch of pages like that that go forward on those dates. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put him down for a nap, 9:35 with a smiley face, things like that, right?
Right.
Is this typical for Lindsay that she would document these things as a new mother?
Yeah.
Was she being controlling, in your opinion, of her child and of you by doing this schedule?
No, I found it helpful.
For this, Your Honor, I don't think there's
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, that may be admitted.
The little smiley face is so menacing of her.
Yeah.
One of the things, sir, that the district attorney had asked you about is the exhibits of the, I think it was the window in the bedroom. You said it was 20 feet drop to the ground.
Right.
Is that right? This is a photograph of the same one you already introduced, but I just don't know where it is. So this is the photograph of the house. You can identify that, right?
Yeah, that's the living room window.
Okay. And the window that you're talking about that's 20 feet up would be on the very top of that picture, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you identified this picture, and I can't see it. You see that there's some kind of an orange ball, appears to be an orange ball underneath the sill
Yeah.
to the left. It appears to be red marks or red spots, like possibly blood above it.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors what that little orange ball is?
Yeah, we had a a woodpecker who would peck at the house and create holes. That's why I prepared some of the other sections too. And I took some foam and filled the hole.
I'd offer that, Your Honor, just continuity.
No objection.
That may be admitted.
And I'd also, if I may, just the top picture, I believe is also, see where it looks like fingerprints or blood on the edge of the window on the second floor. You see that? That's from the house?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Attorney Reddington.
Yeah. Okay, so, I'm talking about the hornet thing right here. And then this is, I see on this top here. Okay, so you see on the top of this window here. It's not a very good picture. Underneath the hornet thing, you can see it, but in the exhibit, you can see there's like blood drops or blood smears there.
Yeah,
That's
I see it.
the first floor window that's directly underneath the second floor window, right?
Right.
Okay. I'd offer these, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
They may be admitted.
I'm all set. Thank you, sir.
All right. Commonwealth, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Clancy, you were shown an email, and it's been marked as an exhibit that you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone with you, correct, because you used it? And we also saw you on the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah.
But that was sent at 5:15 p.m., correct?
Right.
And how far away is the Kingston CVS?
3 minutes.
Okay. And so you leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived
he left
at
directly
CVS,
as the
correct?
text was sent. So no.
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
We could
I
pull
don't know
up.
what time I pulled in the parking lot.
I'm not asking you what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store at 5:32 p.m.?
Yes.
So from the time you should have been at the parking lot of CVS around 5:20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m., could you have been in your car sending this email on your iPhone?
Yeah, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20.
But sometime after.
Two things. Do we know what the email is? Or do we just know it as some email he sent?
Yeah, I'm not. I didn't catch.
Also, he just said to her, I don't know if I left exactly when she sent me that text or if I was still home. She's using that as her timeline for when he got to the CVS. Like,
Yeah, and you know what? Who gives a shit anyway?
Right.
What is she getting at
like, is
here?
he on trial
I mean, it seems like it.
for sending emails in a parking
The
lot?
text was sent from Lindsay about PDLX, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you were asked about my
Before
questions to you about
I
going
got to the CVS, I was in my
to
car.
Boston. And my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans? Not that they were followed through, but did you have plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here. Some text messages between yourself and Lindsay. And here, there's one here that says, the spa, the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup, I have you booked for massage at the nearby IHG for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah,
So there were the plans for a husband to do something nice for his wife on our anniversary. That's what we're establishing here.
we canceled them, yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right, yeah. It was just confusing because we were home. But yeah, when I left, I recollected that, and then I found the picture, and the picture was from September.
And was that from the wedding you went to?
Yeah.
If we could have the text messages marked as in specific.
Any objection? That may be admitted.
And mind you, the plans fell through because she mentally wasn't able to get herself to leave the house and go do it. So.
Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. Mm-hmm. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct. But the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah.
And because you trusted her to do so?
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time, correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
This is not a good look.
And you were asked about the Facebook search in August 23rd, 2022. And you were asked about being on the Surface Pro and looking up the country singer who had killed himself. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So I think that what you said when you were asked by defense counsel about whether or not you accidentally went to this site on methods of suicide, you said that could be likely, that might have happened. You're not sure, correct?
It's so subtle that I don't remember specifically, but I do remember listening to Tom T. Hall.
How often did you listen to him?
It was like for a week.
Okay. And so were you aware that on 8/23, August 23rd, 2022, at 9:40 a.m., someone signed into Lindsay's Facebook account on the Surface Pro?
No.
And then at 9:43 p.m. is when the Tom Hall site was accessed. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And at 9:45 a.m. is when a person not just hit a link by accident, but actually had to click on a link to go to suicide methods. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would have been going in and logging on to Lindsay's Facebook account while going on Wikipedia and looking at suicide methods all in that same 5 minutes?
I didn't log into Lindsay's Facebook ever. It's very possible that I looked at Tom Hall's Wikipedia page, but
at some point?
Yeah.
Do you remember spending 3 minutes on the methods of suicide site, scrolling through and reading the methods of suicide site for 3 minutes?
No, I don't remember something I did for 3 minutes.
3 years ago.
Almost 4 years ago.
Do you remember being on that site, the methods of suicide, and clicking on a link to a bridge in Australia that people use to commit suicide?
No.
No. So in this 5 minutes or so where someone's using the Surface Pro, using Lindsay's Facebook.
Her making a point that one of the things that he looked at for a minute on the site was a bridge in Australia when that's nowhere near them just asserts the fact that he was randomly brought to that site. And that, like, how many times have you been scrolling on something and then randomly got brought to a link and then you're in a rabbit hole? Like, that's a normal occurrence.
While doing that, and then clicking on these links you don't remember. You think it might have been you?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now, you talked about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital. You said that it was a locked ward. She had to stay there. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was a voluntary commitment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't file any legal paperwork to have her committed, correct?
Correct.
There was no court order making her stay there, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to leave and expressed to the doctors that she wanted to leave, and they didn't believe she was a danger to herself or others, she could leave, correct?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you visited her 2 times during the time that she was there at McLean, right?
At least twice, yeah.
And you said those were in the evening hours, is that correct?
Yeah, afternoon, evening.
Afternoon and evening. So you weren't there during the morning and early afternoon hours when they were offering these group therapies and when she was meeting with other practitioners?
I wasn't there in the morning.
Okay. And were you there during the when the staff was checking on her every 15 minutes?
No, but she did tell me about that.
Okay. And were you aware that she was evaluated several times and at first she had to stay on the unit, but then eventually based on what she was telling them, she was allowed to go on the grounds with staff?
I was aware that she went on at least one walk.
Okay. And so people were seeing her and interacting with her and changing the way her stay went at McLean Hospital throughout her stay.
Yeah.
And you talked about Dr. Goodhart recommending medications. What was
One more thing I'll say is at this point, and especially a couple minutes ago, she has completely forgotten that the children who she's apparently supposed to be fighting for justice for, that this is their father. She forgot about that completely.
the medication that you said that she recommended?
I thought it was Cymbalta, but I think she ended up taking amitriptyline.
So looking here at the CVS records that you provided, we see, I'm sorry, here we go. So we see here, here we go. Aaliyah Goodhart, second from the bottom.
Yep.
Trazodone, 50 milligrams. So you thought that Dr. Goodhart had just recommended medication when there was actually a prescription that was given by Dr. Goodhart, correct?
Right, but I believe, so there's another one as well, lorazepam. I believe those were prescribed while she was staying there.
And so they were filled at CVS and sent to McLean?
Possibly. I remember there was an issue where she didn't have her medications when she went to McLean, so she needed them to be brought there.
She was discharged on January 5th, correct?
Right.
Are you aware that this document from CVS says that the prescription for Trazodone 50 milligrams prescribed by Dr. Aaliyah Goodhart was filled on January 5th, 2023?
Right.
Okay. And then the other prescription by Dr. Goodhart, the lorazepam, was also 1 milligram lorazepam was also filled on January 5th, 2023, correct?
Yeah.
So that's when she was discharged, not while she was staying there, correct?
Right, that's correct.
So Dr. Goodhart did in fact prescribe medication for Lindsay, Trazodone and Ativan, and not Cymbalta, correct?
She recommended Cymbalta, but she wasn't the one who prescribed that.
In fact, no one prescribed that, correct?
Because it ended up switching to amitriptyline.
And the amitriptyline was prescribed by Dr. Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Right.
And and Dr. Tufts prescribed 5 milligrams of diazepam on January 9th, 2023, correct?
Right.
And amitriptyline on January 16th. It was 10 milligrams of amitriptyline. And that was prescribed when Lindsay said she was having some issues with depression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she went to McLean Hospital and she was weaned off the Seroquel, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And all the medications that she had taken prior to going to McLean, she was no longer on. Those were gone, correct? Once she'd been in McLean.
I don't know if it was, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was all of them.
Well, did you have conversations with your wife about what she was taking? I mean, were you aware that she was only on only prescribed trazodone and Ativan when she left McLean, and then amitriptyline was only added on the 16th? So just those 3 medications?
Yeah, but I thought she was taking trazodone before McLean.
Right. So she had been prescribed it before and stopped taking it, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look back on records.
So you're not sure about what she was taking and when, are you?
Not the exact dates, but I remember she was taking trazodone, and I thought she was taking it before McLean.
So the best resource of what she was prescribed and when would most likely be the doctors and the CVS records then, correct?
The CVS records is a good resource.
And you talked about the pills and how these were pills that she was no longer on. So it wasn't really a good representation of what she had taken, correct?
Correct.
But she was only prescribed Zoloft once, right? At the very beginning?
Right.
And she only took 7 of those pills, correct?
Right.
So it wasn't as if she was prescribed a higher dose or a different dose of Zoloft and was still taking that. And so that 7 pills misrepresents the Zoloft she took, right?
I believe she switched because, or she stopped because she was switched to Prozac.
Okay. And then even going forward, the Prozac, there weren't many pills taken out of that either, correct?
Yeah, eventually she stopped that as well.
Okay. So she'd take a few pills, she'd have some side effects, they'd switch the medication, correct?
Yes.
And so they were trying to figure out what would work for her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she ends up at McLean because she's having difficulties, according to her, with the Seroquel, correct?
That was part of it, yeah.
And they wean her off of that, right?
Yep.
And then after McLean, she's only on the trazodone, the Ativan, and then on the 16th, adding in the amitriptyline, correct?
Right.
You mentioned that you went to New York in November of 2022. Defense counsel said that was a month before the children were killed, but that's actually 2 months before they were killed, correct?
It was, it was about a little more than 2 months.
And she hadn't been on the Seroquel yet, right?
I don't know exactly when she started the Seroquel.
Would December sound right?
Yeah, or end of November, yeah.
And so when you took your trip to New York, she was having some issues, but she was doing okay, wasn't she?
She was doing much better than she was in December.
Okay. And did you also take another trip with Cora in November?
So she just accused him of not being able to attest of her responsibly taking her medication because he didn't watch her take it, but he can now attest to how she was doing on a random day in December of 4 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, so I did the trip to New York, and as soon as I got back, went to bed, and then the next morning left with Cora.
And was that November 4th through the 7th to San Francisco?
Yeah.
And who was taking care of Dawson and Callan while you were in San Francisco with Cora?
Lindsay.
And so during your trip to New York, and then immediately after your trip to San Francisco with Cora, were there any issues or any problems, or did anything happen while Lindsay was caring for those kids?
Nothing bad happened. She was, I would say her anxiety and depression was starting to tick up, but yeah, obviously nothing bad happened.
Okay. And it's your testimony that things started to get worse in December. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was also your testimony that after the stay at McLean, things got better, wasn't
Yeah.
it? And she steadily progressed throughout January, getting better, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And on January 24th, 2023, you testified that that was one of her best days.
Yeah.
You were asked about the Apple Watch. The police didn't collect the Apple Watch, right? They did collect her phone, correct? You identified it earlier, right?
Correct, yeah.
And her Apple Watch was linked to her phone, was it not?
It probably was, yeah.
You were also asked about the drop from the second floor window. Were you aware that the measurement from the windowsill to the ground was actually 12 feet?
I've never measured it, but yeah, I believe what you're saying.
And looking for one of the exhibits from defense counsel. It's.
I just hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
Yes. Exhibit 84. This was the packet here that defense counsel was going through with you, where you said this is Lindsay writing Callan's schedule. Is that right?
Right.
But this was also Lindsay sending notes back and forth between herself and Elaine. Is that correct?
Possibly.
And there's different writing here, correct? You want to look at it?
Yeah.
For example, this first page after the cover, we have writing here that you said was Lindsay's, correct?
It looks like it, yeah.
And then down here, there's a note that's in different handwriting, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
So were you aware that Lindsay was using this notebook to communicate back and forth with the nanny about Callan's care?
She had different notebooks. She always had a notebook that she would leave for the babysitter or for me.
And so, for example, on Tuesday, September 4th, she wrote, last fed at 6 a.m., give him a bottle whenever he wakes up. He likes it very warm. He's been resisting the bottle. If he won't drink it, after 45 minutes of trying, please text me to let me know. Put down for next nap 1 hour after he wakes. Try to put down drowsy but awake. But if he cries, pick him up and rock, bounce, or hold him until sleep, then put down. He usually sleeps 45 minutes, but let him sleep as long as he wants. So these are very detailed notes that Lindsay.
I'm just gonna say, I'm a babysitter, and if Olivia, the woman that I babysit for, left me a note like that, which she does leave me pretty detailed notes, especially when Sonny's sick or something like that, it's very normal for you to want probably a younger nanny to be properly caring for your child.
Is sending to the nanny, correct?
Yeah.
And then she also wrote, if you have time, wash and cut up veggies, sweet potatoes, 1-inch cubes peeled, broccoli, small pieces, peppers, 1-inch pieces, plastic Ziploc bags to put them in. Next bottle, 2.5 hours after the first bottle, correct?
I believe what you're reading, yeah.
So very particular about what she wanted the nanny to do, how she wanted her to do it, and when to feed Callan, when to put him down for a nap, all of those things. Very particular, correct?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Again, Thursday, September 29, 2022. Callan last fed at 8:45. Please put him down for a nap at 9:35. We will be home from gymnastics at 11:45. Clean clothes and dryer if you get to it. So again, very specific times for putting him down and when to get up and asking her to do additional work like laundry and things like that, correct?
Yeah.
Again, October 6th, 8 at 8:15, fell asleep at 8:40, changing tables now in the bathroom. If he wakes before 9:40, give him 15 minutes to settle himself back to sleep. I'm hoping he will sleep till 10:15. If he is still asleep at 10:40, wake him. Feeding at 11 a.m. First try bottle. If he doesn't take it after 15 minutes, make oatmeal. 2 tablespoons of oatmeal. Make thin with breast milk. Can heat for 5 to 10 seconds. Again, very specific directions on what she wants done and how she wants Callan cared for, correct?
Yeah.
And throughout this notebook, it's more of the same, correct? Or have you even seen that?
I haven't seen it. Yeah.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
So which nanny was that?
That would have been Elaine Rossi.
And Elaine Ross, nanny for you guys?
A month or two. Yeah, probably 2 months.
And then she just needed more hours and moved on, and Lindsay was home, so.
Yeah, I think she preferred more hours. We couldn't really give it to her, and Lindsay was home anyways. So.
And as far as the records are concerned, it's fair to say that Lindsay, as a concerned mother, would give instructions to people that would be taking care of her infant?
Yeah, I would have done the same.
Yeah.
A lot of discussion about these prescriptions and scripts from the different doctors. And one of the things you referenced was that you believe that she was on trazodone. And if I suggest to you that there was a Dr. Izad Parayarara Kavon on November 16th of 22 that prescribed 50 milligrams of trazodone while she was on buspirone and fluoxetine. Does that refresh your memory that in November she was prescribed 50 grams of trazodone?
Yeah, I remember trazodone being like a part of the medication plan for a while.
And one of the things that you did, as we talked about, is you went to CVS and you got a list of all the drugs, right?
Right.
And if I suggest to you, sir, that this is just an easy reference with different colors for different doctors of exactly what the CVS provided, does that appear to be fair and accurate of the scripts that were provided?
Yeah.
Can I see which one that is, please? No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you. Counsel, could I see you?
Wow. I wanted to add on really quickly. I saw a lot of you guys talking about the notes for the nanny. And a lot of you know, because you're talking about how your parents, but from the perspective of a babysitter, not to dox the woman I babysit for, but we're friends, so it's cool. But this is a text message before going to babysit the child I babysit for, and she's 3 years old. And that's a text message that I get just before babysitting for 3 hours, you know, and this is a 3-year-old, not an infant. And I find that completely normal. I find it completely helpful because I'm younger. I don't have a child. I would assume that their nanny didn't have a child either. Like, I would want to make sure that my infant is being cared for properly. So to take that tactic is like, now we're mom and dad shaming and doing the whole thing. And it's a lot.
It is a lot. It's, I mean, he survived it. He survived it. I mean, her going through the scripts with him was, I mean, like, what does she think she's proving?
I don't know.
I mean, all right, keep throwing all the shit that she was.
Going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. The hope is we'll start at about 9. And kind of the same thing. We'll go to hopefully about 11, take a break at 11. We'll have a break from 1 to 2, and we'll go into the afternoon around 3 or 4. All right. So that's the thing. Remember, I'm going to ask you those questions about not talking about the case, not doing any research about it. Don't watch anything about it. You have to keep an open mind. At this point, you've heard some evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the law that you are to apply to the evidence. So you've got to, at this point, you've got to keep struggling in a sense, keep that open mind. So I'm going to excuse you. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll come back here tomorrow morning. If I forget to tell you, tomorrow, Friday, we're still on schedule to take that view. And then we'll deal with the schedule before you come in tomorrow. But that's, as best I can tell you, that's the schedule for tomorrow. So again, thank you so much for all your work on this case so far. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Court, all right, good. Close the notebooks, please, Madam Chair, please.
Welcome, Mrs. General. I think you'll find our chat to be much more pleasing. All right, so the natives are getting restless over here. Can you bring it home? All you have to do is go through the supers. Make sure the judge isn't going to say something. Just whip through the supers. Thank everybody. You guys, don't forget, starving college student over here. She's got a Venmo. She loves Venmos. They make her very happy. They make her feel loved by you guys. So figure it out tomorrow. Cam might have to babysit. I don't know what the deal is. But we'll figure it out one way or another. I imagine tomorrow we're going to be getting deep into first responders, law enforcement, you know, the part of the case that I honestly don't care about. This should have been stipulated. I'm ready to get to let's get to the meat of it. Let's get to the heart of the case. So, all right, I love you.
Yeah, I saw a couple people saying you can get out of here. I have a couple more things that I wanted to address, and then I'll do the supers and stuff. So you have fun.
You. I'm so proud of you.
I love you too.
You're amazing.
Thanks.
I love you.
Love you, Dad.
I miss you.
Miss you too. All right. Well, so the list that I made, it was Kevin was doing his cross, and it's shady shit by the DA. So, we have the fake anniversary, which they also addressed in the redirect. The photo that didn't match the days, you know, the fact that they were trying to paint a picture of Lindsay, you know, lounging and lavished and having a great time these weeks before when that wasn't the case. And then these are all this stuff that the DA went through. This was all addressed by Kevin in his cross. So then there was the suicide methods on Google, which as Kevin said, he had Googled some country artist, and that country artist had recently killed himself, and that brought him down a rabbit hole of clicking a Wikipedia link that brought him to suicide methods, which he stayed on for 3 minutes and looked at some bridge in Australia. So I feel like we knew that was a stretch, but that, like, seeing the way it really came about and the way that they framed it, that was super shady. And then we had the weed gummy, which she was using to try to prove that Lindsay is irresponsible with her medication. They're like, oh yeah, you know, she's taking weed gummies unprescribed. I mean, weed is completely legalized in Massachusetts. So to me, that's the same as saying 2 months before the incident, she had a glass of wine. You know, that's just not doing it for me. And then the DA also alleged that Lindsay specifically left inpatient early so she could be there for Cora's birthday. And then in actuality, she was there for the 5 days, and that was a very normal amount of time. And they released her because they were under the impression that she was not a danger to herself and others. So when we're talking about that, when you're an inpatient, do you want to leave? Especially when it's your child's birthday and you miss them? Absolutely. And if you feel a certain way about that, you should feel a certain way towards the medical professionals that decided that she was okay to leave, you know? That's how I would feel as a juror. So then the DA was alleging the irresponsibility with the meds. And then Kevin came out and said, detailed book of every medication she's prescribed, how she should be taking it, the dosage, that meds, taking whatever she feels. And then another shady thing, she was, the DA was trying to make it seem that her telling Patrick that she had these intrusive thoughts of hurting the kids. The DA tried to frame that as if she had a plan in place. The DA even said to Patrick multiple times when addressing during this line of questioning, she asked 3 different ways. Oh, did she have a plan though? Did she tell you about a plan? Which Patrick repeatedly answered no. And Kevin responded to that with saying, after, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but after she told Patrick about having those intrusive thoughts, she was alone with the kids for 2 days, after we've already established that she's been having these thoughts. So if you're looking at someone that has opportunity, there's opportunity right there, which Kevin also addressed in his cross. Oh, so then another thing.
Bob, you're muted.
Oh, I thought you guys can. Oh, actually, you can't hear me? Oh, it's good now? Okay, I was really scared that I was muted that whole entire time. But I was going on to say that one thing that bothered me about the direct and Patrick is the DA was basically trying to establish that Lindsay didn't have postpartum in the first 2 pregnancies, during the line of questioning where she was like, and how was it after your first 2 kids were born? Didn't she seem so happy up until she had to leave them? Kind of implying that since she didn't have postpartum, or it didn't seem like she had postpartum in the first 2, that it couldn't have possibly been so extreme during her last child, which, first of all, you're asking this to Patrick, who's not a medical professional. And there's also no way that Patrick can accurately attest to how a woman, even if it is his wife, is really feeling in terms of having postpartum or not. I still see a couple people saying that I'm still glitching. Can you guys hear me now? Uh-oh. I'm seeing conflicting chats about my sound. But I'm going to continue because you guys are saying that it's good. But yeah, as I was saying, they were kind of trying to say, her first 2 pregnancies, there was no issues with postpartum, so why was it so severe this time? And Reddington basically shut that down by saying that's not true, because in her first 2 pregnancies, she had multiple books, self-help books regarding postpartum anxiety. So, and quite frankly, she shouldn't have to have, just because her first 2 pregnancies, even if she didn't have postpartum, that doesn't mean that she didn't struggle as much as she did in her latest pregnancy. So yeah, he showed that she had a postpartum anxiety book to kind of shut that down. And then I touched on this a little bit while they were in a sidebar, but it was super shady what they did with the bag of pills, because the bag of pills, the way that it came out, originally when I was watching the direct, so in the eyes of a juror, it came out as if, look at all this prescribed medication that she was just not using. And then Patrick in the cross was saying that was actually discontinued prescriptions that her doctors had advised her to stop taking. And that bag was just a small portion of the medications that she was actively taking. So there were things in there that were discontinued, old, that weren't picked up by law enforcement, and Patrick willingly brought them in. So you know, I feel like all of these, that was probably a list of like 7 ways. And I'm sure, I'm sure that's not even everything. But when you look at, and this is basically what Kevin did in his cross, was he said, I'm going to show you all of the ways that the DA just tried to misinform you. And I'm going to let you feel how you decide you should feel about it. And if I was a juror, I would be feeling, slighted. I would, it's so many things were misrepresented where I would rather, if you have to misrepresent the truth when it comes to, you would think that Patrick being a witness for the Commonwealth, you would think that they would come about this in a way with tact, as my dad was saying, and you like pull on heartstrings would be the way that I would assume. Not that it's right, but it's something that makes sense. But the way they went about it is just confusing to me because all it created in the end was distrust between the jury and the DA. I still see some people talking about losing volume, and people have said that if you leave and come back that it fixes the audio. But I also I just changed a mic setting, so maybe that'll help. But yeah, apparently you got to try to leave and come back. But yeah, so like my thought process would have been, remember that this is the father of the children that you're supposedly trying to find justice for, and you're treating him as if he's some like random eyewitness passerby on the street. It's like the way that it would come off for me as a juror would be very off-putting. So, and especially at like, if I'm a juror and Reddington just laid out all the ways that I was just misinformed, and I already have this distrust in the DA, and then her redirect is her plan is to come and come at him the way that she did, that would throw me way off as a juror, because she came out the gates hard in that redirect. Like she had that little line about how could you really attest to how your wife was taking her medications responsibly when you weren't there every time? And they did the same thing when they said, how do you know your wife wasn't sleeping well because you were sleeping at that time? How could you say that? You're asking a man personal questions about his own wife. If there's anyone I'm going to believe, it's either Lindsay herself or the second best would be him. So it's like, if you're obviously have been trying to prove to the jury that he's trustworthy and everything else that you've been saying. So now you're going to double back and say, well, you can't really know that, but you have to know all these things that I want you to know so that you can tell the jury that those are true. But if it doesn't fit my agenda, you're not allowed to actually know that to be true. It's off-putting for sure. That's how I would feel as a juror. I'm feeling thrown way off by that whole series of events. But yeah, I think that's mostly all I wanted to address about the cross and the redirect. So I'm going to get into doing these sorry, I'm reading through comments, so I'm kind of just sitting here rambling off. But I'm going to start going through here. I don't know how he usually does this, if he starts at the top or what he does, but love from Tejas. Welcome to the family. Family hugs. Psychosaurus Rex. Thanks for the jewels. I'm feeling a lot of pressure with all these names, pronouncing them correctly. Shannon C 8985. Thank you. At for Dread. Welcome to the family. Family hugs. Jadzia Dax 1969. Thank you for the finger heart. Hope 7144. I think I saw you on Monday as well. So hi. Cam, you're beautiful inside and out, just like your mom. Starving college student donation. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was expecting a little more of that I look like my mom today, because I think I mentioned this earlier, but I get told I look like my mom a lot more when my hair is darker. I dyed my hair in between this live and the first live that you guys saw me on. So I assume that you guys might have been like, who is this chick? I don't really know her. Midwife here. We use hydroxyzine for anxiety and sleep problems sometimes. Yeah, I've been saying, oh, sorry, that was Tribriny City. Sidey? I might butcher some of these. But yeah, I appreciate when you guys inform me about the medications in the chat, and that's what I've been saying, is that I'm interested to see the medical professionals, because that's something I'm not, I'm not super, informed on. Okay. We have Sub Rosa Says, and she's a new member. So welcome to the family. I think I remember seeing you, Rosa, on Monday as well. So welcome back and welcome to the family. Beverly Hilton, 3520. Thanks for the finger heart. Lulu Bell. I think I remember seeing a couple of your comments too, maybe. Family hugs. Welcome. Happy to have you. Becky Holland, 5703. Thanks for the flower. I don't really, when I'm scrolling through, it doesn't actually like show me pictures of flowers and stuff. So I'm wondering if like when you guys send it, it has like some sort of emoji thing, and I don't get any emojis on this screen. So like when I get emojis, it'll be like exclamation point Cam or something. I think that's an emoji, or, I don't know though. Your other Karen. Cameron, thank you for covering. You're the best of your parents, who are pretty awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's really my pleasure to be covering, and you guys have welcomed me in a way that I'll forever be grateful for. So thank you for that. And, every time I've ever written a letter to either of them, like for birthdays and stuff, I always say that I hope that they see themselves in me, because they are the best. They are pretty awesome. Salty Mom, thank you. Red Lane. Thank you for the goat trophy. See, like, I wish I could see. That sounds cool. I'm assuming it's a trophy of a goat. Lily B, Cam, can you check the feed? There are 2 DD streams. I'm assuming that's because it automatically streams on here and on Twitter at once. So I'm assuming that's why it'll say there's 2 streams up, but I'm not really positive. Mittens 1970, thank you for the sunshine. Maligator 8896, thank you for the butterfly. Shmita says that I'm doing a great job, and thank you for that. Lily B, think we just read one of yours, 10 jewels. Floating heart, thank you. going back to college and this case has me torn between criminology or psychology, which would be most beneficial in fixing the system. I feel like, you know, both are important in fixing the system, but I would say psychology in this case is kind of at the forefront. And I think psychology is something that everyone, even outside the legal system, should be more educated about. Like I was talking about earlier, I think that, you know, there should be like courses that everyone has to take, whether it's high school, or even, you know, younger, but it's important. You know, the same way, like throw it in with health class. Like we should be learning about that alongside how to take care of your bodies, how to take care of your mind. So I also remember someone asked me earlier what made me want to go into film and like specifically documentaries. And I would say that like most of my life, when I was really young, I wanted to be a lawyer, because of my parents, obviously. And then I wanted to do journalism. And journalism kind of led me to discovering documentaries. And I think that documentaries are really going to be the future of journalism. You can say everything you want to say and not only say, but show it. And I think especially with like my generation, they kind of need to see the problem firsthand, to really connect with it. So I think that documentaries are going to be huge. Anarchy Bite says, to me, it's ironic that Cam and other young people learn and know more about mental health than people in their 40s to 50s. Cam should be a person thinking more about a party than about serious stuff. Yeah, I think that, and my dad touched on this earlier, a lot of people in my generation are much more well informed about mental health. And that's a great thing. And thank you. I think my dad literally said this yesterday, but I don't know if that's pounds or euros. Because I remember hearing him say the same thing, and I would assume that it was the same scenario. Brit Happens with a gold coin. Thank you. And then she sent a silver star and another silver star. So thank you. Sherry won Aussie OG. Thank you for the floating heart. Tammy Wilson at 5185 with a finger heart. Thank you. And Squinty Bubbles, new member, family hugs. Welcome to the family. Excited to have you. Mel's 9924 with a thumbs up. Thank you. Cigarette Hush says the children absolutely deserve justice. No one disputes that, but justice isn't synonymous with the harshest possible punishment. She is not guilty due to psychosis and insanity. It doesn't make it less hard. Oh. I clicked some button to try to, I thought the ellipses meant that it went more, but it was just an ellipses. Yeah, I agree with you completely. On Monday, I talked about, and I think a little bit earlier today that, you know, justice in a case like this is something you wrangle with is justice in a case like this, you know, finding the perpetrator and punishing them, or is it punishing the real reason and the root of what happened, you know? I might have lost my spot. So give me a second here. Okay, here we go. Unless Sherry or Cheryl with the one as an L. Floating heart. Thank you. And then we have Moose Brews as a new member of Family Hugs. Welcome to the family. Megsy P says, Cam is amazing. She got it from an amazing mom and dad. Thank you so much. And I definitely did. Without a doubt. Julie Jensen says, hello, beautiful Mattas and chat. Hi. Thanks for joining us today. Miss Rattle says, if she pre-planned it all, why phone him back? I agree with you. You know, that was something that and I thought that they were going to address the phone call more in depth, because I'm assuming by phone and back you mean call them in the CVS, unless you're talking about something else. But you know, none of it makes sense. None of what the Commonwealth is putting up makes sense to me. You know, I think my dad addressed this one while we were on the live, because I know that he said that he has he's watched Dr. Patrice. So thank you. Moose Bruise says, I'll be vulnerable here for a moment. I suffer with severe depression and I'm capable of smiling and then going in another room to sob. Thank you for sharing that. And I think that that's another thing this chat is so great for, is that people can feel open to say stuff like that. But yeah, absolutely. And I think it relates to the case in the way that, you know, they're trying to hard push the, oh, look at her at the water park, look at her having fun. You know, that means she must not have been struggling. But as we know, like, you see it all the time. You know, people suffering oftentimes do it in silence, which is why Monday I was saying it's not a good precedent to set to say that you know, we don't that Lindsay was going about getting help in the worst way, because the worst way is to not get help, you know? So, and you see it with you know, a lot of times, sadly, when people commit suicide, the people closest to them will say, you know, we had no clue. They were so happy to us. We thought that everything was great. And it's just, sadly, when you're in a position of vulnerability mentally, there's sometimes you just can't be open about that. I don't know how to say this. Borisk, something like that. I struggle with the same system that failed her. She is now fighting to go to. Strangled with a fitness band one after another. It makes me cry. I don't think jail is the answer either. This case hurts my soul. Yeah, this case is, you know, seeing what happened to this family and, you know, now how it's affecting them 4 years later, reliving it all. It hurts. And I don't think jail is the answer either. And thank you for your generosity. Grandma Liza, or Lisa, is a new member, so family hugs. Welcome. Lady Jane 0512 with a flower. Thank you. Cam, I'm so impressed with your cool presence on camera and confident commentary. It's great that you don't try hard to fill dead air. I think periods of quiet are good when no commentary is needed. Yeah, thank you. I think I talked a little bit more throughout the actual trials today, you know, because at first I was kind of nervous, like, do they really want me pausing it and talking? But my dad told me it's a commentary channel, so it's good if I'm thinking something to throw it out there. But yeah, I was a little bit nervous on Monday, and I was kind of just being a chatterbox to talk. And my dad went in the comments and was like, you know, be cool with some quiet. And I took his advice. So thanks. Why was the children's clothes accepted as evidence? I see it as highly prejudicial. And why can the DA ask leading questions? I would say this is more a question for my dad, because he's, you know, obviously in terms of what's allowed in or not, knows a little bit more. But I would say that it's pretty standard, just because they did decide pre-trial that they were going to address the actual incident and not just the criminal responsibility factor of it. But, you know, that being, so I understand why it was let in, but do I think it was necessary? Not really. Not really. Chrissy Bacon is a new member. Welcome to the family. Oh, she's like Texas. Gifted 20. I think I know Gifted from some other platform that does Gifted, but that's very cool. Thank you. I'm still getting used to the whole YouTube thing. Allie Foley says Duxbury. I don't know if this was in relation to something we were talking to at the time, but I don't actually remember what it was about. Cindy Pixley, thanks for the silver star. Ashley, maybe 5645 with the Unk alert. I'd be interested to see what that one looks like, because I have no clue what that would be. Is it just a picture of like my dad's face? Thank you for holding our hands, Cam is a star. Thank you so much, and thanks for being a member. Dubra 9179 is also a new member. Welcome to the family. NH to FL with the silver star. Thank you. Chloe. Yves. I feel like I'm butchering a little bit, but I'll get there. I'll get there. Thank you for the sparkle and also the floating heart. Lynn's 188 silver star. Thank you. This is another one of those where I can't see the emoji, but I'm assuming those are emojis. But thanks for being a member. 25 months. It's a long time. Disgruntled Pelican says, great coverage, Cam. Thank you. I appreciate that. If the Commonwealth doesn't touch on time after the incident, can the defense bring it up? And hey, y'all. I'm going to be honest. I don't remember exactly what you're referring to. I'm assuming you're talking about the time that Patrick got to the CVS lot, how that little kerfuffle occurred. But I don't know. I thought the same thing, that I wanted that to be brought up further. Mark Cunningham says, great work, Cameron. Also my 2-year-old's name. Thank you. We love to have more Camerons in the world. So Phoenix Rising with a flower. Thank you so much. Miriam Slack with a 6-7. Thanks. Amy V3 with a goat trophy. Thank you, Amy. And we have JT Lawson, a new member. Family hugs. Welcome, welcome. We hope you stay. Lady Jane with a gold coin. Thank you. And I think that these dark ones have already been sifted through, but I'm not sure. Iceman Cometh gifted 5 memberships. So thank you for that. And Nola is for livers, also gifted a membership. So thank you. Oh, Shelly Shell J says, will you hide the comment so we can read the subtitles? Hopefully we did that for you guys. I think a couple times I caught it where it was kind of in the way. And then I think obviously my dad told me to move the whole little captions up. So that should have helped. Lady Jane 0512, thank you for the silver star. Ashley Brampton 4886, thanks for the chili. Michael T16, the Motta mute lives on. It absolutely does. I didn't think it happened at maybe once on Monday, but I think it happened like 3 times today. Because I think there was like the dog was running around, so I was trying to stay a little bit muted, and then it kept catching me up. So yeah, it definitely lives on. They're trying to paint Lindsay Clancy to be evil like Lori Daybell, and it's falling so flat. Once again, the CW is putting the ass in Massachusetts for the world to see. Yeah, I completely agree. As I've said all day, it's just a lot of the tactics that they're using, it's not coming off in the way that they thought it was going to. And, you know, if they want any chance of getting through to these jurors, they're going to have to, you know, kind of change their methods here a little bit. Brit Happens with a silver star. Thank you. And also another one. So thank you. Lina, Justice Junkie. She is so awful. She has no clue how mental health works. WTF is wrong with her. That is the witness, the child's father. We love you, Cameron. Thank you. Love you guys too. But yeah, I completely agreed. I was really upset when the when we were listening to the redirect. You know, I felt that it was just not, it didn't come off right. If I was in the eyes of a juror, I would have felt the same way. JT Lawson says Wonder Woman tribe, Bob. Thank you. Julie O2, the prosecutors remind me of the Mean Girl prosecutors in Ashley Banfield trial. I didn't watch the Ashley Banfield trial, so I can't attest to that, but I'm sure I agree with you. Hospice RN Autumn became a member. Welcome to the family. Hildo says, I've commented on here before. Most of the medication mentioned that she was taking. And it drove me crazy. Yeah, I appreciate insight like this because, again, you know, from what it sounds like, I can kind of get a grasp on a little bit of how it could have made her feel. But, you know, I think once we have a couple real medical professionals come in, I'm going to have a better grasp, and so will the jury. But thanks for sharing that. It's informative. Tina became a member. Family hugs. Welcome. And True Crime Pooley with a flower. Thank you. And another one. Thanks. CW1971 says, thanks, Cameron. I don't remember what I did at that time, but you're welcome. Here's Hildo again saying they try to push trazodone on everyone. I'm a male and was subjected to the same medication that she was. Yeah, I have my own thoughts about our healthcare system as a whole, and you know, especially when it's like in a case like this, you can see that they're just throwing medication around, and they're not getting to the root of the problem. Just throwing meds at it and seeing what, if anything, helps. It's you know, it doesn't work, and there needs to be some changes. Hildo also sent an unk alert, so thank you for that. Justanani sends an eagle. Thank you. JT Lawson with a floating heart. I've seen JT Lawson in here a few times. Also sent a silver star. Thank you. Kylie, Mother of Ducks, became a member. I think I've also seen you in the chat. So hi, and thanks for becoming a member. Family hugs. Rhonda Brinsfield says, you are so great and your mom's twin. I told you guys Monday, that's my favorite compliment. So thank you. And thanks for being a member as well. Just Larry sent a finger heart. I actually saw you on Twitter. So hi, and thanks for your support. Sarah Mess says, in opening, she made it sound like he talked to her between the murder and the attempt, but it was 3 minutes after he left. Another lie. Great job, Cam. Thank you. And yeah, that was a point that I made as well, is like, and that's why I think she was pushing so hard to establish, oh, but you should have been, you should have been in, because their whole timeline falls apart if he doesn't attest that he left by 5:15, because obviously they're trying to make it seem as if he had been gone for 15 minutes by the time that call occurred. But in actuality, what you're saying is exactly true, is they have no clue whether the children had passed at that point or not. You know, as from what I've heard, that's what I think. I think younger Gen X and millennials are going to learn the hard way about mental health and are making sure to educate the generations below them. And that's why the younger gens are more empathetic to mental health. Yeah, I agree 100%. And I think it's great that my generation is so much more open to learning about mental health and mental health struggles and how to deal with it and how to get the proper help. Eileen USVI sent 2 jewels. Thank you. Just Larry again with a clutch. Thank you. Miss Wildside sends a girl power. Thanks. Girl power is cool. Girl power rocks. And another girl power from Tiff Knox. Rocks, knocks, it all rhymes. Chase 21 sends a floating heart. Thank you. And I think our last one, we had a flat 100 of you guys. Lalomi, possibly, sends a girl power as well. So that's that. I'm planning on wrapping up for the day, and I hope that you guys enjoyed today. I really enjoyed being with you guys again. And yeah, I think you guys already saw on Monday. I kind of forget what my dad's little slogan is. Something about an old man and something. And I also think I'm supposed to play an outro here. I haven't done the outro by myself, but we're going to give it a go. But again, thank you guys for all of your generosity, for how welcoming you've been the past couple days. I might be with you tomorrow, and if I am, that would be my last day with you guys. So thank you so much again for everything, for the subs and for the generosity and for the support, and it means the world to me. So thank you guys, and hopefully see you again soon.